This is my third year living in the cold palace. I still don't know why I was thrown in here because honestly, I thought I started off with a pretty decent identity. Like 80% of transmigrated women, I woke up on an extravagant canopy bed big enough for 8 people to lie side by side. Standing next to the bed, looking down at me, was a disheveled man in a bright yellow robe embroidered with a 5-clawed golden dragon, the Emperor. How did I know right away that he was the Emperor? Because he said one sentence. He said, "Someone come, pass down my decree, depose the Empress, and send her to the cold palace." Not a word wasted. Every syllable was packed with meaning. Someone come meant he had people at his beck and call, his power was secure. My decree confirmed he was the Emperor. The Empress referred to me. Depose meant I was history. Cold palace meant he never wanted to see me again. Our relationship was probably beyond repair. There was so much information in that one sentence it nearly made my head spin. Then I was dragged to Yunxia Palace. Yes, dragged. 3 burly eunuchs and 2 hefty old nursemaids hauled me away. I did try to tell them I could walk on my own, but they wouldn't listen. Thankfully, my personal maid Tsue stuffed a quilt on my back before we left. Otherwise, being dragged from the eastern end of the palace to the western side would have shredded me to bits. After that, I settled into the cold palace. My entire worldly possessions? The quilt under my back, the thin nightgown I was wearing, a jade bracelet on my wrist, and Tsue, who cried her eyes out and insisted on sharing my fate. That was it. That bastard emperor wasn't even human. He already planned to throw me into the cold palace, but still made sure to sleep with me one last time before doing it. Early March winds were still chilly. After dragging me to the gates of the cold palace, the eunuchs left without a word. I wrapped myself in the quilt, staring at the not yet bright sky, dazed. After the shock of transmigrating, the thrill of waking up as the Empress, and the utter confusion of being dragged halfway across the palace, I finally accepted one truth. The cold palace was now my home. And how I'd make a living from it? Well, there were only me and Tsue. People say it takes 3 to 5 to form a crowd. At best, the 2 of us could just look at each other in silence. In truth, the imperial palace didn't have a dedicated cold palace. Any palace that a deposed consort lived in became the cold palace, no matter how grand it used to be. Yunxia Palace had been vacant before, so it didn't come with assigned maids or eunuchs. And since I was a deposed empress, the emperor had no intention of sending me new staff. So, I just had to make do. On the first day I entered the cold palace, Tsue clung to me, sobbing uncontrollably. Meanwhile, I dragged her along to search every nook and cranny of the place. Surprisingly, we did find a few things. Half a set of spring clothes, a set of summer clothes, 2 moldy and frozen thick quilts left behind by previous losers in palace infighting, and a filthy cotton robe. Oh, and half a sweet potato. Probably not edible anymore. Tsue wiped her tears and asked, "Your Highness, what are we going to do?" The Emperor, ever the man of few words, hadn't given any instructions about how I should live in the cold palace. So, as a deposed empress, I had no right to receive provisions from the palace. That meant I had to figure out everything: food, clothing, housing, all by myself. Don't even think about sneaking food from the imperial kitchen. Yunxia Palace was in the northeast corner of the imperial garden, and the imperial kitchen was in the southwest, literally the palace's diagonal opposite. Trying to steal from the kitchen would be harder than sneaking into the emperor's study. It might even be closer. On the second day, I pulled Tsue to help me dismantle a pile of bricks from the courtyard wall and managed to build a makeshift stove in the backyard. In this life, eating and drinking come first. There was a well in the cold palace, so water was somewhat covered. But you can't drink raw water, not even in ancient times when it was supposedly clean. I had to figure out how to boil it. We had a stove now, but no firewood, no food, no pot, and no seasonings. Tsue was so hungry her chest was practically touching her back. I looked at the peach trees in full bloom around Yunxia Palace and pictured them heavy with fruit in a few months. What a feast that would be. I really envied the Monkey King. At least he got to guard a whole orchard of heavenly peaches. But starving and freezing wasn't going to cut it. I looked down at the jade bracelet on my wrist and thought, I just got deposed. Selling it now would seem a bit too flashy. Better to solve the problem myself, if I could. Tsue, how is it possible there's not even a single pot in this entire palace? Tsue swallowed and explained. Your Highness, if we were still in Jingren Palace, we'd have pots inlaid with jade and pearls, not to mention regular ones for boiling water. So it's not that the palace is poor, it's that I am, now that I've been deposed. I took apart a display shelf to use as firewood for a few meals and picked a few mushrooms from the corner wall. I skewered them on peach tree branches to roast. It wouldn't fill us up, but at least it was edible. My plan was to quietly live a self-sufficient life here, once everyone in the palace had forgotten about me. But until they did, I had to figure out a way to squeeze some benefits out of the situation. During my first month in the cold palace, not a single person came to see me. I wasn't sure if it was on purpose by the emperor, but it made me seriously question my worth. I mean, was I really that unpopular? I was the empress. Still, that month wasn't a complete waste. Tsue and I searched every corner of Yunxia Palace and found 2 mouse holes, 3 snakes, managed to sprout that half-sweet potato we found, and even succeeded in cultivating mushrooms on a rotting log. Tsue, who used to scream and cry at the sight of a mouse, had rapidly transformed into a badass who could lunge at snakes, grab them by the neck, skin them, and roast them over a fire. I was genuinely proud. In the second month, the rest of the harem finally remembered that I, the deposed empress, was still around and started lining up to visit. The first one to come was noble consort Li. She arrived with a full entourage, only for the doors to swing open and catch Tsue and me, both bent over at the corner of the wall, poking sticks into a mouse hole. At the time, my conversation with Tsue went something like this. Miss, why don't we just flood the place with water? If we do that, won't they all die? What are we going to eat tomorrow? Sure. Rats breed fast, but we can't afford to waste like that. Oh. When I expertly stepped on a rat's tail, Consort Li turned pale and ran off in a panic. Sigh, such a pity. I forgot to ask her for some salt. After Consort Li left, Consort Sun came. When she arrived, Tsue and I were sitting in the courtyard skinning a snake. Consort Sun was even worse than Consort Li. At least Consort Li stayed and watched the whole rat-catching process. Consort Sun ran off before I even finished skinning the snake. Following Consort Sun came Consort Yuan. I had a sneaking suspicion they were lining up to visit me based on their ranks. When Consort Yuan came, I was loosening the soil in the back courtyard. I'd found a few wild scallion sprouts growing there. Seasoning is precious, so I had to cultivate them carefully. But Consort Yuan probably had a good relationship with the former empress. She didn't mind the dirt all over my hands. She hugged me tightly and cried her heart out, calling me sister, with every breath, then patted her butt and left without even offering me a coin. I was a little troubled. I had planned to ask her for a cooking pot, but she cried so hard I didn't even get the chance. After she left, Consort Chi came next. Consort Chi was a proper and measured sort of person, not as dramatic as Consort Sun, not as timid as Consort Li, and not as theatrical as Consort Yuan. She just brought 2 of her personal maids and quietly stood at the doorway, watching me cook a saltless rattan mushroom soup in a broken clay pot I dug up from underground. I was helpless too. That broken pot used to hold musk, left behind by some eliminated contender from a past palace power struggle. I stuffed the musk under the bed in the empty room. No idea if the Imperial Medical Bureau would be willing to buy it. You're not like you used to be. Consort Chi watched the thin soup slowly come to a boil, then dismissed her 2 maids and walked over to squat beside me. Well, I had no idea what the former empress used to be like either, but if she managed to become empress, her family background surely wouldn't have allowed her to learn all these wilderness survival skills. I stirred the meat with a stick. There were no knives in the cold palace. Tsue had sacrificed one of the copper hairpins from her head, so we could at least gut the food. But cutting it into pieces? Not happening. So in the soup, the rats were clearly rats, the mushrooms were clearly mushrooms, completely separated. What was I like before? Tell me. I was genuinely curious. Because every time I brought it up, Tsue would start crying, so hard she could barely breathe, and never said anything useful. And there wasn't a second person in the cold palace I could ask. I was dying to know. Consort, she looked at me, opened her mouth, closed it, hesitated again, and finally said nothing. I gave up. If you don't want to say it, then don't. Just bring me a pot. I really need some salt too. That was also true. I hadn't had salt in so long. My hair was falling out in handfuls. Tsue blamed it on the cold palace being haunted, said it was ghostly hair loss, and got so scared she couldn't sleep at night. Honestly, I couldn't with her. Consort, she didn't say yes or no. She just sighed with me for a long while before finally leaving. I started counting on my fingers, waiting for my pot and my salt. But I got neither. Instead, a little eunuch showed up. As soon as Tsue saw him, she ran up, hugged him, and cried and laughed at the same time. Tisich shameless. Flirting right in front of me. After crying with Tsue, the eunuch threw himself at my feet and started sobbing, declaring his loyalty between sobs. I thought I'd never see your grace again in this lifetime. Thank heavens Consort Chi was merciful and assigned me to Mingji Palace next door, so I finally had a chance to come see you. Mingji Palace was empty too, but it wasn't a cold palace, because no deposed consorts lived there. Consort Chi had reassigned Jingsheng there to watch over the place. A good move. If she'd transferred him straight into Yunxia Palace, I'd have had to feed another mouth. As a formerly low-ranked eunuch in the Empress's palace, Jingsheng was actually quite capable. Not only did he get me a pot and some salt, he even snuck me a few cloves of garlic. Amazing! That meant I not only had garlic to eat, I could even grow garlic sprouts to stir-fry. Garlic is a treasure. Use every part and eat it while it's fresh. Watching me cradle the garlic like it was my own mother's memorial tablet, Jingsheng looked so touched he almost cried. Your Grace, what else do you need? I'll get it for you. What else did I need? Plenty. I wanted steamed lamb, steamed bear paw, steamed deer tail, roast duck, roast chick, roast goose, marinated pork, marinated duck, soy chicken, cured meats, jellied belly, air-dried sausage. Forget it. Right now, I really needed some oil. In my second month in the cold palace, Consort Chi generously assigned Jingsheng to assist me, perfectly solving my food problem. After the 4 noble consorts had come to see me, the next in line were the 9 lesser consorts, led by the Zhaoi, who all came to visit. Zhaoi, Zhaorong, Zhaoyuan, Chongyi, Chongrong, Chongyuan, Xiui, Xiurong, Xiuyuan, each came in order, day by day, ensuring that Yunxia Palace was never too lively but never too lonely either. The 9 consorts seemed to have had an even better relationship with the former empress than the 4 high consorts. At the very least, when I asked them for things, none of them refused. Of course, I didn't ask for too much either. I asked Lady Qin Zhaoi for 2 quilts, Lady He Zhaorong for 3 sets of clothes, and from Lady Meng Zhaoyuan I managed to snag 4 padded winter coats. After that, every consort who came to visit me started bringing things on their own. Lady Ma Chongyi brought me 2 chamber pots, Lady Su Chongrong brought a basket of charcoal, and Lady Lu Chongyuan brought a full set of bowls and plates. Most practical of all was Lady Lu Xiurong. She brought me a full set of cast iron woks. Thanks to the 9 consorts, by my 3rd month in the cold palace, I had acquired all the basic gear for survival. Tsue finally got over the trauma of her lady being demoted from empress to commoner. She accepted her fate and began tagging along behind me every day, asking herself 3 times a day what to eat, what to drink, and what to plant. I'm a good young citizen of socialist values. Just because the environment is tough doesn't mean I should lose the will to survive. To keep Tsue's spirits up, I made a strict daily survival plan based on the Hengshui High School schedule, waking up earlier than the chickens and sleeping later than the cats. I was truly living the life described by Tao Yuanming, rising at dawn to clear the weeds, returning by moonlight with a hoe on my shoulder. After I had plucked every last benefit I could from the noble consort Jiu, she stopped coming. Noble consort Li got so traumatized by seeing me catch rats that she fell sick for half a month and never dared bother me again. Only Imperial Consort Yuan came by once more, but her timing was even worse than Consort Li's. Because when she arrived, Tsue and I were in the middle of composting. That, too, was a rather awkward issue. You see, I was living in the cold palace, and no one had resided there for a long time. So everyone in the palace pretty much forgot there were still two living, breathing humans in here with daily bodily needs. That meant no one brought us food, and on the flip side, no one came to deal with the daily aftermath of said food. A couple days was fine, but Tsue and I were planning to settle here long term. What were we supposed to do with all that waste? There were no flushing toilets in ancient times, and chamber pots had to be emptied manually. I was seriously pissed off that Ma Chongi would deliver a chamber pot, but not help figure out what to do when it was full. What kind of half-assed friendship is that? You give someone a pot and leave them to it? Total fake bestie energy. Without the right materials, I couldn't build a proper latrine in the cold palace. And burying it directly in the yard could risk killing our precious sweet potato sprouts. So Tsue and I roped Jingsheng in and spent 3 whole days running feasibility studies. In the end, we concluded that composting in the cold palace was both patriotic and practical. It solved our urgent needs, enriched the soil for our vegetable garden, and gave us a way to dispose of kitchen scraps. Win-win-win. The wisdom of the working class is endless. So when Imperial Consort Yuan showed up, what she saw was Tsue and me with our sleeves rolled up, stirring poop like our lives depended on it. As the saying goes, he who dwells long among stinky fish forgets the smell. Tsue and I were used to it by then. But Imperial Consort Yuan definitely wasn't. Once she got a clear look at the dark, steaming pile under our shovels, her eyes filled with tears, and then she puked all over the cold palace. She ran faster than Consort Li. I dropped my shovel and chased after her, shouting with all the passion in my lungs. I still need a knife, Fei. No idea if Consort Yuan, who ran so fast she left a blur behind, actually heard me. I'm guessing she didn't, because a whole month went by and no one ever brought me that knife. In fact, no one came to see me at all. According to palace gossip Jingsheng overheard, Consort Yuan ended up throwing up in her own quarters for half a month. People thought she might be pregnant. But when the imperial physician came to check, it turned out to be just stress-induced nausea. She became a cautionary tale in the palace. The message: even when fighting for favor, stay calm, or you'll end up like Consort Yuan, puking from missing His Majesty too much.
Sigh.
I think that fake friendship with Consort Yuan is beyond repair now. Meanwhile, the cold palace soil was visibly thriving. I tore up the stone tiles in the front yard to make space for more planting. Seriously, our great Chinese people can grow vegetables even in outer space, so what's wrong with me starting a veggie garden in the cold palace? Nothing's shameful about it. Once I established separate zones for cabbage, sweet potatoes, scallions, and garlic and radishes, I looked over the lush greenery of Yunxia Palace and started eyeing the imperial garden.
Why?
Because I wanted meat. We'd almost hunted all the mice in the cold palace. The only nest left looked like its residents were planning a move soon. Even the snakes had disappeared. My official explanation was that the food chain broke down, no mice, no snakes, but Tsue hit the nail on the head. They were gone because I ate them all. The oil we used came from a friend of Jingsheng's in the imperial kitchen, paid for with his monthly allowance. We had to ration it. Meat was even harder to come by. I hated leftovers. The only meat Jingsheng could get from the kitchen was what the imperial consorts didn't finish. I wouldn't touch it. As for rice, flour, pastries, and buns, forget it. Just thinking about them drives me mad. We could technically buy from outside the palace, but the layers of middlemen jacking up prices meant palace goods cost a fortune. My most valuable possession was still that bracelet, and we hadn't hit rock bottom yet, so I wasn't pawning it. But in my desperate craving for meat, I suddenly understood why that bastard emperor had to sleep with me one last time before deposing me. First, waste not, want not, might as well get one more use out of me. Second, it was basically a strip search. Because during the great harmony of life, you've got to take everything off, right? Whatever's on your head, your neck, your fingers, your arms, if it's gold or jade, it all comes off. That bracelet only made it out with me because it was too tight to pull off. If he'd followed official palace procedures to depose me inside my own palace, I could have shown up to Yunxia Palace decked out in gold and jade and eaten like royalty. I don't know if anyone else would believe that, but that stingy bastard emperor? He'd believe it for sure.
Ugh.
I curse his face, that miserly dog of a man. Suetsue looked at me, her eyes full of concern. Miss, are you okay? Grinding my teeth, I had only one thought left in my heart. Anyone who stands between me and meat must die. But as always, reality is crueler than dreams. The Imperial Palace is a magical place. When you're doing your job and following all the rules, you might not run into a single soul all day. But the moment you sneak off to do something shady, 100 pairs of eyes pop out to watch your every move. Unfortunately, I now belong to the latter case. Between me and the cute animals in the Imperial Garden stood an entire palace worth of Imperial guards, forbidden troops, embroidered uniform guards, and a small army of eunuchs, maids, and Imperial consorts. I had no idea about guard patrols or shift changes. I didn't know the maids or eunuchs' routes, or when the consorts would be trying to ambush the emperor for attention. Worst of all, if I went out now, everyone would probably recognize me, but I wouldn't recognize any of them. At first, my eyes were on those plump cranes near Shokong Palace. But the Empress Dowager had lived a long life, and her biggest wish was to live even longer. Those cranes were practically her lifeline. Even if she didn't go see them every day, she'd have the palace maids check on them to make sure they were alive and well. Sure, crane meat was abundant, but if even one went missing, the odds of getting caught were basically 100%. So I shifted my attention to the mandarin ducks in Tay Pond, the ones that swam around aimlessly like a scenic attraction. But for some reason, that scumbag emperor had recently developed a liking for boating on the lake. Even though he rarely showed up, it didn't stop the concubines from flocking to the pond, hoping to bump into him and win a promotion through a romantic encounter. Right after the emperor praised the scenery around Tay Pond, 2 court musicians, 5 maidservants, and 13 quite attractive palace attendants ended up falling in. It got to the point where the palace was in a panic. People started whispering that the pond was haunted. Consort Li, who was temporarily in charge of the Phoenix Seal, was ordered to step in and reinforce the patrols around the pond. No one fell in after that, but the problem was, my plan was ruined too. With clenched teeth, I crossed Tay Pond, off my list of potential meat sources. Suetsue came up with a new idea. Instead of only targeting places with a lot of meat, we should think about what could be eaten in places with fewer people. I thought that made a lot of sense. So, in the end, we settled on a tiny little pond next to Qingwu Palace, which was also in the southeast part of the Imperial Garden. The reasoning was simple. First, it was close to Yunxia Palace, so if we got discovered, the odds of making it back safely were higher. Second, Qingwu Palace was abandoned and rarely visited. Third, that little pond had lotus flowers. Even if there weren't any fish, we could at least scout the area, and when the season came, we could harvest lotus pods or dig up some lotus roots. To show my devotion to the cause of eating meat, I specially picked an auspicious day. In the dead of night, under the cover of darkness and a moonless sky, Suetsue and I snuck off to Qingwu Palace. The journey went so smoothly, it was almost unbelievable. I thought I must have used up all my lifetime luck just to make it there without even bumping into a single shadow. And then I realized I had used up all my luck on the way. If time could rewind, I would tell my past self 3 words. You're
So dumb.
Sure, it was a small pond, but that didn't mean the koi in there would bite like the 1 yuan a minute goldfish in the park. Suetsue and I each had a wooden stick, with sharpened bed hooks tied to one end, baited with earthworms. In the middle of the night, under moonlight, we sat by the pond like 2 idiots trying to fish for koi. Don't ask why we didn't try netting them. It's much easier to make a fishing rod than to weave a net. We sat there freezing for over half an hour. Good news. No guards discovered us. Bad news. No fish discovered us either. Sue's legs went numb, and she looked like she was about to cry. Miss, how about we try again tomorrow? I shifted my weight from my left foot to my right. I just couldn't accept going home empty-handed. Let's wait a little longer. Give it another half hour. If there's still nothing, we'll go back. Sue plopped down on the ground, totally done. Miss, if we get caught, we'll lose our heads.
All right.
As much as my heart wanted meat, reason told me Sue was right. Life is hard. Truly. All I wanted was a fish. Sue, why didn't I learn how to make a fish trap back when I was home? I deeply regretted being born inland before I transmigrated, where I had no opportunity to learn how to fish. Maybe my pitiful, meat-starved mood moved the transmigration gods, because the next morning when I woke up, I actually saw a fish trap sitting in our courtyard. Made of bamboo strips, with a wide belly and narrow mouth, and a little ring handle. It was placed squarely in front of the main hall's door. I was completely stunned. After transmigrating and experiencing survival challenges in the palace and rural farming life, was this finally the moment where the female lead gets her golden cheat item, a magical treasure? Sue was just as stunned as I was, maybe even more so, especially after confirming the fish trap had nothing to do with Jingsheng. Her expression leaned more toward horrified than delighted. Miss, who do you think sent this? You're asking me? How should I know? I'd rather believe it was a gift from a deity. But why would a god send me a fish trap instead of just giving me 2 fish? I, a woman of the new era, a proud successor of socialism, had actually been forced into believing in divine intervention just because I couldn't get any meat in ancient times. With this fish trap, things are much easier. Tonight, we'll just drop it into the pond. The lotus flowers in that pond looked pretty nice. As long as we didn't get too close, the trap probably wouldn't be noticed. Expressionless, I held the fish trap tightly in my arms. Sue grabbed me hard and wouldn't let go. Miss, you can't. What if this is a trap and they're just waiting for you to come out tonight so they can arrest you? I had to admire Sue's imagination. Whoever left the fish trap must have seen me fishing last night and heard me wish for one by the pond. If they wanted to harm me, they could have jumped out and caught me right then. No need for a second round. And even if they didn't want to reveal themselves, all they had to do last night was make a little noise and bring the guards over. I would have had no chance to escape. I refused to believe that scumbag emperor would actually charge me for stealing fish in the palace. But no matter how much I reasoned with Sue, she clung to my leg and wouldn't let me take a single step. Then Jingsheng joined her and held onto my other leg.
Fine.
I guess they just don't want me to eat meat. Originally, I was planning to wait until Sue fell asleep before sneaking out to place the trap, but alas, the cold palace environment was too good. No light pollution, no noise pollution. I hit the bed and fell asleep faster than Sue did. A socialist tough girl never admits defeat. I placed the fish trap next to my bed. Day 1 with the trap by my bedside, I craved grilled fish. Day 2, I wanted fish soup. Day 3, Westlake vinegar fish sounded great. Day 4, Chui woke me up while crying. At that time, I was dreaming of feasting on braised fish chunks. The fish basket was right there on my bedside table, looking as if it had never been taken out. If there wasn't a lively carp swimming inside, I might have almost believed it wasn't real. I sat cross-legged on the bed, seriously considering whether I had some kind of sleepwalking disorder. Miss, what should we do? Someone must be watching us, Chui said. According to her, we should destroy the fish evidence and throw it away immediately. I agreed. There's no better way to destroy evidence than to put the fish straight into your stomach. Chui couldn't argue with that, and sadly, went to boil some water. Radishes, cabbages, mushrooms, there's no vegetable that a fish hot pot can't fix. It would be perfect if only we had some chili. I called Jingsheng over, and the 3 of us sat hugging our bowls, eagerly waiting for the fish to cook. Chui obviously treated this meal like it might be her last, eating with anxious care. Under Jingsheng's worried gaze, I filled a bowl with plenty of fish meat, walked to the center of the courtyard, placed the bowl where the fish basket had appeared, knelt down with my hands clasped, and prayed sincerely. Heaven above, earth below, I vow to exchange the life of this scumbag for chili seeds and a jar of pickled vegetables, so I may soon eat pickled fish. If I break this vow, I am willing that this scumbag be impotent for life. Wishes work better when shouted out loud, so I basically yelled it at the top of my lungs. Chui Chui accidentally snorted while drinking her soup. But I meant every word. Yet, just like Consort Yuan Shu's promised knife never arrived, the chili seeds and pickled vegetable jar I begged the gods for did not fall from the sky. I still had to figure it out on my own. Jing Sheng contributed 3 lotus pots from Mingji Palace. I took 2 to pickle vegetables and saved 1 for lotus flowers. Though it was summer now, I had to prepare for winter ahead, right? But the problem right in front of me wasn't about food storage. Because with summer came not only heat but also mosquitoes. This was driving me nearly bald. Even though I had planted a full circle of mint and mugwort around the palace walls as a natural mosquito repellent, nature just can't wipe out mosquitoes completely. Every night, just as I was about to sleep, I'd hear the seductive buzz of mosquitoes near my ear. I went from slapping mosquitoes with both hands at first to catching them barehanded within just 3 days. That's when Chui Chui showed her skill as a clever maid and took out our only 2 sets of winter clothes, hanging them around the bed to act as a mosquito net. The good news: mosquitoes couldn't get in. The bad news: neither could the breeze. Chui Chui and I squeezed onto one bed, covered by a quilt, and nearly got heatstroke by morning. Miss, maybe we should sleep by the window? Chui Chui suggested with a grim face. That wasn't a bad idea because I had a big patch of mint planted right under the window. But on our first night sleeping outdoors, we got drenched by a sudden thunderstorm. I held my soaked blanket, wide-eyed, as lightning struck the roof of the small woodshed in the backyard where firewood was stored. A big hole was torn open amid the rolling thunder. All the dry branches I had carefully gathered were soaked through. I was stunned in the pouring rain. Then a louder noise came from the front yard.
Bang.
Before Chui Chui and I could react, a squad of guards burst in like a storm, face to face with me. We both froze in shock. I was scared because I'd lived here for months, and aside from a few visits in the first 3 months, this was the first time strangers entered Yunxia Palace. The guard was shocked because he came to check the lightning-damaged shed, never expecting someone inside Yunxia Palace. After regaining our composure, we both spoke at the same time. You're not an assassin, right? I'm not an assassin. The guard believed me. Of course, probably, because someone behind him called out my identity. The Empress? I was deeply moved. When the entire palace seemed to have forgotten there was once an empress, here was a guard who recognized me instantly. So, in the summer midnight rainstorm, I enthusiastically gave the guards a tour of how Yunxia Palace was managing on its own, slipping each one a cabbage as hush money. I had no choice. The carrots weren't ready yet. The squad leader noted the damage to the buildings, while I said repairing the house was no big deal, and I could get materials myself without bothering the Imperial Household Department. The guard's gaze held a complex emotion I couldn't read. He neither agreed nor refused, but left carrying my cabbage.
I took that as a yes.
Maybe my cabbage worked. Over the next month, the guards who came that night started bringing me things in turns. One day a bag of nails, the next a hammer, then some planks of wood. Nails and hammers were fine. I had no idea how they managed to sneak in the wood. The squad leader said, "Since the Empress doesn't want to draw attention, the brothers aren't going through the Imperial Household Department. They bring the materials directly, but guards on duty must record shift changes, so they can't stay too long to help with repairs. Please understand." Fair enough. Having materials was better than empty hands. After becoming a peasant cook, I finally unlocked a new skill: carpenter. To fix the roof, I had to climb up there first. The guards thought ahead and brought plenty of wood, so I could even assemble a ladder. When Zhang Gaiang came, I was lying on the roof, patching tiles one by one. Zhang Gaiang was the guard leader who burst in that day and faced me head-on. He and Li Yuan were the most frequent visitors delivering supplies. Li Yuan recognized me because I had once saved his life while still empress. Zhang Guyang probably came often simply because he was the squad leader and could schedule extra shifts for himself. At first, when they came, they were still shocked that the Empress herself would personally water the vegetables, plant seeds, start fires, and cook. But over time, they got used to it, just like Cui Cui. In the entire Yunxia Palace, it was just me and Cui Cui. I couldn't possibly let Cui Cui do everything by herself. Besides, she wasn't even as capable as I was. Zhang Guyang climbed up the ladder to the roof to help me lay tiles. While working, he grinned and asked, "Your Highness, what do you want me to bring you next time?" I looked at the blazing sun and was torn about whether I needed sunscreen or a big watermelon more. Zhang Guyang slyly pulled something yellowish out of his pocket. "I brought this for you." I glanced at what he was holding, then looked at him like he was clueless. "If you're bringing me a chicken, at least bring a hen. You brought a chick, and it's dead. How am I supposed to eat that?" Zhang Guyang was speechless. I could understand him, though. Most likely, he wanted to bring me a chick to raise in the backyard, one that would eventually lay eggs and later be eaten. But sneaking things into the palace wasn't easy. He had to patrol while keeping the chick quiet in his arms, and maybe he squeezed too hard when hiding it. Whether the poor chick died from suffocation, crushing, or something else didn't matter anymore. All I could say was, I was already grateful he didn't bring me a basket of eggs to hatch. The handsome guard's face turned bright red, and before I could say anything to ease the mood, he had already disappeared. Not even the unfortunate chick was left behind. Such a pity. If it had survived, I could have made lotus leaf-wrapped beggar's chicken. After all, even mosquito legs are meat, right? Cui Cui and I watched Zhang Guyang's retreating figure. After a while, I slapped my thigh. Oh no, I forgot to tell him next time I want needles and cotton thread. I can't sew, but Cui Cui can. She's a genuine, old-fashioned maid born and bred in ancient times. Cui Cui glanced at me, grabbed the basket of tiles, and went next door to discuss expanding Mingji Palace's vegetable patch with Jing Sheng. I always felt she was hinting at me somehow, but I had no proof. Since Zhang Guyang found Yunxia Palace, though, our food problems have been solved. Every time he patrolled by, he brought me a small bag of rice. Now I even have leftover rice to make sweet rice wine. In the hot summer, cooking a bowl of sweet rice cake, then cooling it in the well, and drinking it when the evening heat fades, that taste is simply unmatched. I don't know about others, but after one taste, Li Yuan specifically swapped his night patrol shifts just to come and drink a bowl whenever he could. At first, he would greet me. Later, he'd just walk straight into the courtyard, peer into the well, scoop out a bowl of mung bean porridge one day, fermented rice wine with eggs another day, all while chatting with Cui Cui. Don't think I don't know what he's up to. After the dead chick incident, Zhang Guyang seemed to have a bruised ego and didn't show up for 2 months. When he finally did, he brought a huge surprise. He brought me a live hen, a clucking one that actually lays eggs. God knows how he smuggled it in, but when he arrived, the hen was still fluttering in his hands. I dismantled the wood planks used for the ladder and, with Zhang Guyang, built a simple chicken coop in the backyard. Now, when I look at that hen, I see a walking egg machine. Boiled eggs, fried eggs, scrambled eggs, tamagoyaki, egg drop soup. I'm flipping through all the egg recipes in my head like a cookbook. Too bad I can't raise a rooster, or else next year I'd have a whole brood of chicks, meat when I want, eggs when I want. I smiled at the hen. Zhang Guyang smiled back at me. "You're quite a different person from before, Your Highness." No kidding. Before, Your Highness wasn't transmigrated here. My curiosity about my former self had been mostly worn down over these months of vegetable growing. According to Cui Cui, I'm different now. Well, different or not, I'm not the same person. Watching the hen pacing around Yunxia Palace, I patted Zhang Guyang on the shoulder. "Sounds like you've met the old me before. Dinner's on me. How about some smashed cucumbers?" In my 5th month in the cold palace, Yunxia Palace finally had another mouth to feed, even if just once. After Mid-Autumn Festival, the weather slowly cooled down, and I started thinking about digging a cellar under Yunxia Palace. It was hard work, too much for just Cui Cui and me. Zhang Guyang gathered the guards who had been bringing renovation materials. Each of them dug a few shovelfuls a day, and it took nearly half a month to finish. As thanks, Cui sewed each of them a little sachet filled with mugwort leaves I personally planted and dried. But for some reason, Zhang Guyang was very dissatisfied with the sachet. He complained about the stitching and the embroidery not being delicate enough. Then he awkwardly admitted that at least the scent was tolerable, so he reluctantly accepted it. Fine, whatever you say. I don't know what the scumbag emperor was thinking. Right after hosting a meal for the entire harem at mid-autumn, he was already planning an autumn hunt less than 2 weeks later. Zhang Guyang had to go along. When he told me, I realized his 2-month absence wasn't some sulking but an official assignment. On a whim, I asked him, and sure enough, those 2 months were because the emperor thought it was too hot, so he took his harem group to the summer palace to escape the heat. Sigh. Others transmigrating into a harem either become consorts or empresses, or at least get to ride horses on the battlefield with the male lead. Even if they can't blow up a fleet with a casual joke, at least the male lead would be amazed by their modern military knowledge, making the transmigration worthwhile. Me? After 5 months, the first man I met pulled me down from my pedestal. The second man surprised me with a hen. I felt really melancholy. Zhang Guyang ate dinner with me, then resolutely followed the emperor to the western hills hunting grounds. While the emperor was away, Yuan Shufei took charge of the harem. The autumn hunt was said to last a full 2 weeks. After they returned, preparations for the emperor's birthday and the longevity festival would begin. The palace lady in charge during the emperor's absence, Consort Yuan, was so busy she barely had time to think about me. Of course, the more likely truth was that she simply forgot I existed. For some unknown reason, the scumbag emperor still hadn't named an empress. According to the news Zhang Guyang brought, the top candidates now were Consort Yuan and Consort Li, and the two were fiercely rivaling each other inside the palace. To be honest, I was pretty curious about who would be crowned the next queen of palace intrigue. So, I gathered Jing Sheng from next door, pulled in Sui, and the 3 of us started a little betting game. Jing Sheng bet on Consort Li, because she was from the prestigious Longxi Li family. Sui favored Consort Yuan, since the Yuan family had made the right political moves before this emperor came to power. I had no choice but to bet on Consort Sun. Consort Qi just seemed to have been on good terms with my original self before, so just for that, I figured her chances of rising were slim. But honestly, it didn't matter much to me. Whoever became empress wasn't going to have the power to mess with me without the emperor's orders. An ex-girlfriend is an awkward existence at best. Especially when I was an upgraded version, the ex-wife of the ex-girlfriend. If possible, I just wanted to dutifully fulfill my role as an ex-wife and keep as far away as possible. But the reality was, I couldn't sneak out of the palace. For palace servants to leave, they had to get written permission from the emperor or empress, then take that permission to the Directorate of Ceremonies to get an official exit token, register their reason for leaving, destination, activities, and return time. For palace consorts, it was even more complicated. Not only permission, but advance notice to the Directorate about which servants and items they intended to take outside. Then there was buying supplies and cleaning the chamber pots. The former was a lucrative post that many people eyed jealously. If I wanted that kind of status, I might as well focus on becoming empress again. The latter, emptying chamber pots, wasn't popular, and precisely because of that, very few wanted to do it. It was always the same few faces who did it, and I couldn't break into the group. I couldn't escape, couldn't reclaim my official position, and frankly, who became empress was less appealing to me than trying to reduce the rate at which my rice got infested with bugs. So, soon enough, I tossed the whole bet without stakes out of my mind. Zhang Guyang brought me many gifts from the hunting grounds: 2 white rabbits, 6 skinned foxes, and their tanned pelts. They were sleek and glossy, all the same color. Just looking at them made me happy. But thinking back to how he had complained about Sui's embroidery skills, I felt I couldn't so easily admit I liked these gifts. So, I gave Zhang Guyang a long lecture on the importance of wildlife protection, then told Sui to quickly take the fox pelts downstairs to make small fur jackets. No scraps could be wasted, they could be cut to trim collars and cuffs for wind protection. Zhang Guyang looked utterly confused by my speech, but eventually, foolishly said, "Since your highness doesn't like fur, I won't bring you any next time." I was shocked. That won't do. Animals are precious, life even more so, but if for food, both can be sacrificed. So, I spent another half hour explaining to Zhang Guyang the benefits of animal pelts for human warmth in winter, sharing several, waiting by the tree stump for a rabbit-style stories. In conclusion, once dead, whether shot by you or another, or even killed by accident, it's all the same. After death, why waste the pelt? Making clothes out of it can save my life. Maybe even earn it merit in the underworld, so next life the animal reincarnates well. Zhang Guyang lowered his head, his shoulders twitching. I suspected he was laughing at me, but since his gifts were reliable this time, I didn't bother arguing. Got it. Your highness likes fur. I stomped my foot in frustration. Who told you I like fur? Foxes are so cute. How could you skin them? Zhang Guyang's eyes sparkled. Your highness doesn't like fur. Got it. I glared at him hard. Who told you I don't like fur? Fox fur is so soft and cute. Who wouldn't want to pet it? He grabbed my wrist and pulled me to sit beside him. Your highness likes fur to keep warm and also loves the fox's free spirit. Next time, I'll bring you those silly foxes who run headfirst into tree stumps chasing rabbits as gifts. This time I was satisfied. If only you'd been this straightforward from the start, everything would be fine. I shoved a small bag of my homemade dried peaches into Zhang Guyang's hand. A gift in return. Peaches had ripened in the palace with nowhere to store them, so it would have been a shame to waste them. Tsue, and I watched over them and dried them for several days until successful. The cost was that we both got several shades darker from the sun. This small bag was barely saved from my own mouth. It would have been eaten long ago otherwise. Zhang Guyang put the dried peaches safely away, then pushed his luck by making a request. Your highness's cooking is delicious, but next time I want you to sew me a bag yourself. I was indignant at his greed and firmly refused him with righteous indignation. After Zhang Guyang left, Tsue slyly crept over and said she could teach me embroidery again. I didn't answer, but held out my hands to her. Tsue, what do you think of these hands now? Tsue looked confused. I remembered that when I first arrived, the original owner's hands were pale and delicate, with no calluses at all. After 6 months in the cold palace, they were covered with countless scars, cuts from weeding, burns from firewood, splinters from carpentry, plus sun and rain exposure. I had multiple calluses. My hands felt rough. Zhang Guyang was a palace guard who had worked his way into the emperor's hunting party and could arrange his own patrol schedule. If not for his family background, he must have climbed very high on his own. A man like that would normally have a lady in his back courtyard who was a typical noblewoman of this era, virtuous, managing the household accounts, sewing sachets and handkerchiefs with maids, occasionally cooking soups, a couple's pastime. Not someone like me, the discarded empress who couldn't even sneak out of the palace. I felt inexplicably a bit down, so at dinner I ate an extra bowl of rice with scallion omelette. Cui didn't understand what was on my mind, but she didn't bring it up again. It was said that the longevity festival organized by Consort Yuan went flawlessly. The scumbag emperor was so pleased that although he didn't officially promote Consort Yuan, he publicly praised her as a virtuous model for the harem during the palace banquet and assigned both Consort Yuan and Consort Li to jointly manage the Imperial Phoenix Seal and organize the Grand New Year's feast. That was just plain ridiculous. I have nothing but contempt for such shameless and underhanded behavior from that scumbag emperor. Originally, Zhang Guyang had promised to sneak over after his shift to keep me company for New Year's Eve, but before the banquet even ended, chaos broke out in the palace. Guards were running all over the palace searching for someone. According to Li Yuan, a female assassin had sneaked in during the banquet and tried to assassinate the emperor while the dancers were performing. Although she failed, she escaped. The emperor was furious and demanded that she be found at all costs, alive or dead. even if they had to dig 3 feet underground. If it had only been a lone assassin, that would have been bad enough. But consorts Yuan and Li immediately started blaming each other over who was responsible for the assassin's origin. Words escalated until the emperor ordered that every dish served at the banquet be retested for poison. The results came back showing that 3 soups, 5 broths, and over a dozen desserts all contained various levels of poison. Some caused diarrhea and vomiting, some caused delirium, and one was instantly lethal. Now the hornet's nest was truly stirred. Consort Yuan said the menu was Consort Li's responsibility. Consort Li said the ingredients were procured by Consort Yuan. Consort Yuan said the serving was handed off to Consort Sun by Consort Li. Consort Li claimed Consort Qi also inquired if she could help with anything. Consort Sun broke down crying, protesting she was innocent. Consort Qi backed her up, saying she had no access to the poison and implored His Majesty to investigate thoroughly. That night, no one in the entire palace got any sleep. Zhang Guiyang and the guards searched Yunxia Palace top to bottom 7 or 8 times. I was on edge, terrified they would break my pickled vegetable jars. Luckily, they only searched people, not chickens. My old hen, 2 white rabbits, 2 jars of pickled vegetables, and the cellar full of cabbages, sweet potatoes, pumpkins, and radishes all remained intact thanks to Zhang Guiyang's efforts. The assassins seemed to have vanished into thin air, completely disappearing within the vast palace grounds. The search expanded from the palace to the entire city. Security around the palace increased significantly compared to before the new year. Zhang Guiyang was so busy he barely had time to visit and only sent Li Yuan to deliver the message that he couldn't sneak over to keep me company lately. I totally understood. A man must prioritize his career. Lately, Cui had become obsessed with planning the Mingji Palace rabbit farm renovation with Jing Sheng. They spent every day sneaking into the neighboring room, whispering behind closed doors. I guess they were either discussing how to make spicy rabbit heads or how to braise rabbit meat. Because the rabbits Zhang Guiyang brought me were a male and a female, I fully supported Cui's efforts to improve our food supply. Radishes were free to take, but the rabbits had to be fattened well. Honestly, I was just tired of eating radishes. Radish soup, shredded radish, stir-fried radish, stewed radish, or pickled radish. I didn't want any of it anymore. On the 3rd day of the citywide assassin hunt, I went down to the cellar to get radishes for Cui. As I moved the piled cabbages aside, I suddenly saw a hand inside. That hand was holding a dagger. The dagger's tip was pressed against my chest. Cui held a rabbit cage with one hand, crouched at the cellar door, and asked, "Miss, can you manage? Or should I help?" The dagger pressed against me, probing forward. Excited, I told Cui to quickly take the rabbits to find Jing Sheng. Then I grabbed the hand holding the dagger and shook it up and down eagerly. "You finally came." Every heroine must save an injured hero at some point. The time travel novels don't lie. For some reason, the hand gripping the dagger pulled back with effort. I pushed the cabbage pile aside and revealed a face that was indeed quite handsome. Though somewhat effeminate, it was still beautiful. Looking at him, I was like a wolf starved for 10 days suddenly spotting a piece of meat. The young man's eyes held a hint of amusement at first, but after meeting my gaze, he shivered visibly. Did the lady await me? I guessed he originally wanted to say, "If you dare speak of this, I'll kill you." But my opening line was so chilling that he gave up and switched to a question instead. That question might have been even harder to answer. If I said yes, that would prove 2 things. First, I knew he was coming. Second, I knew what he intended. The problem was I didn't know either. If I said no, I'd have to explain my earlier statement. I wasn't sure if he'd understand what a time-traveling genius was if I told him. So I just kept digging him out of the cabbage pile with full effort. The young man's wrist moved, twirling a neat blade flourish, and then sheathed the dagger somewhere. "You still?" Before he could ask his second question, I stared intently at his hand, grabbed his sleeve, and looked at him with admiration. "How did you do that?" "Do it again." When Cui came back, she saw a composed young man sitting in the sunlight, performing 100 different ways to sheath a knife for me. I sat beside him, doing my best to play the naive, supportive sidekick. I showered him with perfect compliments like, "Wow, that's amazing," and "Oh my, I didn't even see you sheath at that time." Chui's mouth dropped wide open, big enough to fit a whole egg. "Miss who? Who is he?" "He's the male lead the time-traveling genius gave me. I don't care who he is." The young man glanced at Chui, pursed his lips, and said nothing. He refused to perform his knife tricks for me anymore.
Sigh.
That girl didn't even say when she'd be back. I decided to give the young man a way out. "You don't recognize him? He's the youngest son of Minister Gu's family, ran away from his marriage, and ended up here." Tsue looked at me with sympathy. "Miss, don't you remember? Our minister's surname isn't Gu. There's no youngest son, and his son has been married for 8 years. I slammed my hand on the step. "Who cares if you're the miss or I'm the miss? I say he ran away from his marriage, so he did." Tsue. "Fine, you're the miss, you have the final say." The boy chuckled softly beside me. "Yes, I lied to you just now. I'm not really Minister Gu's youngest son, but I did run away from my marriage and ended up here." I gave Tsue a triumphant look that said, "See? I told you so. Since you ran away from your marriage, just stay here until the heat dies down. This place is safe. No one will find you here." Yunxia Palace had no other perks except its large size and many rooms. Adding one more person was no problem at all. While the boy wandered all over the palace, Tsue whispered to me, "Miss, he definitely isn't from the palace. I know all the noble families, and there are no princes in the palace yet. Sun Xianfei just got pregnant with her first recently. Well, the emperor's performance wasn't impressive if it took that long for the palace to have a prince. But no matter what, I decided to keep this guy around, not for anything else but because of what he said to me before Tsue came back. Your Highness, is the carp still tasty?" That was a favor bigger than giving help in a crisis. I called it a kindness of giving meat instead of just charcoal. I don't know why, but when the boy heard me thank him, his expression twitched uncontrollably.
At first, the boy said his name was Meng Yi.
I showered him with praise for 500 words, from Mencius to Lord Mengchang, from loyalty and filial piety to righteousness and great benevolence. Eventually, the boy couldn't take it and told me the truth, to call him Su Sheng. He just wasn't honest. Everyone already knew I was the deposed empress, and yet he wasn't willing to tell me his real name cheerfully. Tsue initially had some doubts about me taking in Su Sheng, but later she accepted it. Especially after she found out Su Sheng not only could avoid Zhang Guiyang's visits, but also mysteriously managed to bring many things that shouldn't be in Yunxia Palace. She became even more welcoming to Su Sheng's permanent stay. If Zhang Guiyang quietly sneaked me some food supplies, Su Sheng was basically a mobile imperial kitchen. From trending pastries to chicken, duck, and fish, from silk and brocade to charcoal and incense, whatever I could think of, Su Sheng could bring it. He even dug out a secret chamber beside the cellar that Zhang Guiyang originally dug just to store all these illicit luxury goods. Overwhelmed with excitement, I gave Su Sheng an honorary title, Su Dora A Sheng. Thanks to the tireless efforts of Su Sheng and Zhang Guiyang, one openly, one secretly, in my first year stuck in the cold palace, I had turned Yunxia Palace into a place of decadent luxury right under the emperor's nose. During the Lantern Festival, Zhang Guiyang came to see me again. He brought me a rabbit lantern and some news. The female assassin from the last palace assassination attempt had been found. When they captured her, she resisted fiercely, so the guards surrounded her tightly. She jumped into the river and drowned on the spot. I just listened to the gossip and told Tsue to find a suitable place to hang the lantern. Zhang Guiyang seemed to want to say more but hovered awkwardly beside me and finally just said he had to patrol, then hurried away. Su Sheng stepped out of the shadows and reached out his hand to me. "Come on, I'll take you to the lantern market." Tsue hung the extinguished rabbit lantern at the main hall's entrance. I watched the little white rabbit sway in the wind and found it strangely glaring. I never lit lamps at night. I was afraid people would remember that the deposed empress was still living in Yunxia Palace. So far, it seemed to be working pretty well. Su Sheng noticed me staring at the lantern without moving and snorted. He picked up a small stone and flicked it, popping a hole right through the paper lantern. Hurry up. I'll get you a phoenix lantern to make up for it. That was the first non-food gift Zhang Gaiong gave me. Before I could even warm up to it, Su Sheng destroyed it. Of course, I wasn't happy. But before I could slap him, he threw a bundle at me. Inside was a complete set of palace-made clothes, even with the official badge. I held the bundle and stared at him, a bit stunned. If you get caught sneaking out, you'll lose your head. Su Sheng was unhappy about my doubting his skills. He grabbed the bundle and insisted on helping me change. I kicked him against the wall at the base. Then I saw what they call ancient flying wall running techniques.
Uffed.
More like climbing walls. Su Sheng's method for sneaking out was nothing like I imagined. He didn't unlock my joints to slip me out, nor did he pull me up onto a beam like in martial arts novels. He said I was too heavy to climb with, so he just threw me over. Yes, literally threw me. One hand grabbed my collar, the other lifted my ankle, and like tossing a sack, he hurled me over the palace wall. Before tossing me, he even stuffed a rag in my mouth, claiming it was to stop me from screaming and attracting the guards.
Screw that.
If the Lantern Festival didn't satisfy me, I'd buy 10 or 20 pounds of arsenic and lace his food with it. Chew it raw. I don't even know what route Su Sheng took. After crawling through 2 dog holes, flying over 3 palace walls, and dodging countless rounds of patrolling guards, I finally breathed the air outside the palace. 1 word. Refreshing. 2 words. Very refreshing. 3 words. Insanely refreshing. If it weren't for the crowds on the street, I definitely would have thrown my head back and laughed out loud, shouting 3 times, "I, Hu Han San," and back again. The Lantern Festival itself didn't matter much. The important thing was that I was out. Su Sheng took me to buy some plain clothes. We used the backyard of the shop to change, then strutted through the streets together. I wanted to bring something back for both Tsue and Jingsheng from everything I saw. But Su Sheng advised me to eat everything on the spot. Otherwise, he'd have to carry a bunch of random stuff and me at the same time, which would be risky. I suspected it was because he hadn't brought enough money. So, I openly voiced my suspicion to him. Su Sheng sneered, then pulled out a pouch of money from his pocket and slapped it into my hands. Buy whatever you want. If you manage to spend all the money in this pouch today, I'll admit defeat. Didn't expect this guy to be a hidden rich kid. I weighed the pouch and looked at Su Sheng with newfound respect. The Lantern Festival was crowded, and Su Sheng held my hand tightly. He must be naturally slippery like an eel. Among so many people, he could still navigate through the crowd, leading me straight into it, and not lose me. Maybe it was just my imagination, but I thought I saw Zhang Gaiong. More precisely, it was him with a girl who perfectly fit the era's standards, strolling through the lantern market. When I saw him, he was shielding the girl from the crowd, and as he turned his head, he caught sight of me. The moment Zhang Gaiong looked back, Su Sheng pulled me away quickly. Honestly, the way Zhang Gaiong looked at me was like he'd seen a ghost. But before I could laugh it off, Su Sheng grabbed me and started sprinting. His agility and footwork were nothing short of amazing. He led me out of the crowd and stopped by the river where the lanterns were floated. He grabbed a lotus-shaped lantern from an old lady's stall and shoved it into my arms, then pressed on my shoulder and said, before turning to leave, "Make a wish for me. Stay here and wait. If I'm not back by dawn, you leave the capital on your own." I clutched the pouch of money in one hand and the lantern in the other, feeling like crying. I wanted to leave, but I didn't know the way out of the city, big brother. The old lady selling lanterns smiled kindly and asked for payment, then comforted me, saying he was probably planning a surprise and that I shouldn't worry, but just wait patiently. As if I had anywhere else to go. I didn't write a wish on the lantern. I can barely write, just stick figures. But I didn't wait long. Something happened at the festival, and suddenly the crowd grew chaotic. When the third squad of guards passed by and began driving people away, Su Sheng appeared from nowhere and dragged me running back toward the palace. For some reason, I always felt going back was easier than coming out. Looking back, it was probably because we had fewer encounters with patrols. But that's all in hindsight. Back at Yunxia Palace, Tsue was nearly losing her mind waiting for me. When she saw me, she acted like she'd found a treasure and wiped her teary eyes, about to come over and say goodbye properly. But Su Sheng didn't give her the chance. He dragged me straight inside, threw me onto the bed, and pounced on me to start stripping my clothes. Tsue was stunned, and honestly, so was I. If it weren't for his somewhat rational words, I would have thought he went off to buy aphrodisiacs. Because he said, "Hurry up and take it off. The guard who knows you will be back soon." Damn, I'd forgotten about that. I stripped faster than Su Sheng. When I was down to just my stomach cloth, Tsue finally came to her senses, rushed over, grabbed my hands, and shouted, "Your Highness, you can't do this. It's still the palace." "Oh, so it's okay if we weren't in the palace?" Tsue, you're full of surprises. I really misjudged you. I trusted Su Sheng to handle things because before leaving, he even wiped the soles of my shoes clean. Wrapping myself in a quilt, barefoot, I jumped off the bed and caught the young man who was about to leave. "Tell me the truth. Did you ditch me to go roam the brothels alone?" Su Sheng was caught off guard by my question and paused before answering. "No, don't imagine things." Putting on the tone of someone who's been around, I gave him a serious lecture. "Young man, full of vigor and passion. It's normal to look for girls, but next time remember to take me along so I can see the sights. Going to brothels is so exciting, and he didn't invite me? No loyalty." I looked down on him. Su Sheng frowned and fired back with 3 quick denials. "Who told you I went to that kind of place?" I said I didn't, so I didn't. I grinned slyly, wiped some invisible stuff on his lips, and waved my finger teasingly in front of him. "Not bad, Xiao Su. Sounds like it was intense if you're all neatly wiped." "What did that girl look like?" Su Sheng stepped back twice, his ears turning red. "Don't imagine things." "Fine, I did go to the brothel. Happy now?" I beamed, hooking my arm around his. "Not at all, not at all. Next time, take me along." Su Sheng shrugged me off, his gaze turning cold. "You're a woman. What are you doing in a place like that?" What else could I do? The typical time-traveling heroine move. Dress as a man, visit a brothel, and spend a fortune to redeem the top courtesan. It's been a year, and I still haven't done those classic moves. So I answered Su Sheng emphatically. "I want to redeem the courtesan and show everyone that I've got plenty of money." Su Sheng was probably shocked by my fresh and lofty ambition. He didn't argue anymore and slipped 3 times while climbing over the wall. I felt a bit melancholy. Other stories have male leads and supporting males who remain pure for the heroine, but my top 2 guys, one strolling the Lantern Festival with another girl, the other ditching me to go to a brothel. I wrapped myself in the quilt and walked back, only to realize I'd started my period. There was a pool of blood on the bed, and after the cold wind hit it, my lower belly started hurting a little. Looking at the timing, at least I made it back in time. Aunt Flo is way more obedient than any man. Tsue fetched some wood ash for me while mumbling that she was nearly worried to death and nervously said that luckily, no guards had come to visit while I was out. Otherwise, she really wouldn't have known how to cover for me. I sat cross-legged on the bed, Tsue holding the dirty quilt to wash tomorrow, when suddenly, I heard the poor gate of Yunxia Palace slam loudly again. If I'm not mistaken, it's probably been kicked down again. Zhang Guyong strode inside, his face so dark it looked like you could wring water from it. "Your Majesty, I need a reasonable explanation from you." Oh, so now he's calling himself my subject? I didn't even chase him for being disloyal and secretly meeting other girls, and now he dares to ask me for an explanation? Even if this was my fault, I'd never back down. If I expose Su Sheng, that's one thing, but if no one helps me move my stuff, what then? "Lord Zhang, it seems you're putting on the guard act for me." "Well, consider this. I'm just a fallen, disgraced empress, now a commoner. How could I possibly deserve to be called Your Majesty by you? From now on, it's better if you distance yourself from me, so you won't jeopardize your official career." When I said this, I didn't feel much. After all, when I was the empress, I didn't enjoy much glory either. For me, there was no real rise or fall because I never really rose. But for Cui Cui it was different. She had been the original empress's personal maid, the highest-ranking palace maid, basically a legend among the palace servants. Now following me and handling every little thing herself, it was pretty heartbreaking to think about. So just as I finished speaking and before I could even wipe my eyes, Cui Cui, clutching the bedsheets, suddenly let out a loud sob and cried. My poor lady, you've truly suffered. Me. Those who know understand I'm complaining, but those who don't might think I'm on my deathbed. It turns out women's tears are a deadly weapon against decent men. But this weapon doesn't lower men's intelligence, only weakens their willpower. Zhang Guyang looked at Cui Cui's sincere sobbing, then at me, hiding my face in a handkerchief pretending to sniffle, and the domineering aura he had when kicking down the door just moments ago completely deflated. Your Majesty, please don't cry. I just wanted to ask where you were just now. You just want to ask where I was kicking down doors? Yeah, right, you sly old fox. Cui Cui hiccuped mid-cry, perfectly covering up that moment when she ran out of tears and felt guilty. I held the handkerchief tight, not daring to look up. I want to ask Lord Zhang where I could have gone? I'm just a commoner locked away in the cold palace. Even the palace maids rank higher than me. I'm the only civilian here. I want to go out, but who would take me? Su Sheng would. Isn't that obvious? If I can't use the front gate, I can crawl through a dog hole. I stiffened my neck, without a single tear, forcing a choked voice. I know today is the Lantern Festival, and you pitied me and sent me a rabbit lantern. But I still want to see how lively the lantern market is outside. But I can't get out. I don't know why you're angry, and I don't dare ask. I just want to say, if you calm down, can you tell me what the lantern market looks like outside? Ugh, who doesn't know how to fake whining? You're out there at the lantern market cozying up with some girl, then come back to question me about why I saw you wanting to eat a pot and look at a basin? I could cry myself to death over you, you damn man. I don't know how many girls find their ideal husbands at the Lantern Festival. I've lost hope and given up on it, but if I can see others' happiness, I think that's good enough. Ugh. Beautiful, kind-hearted, and a total hypocrite. I'm almost sick of my own jealousy. But straight men fall for this every time. Zhang Guyang visibly looked guilty. Today I was reckless. Please don't cry, Your Majesty. I'll have the door repaired later. Men are always like this. I quickly took the opportunity to backpedal. You needn't blame yourself. It's your duty to guard the palace. But I'm just a commoner. To avoid suspicion, it's better if we have less contact in the future. Go find your matching noble girl and stroll the lantern market with her. Zhang Guyang looked even more awkward. I don't think having contact with Your Majesty is... He didn't finish because Cui Cui, still crying freely, suddenly lifted her hand, revealing a bloodstain on the bedsheet. Zhang Guyang grabbed the bedsheet immediately. Your Majesty, how did this happen? Me? How do you expect me to explain this? You're a grown man, dude. Do I have to explain my period to you? Zhang Guyang's face turned even darker than when he caught me trying to escape earlier. Your Majesty, do you know that today the Emperor took Consort Qi to the lantern market and they encountered that female assassin from last time? I only cared about two things. First, wasn't that assassin forced by the guards to jump into the river and commit suicide? Second, did that female warrior succeed or not? But since Zhang Guyang still had time to come and interrogate me, that warrior probably failed again. As for the whole jump into river to die thing, it's like jumping off a cliff always meets a big river, jumping from a building always breaks a leg, or jumping from a mountaintop always hits a branch. Whether protagonist or side character, no one actually dies by jumping into the river. Cui Cui, and I thought alike. She asked the first question I cared about. Lord Zhang, didn't you say last time that assassin was already killed? Zhang Guyang grabbed my wrist tightly. Your Majesty, you'd better explain this blood to me. When the assassin tried to kill the Emperor, I stabbed her once, and she was injured. I struggled but found his grip strong and gave up. Because this one didn't need my answer. Just as Cui Cui saw him interrogate me, she completely lost it. What is there to explain? My lady is having her period, and you question her like a thief? None of the girls in your Zhang family have periods? Zhang Guyang fled from Yunxia Palace with his head in his hands, his face red and ears hot. The sweet, cute Cui Cui transformed into a female tyrant, standing at the door with hands on hips, cursing loudly at Zhang Guyang's retreating back.
Sigh.
If only she hadn't announced my period so clearly that the entire northeastern corner of the palace could hear it, that would have been even better. But there was one thing I was really concerned about. Even if I rushed back to the palace a bit too fast, or got a little too shocked when Su Sheng was tearing at my clothes, there was no way I could be so stunned that I didn't even notice my period had arrived. Whether that blood was actually mine, I honestly couldn't guarantee. But such a small thing wasn't worth telling Cui Cui about. Girls are delicate, and I didn't want to scare her. I was considering, once Su Sheng came back, catching him off guard by tearing his clothes to check his wound. However, Su Sheng must have been annoyed by my comment about redeeming a courtesan at the brothel because he didn't show up for several days. Instead, Zhang Guyang shamelessly kept coming to Yunxia Palace every day under the pretense of making amends. If Jing Sheng hadn't told me the palace guards had been searching every nook and cranny madly lately, I might almost have believed him. I knew Zhang Guyang didn't believe I hadn't gone out during the Lantern Festival. Such a two-faced man. But none of that mattered much. This was an era without surveillance cameras. As long as I stubbornly claimed Zhang Guyang was blind, there was nothing he could do about it. What I cared more about was the connection between Su Sheng and that female assassin. After all, both assassination attempts lined up suspiciously well with his whereabouts. During the first palace assassination attempt, I found him in the cellar. During the second attempt at the Lantern Festival, he just happened not to be with me. While turning soil in the vegetable garden, I imagined a TV drama with 100 episodes, a heroic pair of male and female warriors roaming the martial world, falling in love and unable to part. Could it be that I had accidentally predicted the truth? He fled an arranged marriage and ended up here with me? A genius assassin from a famous assassin organization, escaping to avoid marrying the leader's daughter, hiding in the palace, only to find the assassin girl came to kill the emperor, got injured by the guards who lacked chivalry, and then Su Sheng heroically rescued her, helping her escape through water magic. During this, they fell for each other, so when the girl tried to assassinate again, Su Sheng didn't hesitate to leave me behind to help his beloved. The more I thought about it, the more plausible it seemed. The blood on my quilt either belonged to his beloved or was blood he shed protecting her. Maybe I transmigrated here just to farm vegetables in the palace, not to play a love story. Right now, the guy probably didn't even know where to hide from his little lover. I felt pretty down. But this gloom didn't last long, because reality quickly taught me a lesson from Su Sheng's disappearance. Men are unreliable. Only my work won't betray me. Compared to a love that died before it even started, I should care more about whether my spring seedlings would sprout. Isn't it true? It's easy to go from frugality to extravagance, but hard to go back? No wonder Su Sheng's previous lifestyle, moving things around at any time, had corrupted my socialist labor spirit. If it weren't for the good news from next door, Jing Sheng, I might have forgotten spring was coming. Spring isn't just the season when all living things revive, as textbooks say, nor just the animal mating season, as Zhao Zhongxiang explained on Animal World. It's also the season reminding me to prepare next year's dinner table. The rabbit breeding method Cui Cui and Jing Sheng researched had been a great success. The batch of rabbits born in Mingji Palace this spring gave me the resounding first shot toward finally being self-sufficient and eating meat in the palace. Is braised rabbit meat not fragrant enough, or is spicy rabbit head not tasty? Love is built on a full stomach. The economic foundation determines the superstructure. I looked at the little rabbits piled in a heap and was moved to tears. What are men? Being able to freely eat meat. That's true beauty. I grabbed Cui Cui and Jing Sheng, ready to start the second-year renovation plan for Yunxia Palace. In the first year, with strong support from Zhang Guyang and Su Sheng, Yunxia Palace barely achieved basic food security. Well, for just me and Cui Cui. In the second year, I plan to fully develop the surroundings of Yunxia Palace and make the menu more diverse. This idea came when I found a patch of wormwood on a small grassy area outside Yunxia Palace while visiting Mingji Palace. It felt like finding treasure. Cui Cui didn't understand why I treated wild grass like a treasure, but still stood lookout for me while I picked the vegetables, constantly urging me to stop soon before someone noticed. Hair long, inside short. Since Cui Cui was also a noble family's maid, I didn't argue with her. By dinner, I mixed the wormwood with smoked bacon from New Year's and some luxurious peanuts and stir-fried a big pot of communal food. By then, Cui Cui had fully agreed with my plan to plant a small patch of wormwood inside Yunxia Palace. Especially when I mentioned that if we had glutinous rice, we could make green dumplings, Cui Cui volunteered to personally dig up the greens at night. I seriously discussed with Cui Cui whether we should ask Zhang Gaiang next time to bring some soybeans. After all, both bean sprouts and boiled edamame are delicious. If I had a grinding stone, I could even make tofu. Peanuts are also a great choice. Fried peanuts count as meat on a street food tray. What's this? Cui Cui and I were greedily eyeing and fake polite about the last bowl of communal food when suddenly a hand reached over my head and took the pot away right in front of our eyes. Just like his mysterious disappearance, Su Sheng returned without warning, as if appearing from nowhere, standing behind me. I lunged to grab the pot back, but he was strong and long-armed. He easily pressed a paw on my forehead, and I could only punch the air toward him. Who said I'm letting you eat? Give it back. I'm not full yet. Su Sheng dodged me while scooping rice from the pot, and Cui Cui, this little traitor, actually handed him a spoon. She's turning against me. I sat on a chair, fuming, glaring at him with my eyes. Su Sheng dragged a chair and boldly sat down next to me. I've just been busy lately and haven't come to see you. No need to hold a grudge. I looked him over and didn't see any sign of injury. Since when does the male lead get injured without lying in bed, being waited on with tea for at least half a month before he can barely get up? With the way he's eating like a starving ghost reborn, I'm guessing he didn't take a knife for his childhood sweetheart. Cui Cui said she was going to check the doors and windows, then she disappeared in a flash. Su Sheng was eating in huge mouthfuls, like he hadn't eaten for days, while still fishing for praise. I'll bring you beans and peanuts next time. But since you can't really hide a stone mill, I'll just bring you some tofu instead. I was momentarily stunned, then ground my teeth and grabbed the broom. It proved that men and women focus on totally different things in conversations. For Su Sheng, the key point was to know exactly what I needed to earn praise. For me, his words automatically got filtered as, "You clearly came back long ago, yet you just stood there silently watching me work. And now you have the nerve to brag about it. No wonder he got a beating from me." Cui Cui watched me wield a perfectly ordinary broom with the fury of a legendary halberd, chasing Su Sheng around Yunxia Palace 3 times. Then Zhang Guiyang's voice came from the doorway. I have to admit, that was a day worthy of being recorded in history. At that moment, there was really only a thin door separating Su Sheng and Zhang Guiyang, and that door wasn't even latched. If Zhang Guiyang hadn't kicked the door twice, leaving it with a knock-on effect, those two would have been face-to-face by now. In slow motion, the door being pushed open felt like a crucial moment. Should I climb over the wall or hide under the bed? Should I point and say, "This is Jing Sheng," after he changed his appearance, and later we'll have a grand castration ceremony for him? Or should I lie and say, "This is a new guard dropping by for dinner"? 7 or 8 thoughts raced through my mind. Compared to my stunned standing with a broom, Su Sheng reacted much faster. He immediately dashed toward the cellar. He was so quick I barely had time to tell him that the secret room he dug out in the cellar to stash charcoal was already packed full by me. So Zhang Guiyang pushed the door open and saw me standing heroically with a broom, Cui Cui next to me looking terrified. The ever-polite guard looked puzzled for a long moment, then asked, "Your Highness, are you personally catching mice?" What else could I say? Cui Cui swallowed dryly and made a gesture inviting Zhang Guiyang in. But Zhang Guiyang suddenly lost it, snatched the broom from my hand, and said he wanted to help find the mouse holes and pour water in to eliminate the problem for good. Then he started searching the whole courtyard for mouse holes. Without thinking, I lunged and grabbed Zhang Gaiang. Absolutely not. He looked down at me calmly. Your Highness, don't you want to find the mice? What if they eat the vegetables you planted? Now's definitely not the time to back down. So I met his steady gaze firmly. You can search all you want, but pouring water into mouse holes is absolutely not allowed. I'm counting on them to change things up and eat some meat. Zhang Gaiang resolutely tore me off and kept roaming the palace. Cui Cui moved closer, tugging my sleeve. Miss, is that okay? I tilted my head. Let's give it a try. That secret room was actually quite well hidden. Zhang Gaiang had helped me move vegetables down to the cellar many times during winter, but never realized it was a suite, perfect for hiding Su Sheng, if I hadn't planted mushrooms there in the cracks. The cellar was a great place for growing mushrooms, naturally cool, space-saving, and with a bit of daily watering, the yield was good. Originally, I wanted to use the little suite to raise rabbits, but rabbits dig holes. If I locked them in, they'd just tunnel all over the palace. The cellar had to stay dry in winter, so no mushrooms then. But spring was coming, and with most things eaten up and Su Sheng disappearing without notice, I couldn't let such a prime spot go to waste. Outside was for storing firewood. Inside was damp for mushrooms.
Perfect.
The only downside was the need to open the door often to ventilate, or the carbon dioxide buildup would be strong enough to make someone faint. Zhang Gaiang searched carefully, going into the cellar, and even climbing onto the beams with a stool. I wanted to ask how mice dug holes in beams, but since I wasn't exactly in the right to question it, I let it be. As long as he didn't stay down there too long, I was fine with him climbing beams. Besides, when he climbed up, I handed him a cloth to wipe things down, might as well call it a big cleaning day. Yunxia Palace had many beams, counting the east and west annexes, inner suites, and storage rooms. Zhang Gaiang was patient, wiping one room after another, from noon till sunset. When he left, he looked at me with a particularly pitiful gaze. Your Highness, forget about eating mice. Next time, I'll definitely bring you some meat. Hearing that made me want to raise chickens even more. The laying hen was now a protected animal in Yunxia Palace. I gave it the West Annex to live alone. According to Cui Cui, it was treated like an official. After Zhang Gaiang left, Cui Cui wanted to dig for Su Sheng in the cellar, but I stopped her. That guy was clearly using the excuse of finding mice to look for other men in my Yunxia Palace. What if he was staging a tactical retreat before making a comeback? So calmly, I pulled Cui Cui away to prepare dinner. I waited until Zhang Gaiang brought meat again, then insisted he stay for dinner. Under Cui Cui's admiring gaze, I saw the guard off and slowly descended into the cellar. The cellar was silent. Cui Cui looked very nervous. Miss, what if he suffocated to death down here? I was a bit unsettled too. It shouldn't be that bad. The cellar wasn't airtight, so death was unlikely. At worst, he'd just pass out. But what if he was just unlucky? Cui Cui clung to my sleeve, trembling behind me. Honestly, I wanted to hide behind her too. But there were only 2 people inside, and if we wasted any more time, Su Sheng might really end up dead in there. I instructed Cui Cui to stand to the side, ready to support Su Sheng the moment the door opened, so he wouldn't hit his head again and give me amnesia. Then I'd really be doomed. Cui Cui obediently moved aside and stood by. I focused, took a deep breath, spat symbolically into my palm twice, then with a fierce push, I flung the door open to both sides. Then I immediately regretted it. I thought to myself, I should have brought a bucket. Even if not a bucket, I should have at least brought a cloth. Cui Cui covered her mouth and let out a small gasp, not even going to catch him. Of course, I didn't either, because I instinctively stepped aside. Su Sheng collapsed straight out of the doorway, his head hitting the ground with a loud thud. I can't be blamed for being unkind, it's just that I didn't know enough. I only knew that carbon dioxide poisoning could cause fainting from lack of oxygen, but I didn't expect a side effect called vomiting. The moment the door opened, a man who had vomited all over himself just fell onto me. I couldn't handle that. If he fell on the ground, I'd just have to wash my clothes once. If he fell on me, I'd have to wash twice. That wasn't worth it. Chui Chui covered her nose, ran out to fetch for cloths, and together we slid under his body and dragged him out of the cellar. I told Chui Chui to boil some water to clean him up. I'm not sure if she was just being lazy or what, but she dragged the wooden bucket out to the courtyard, then set up a pot nearby to heat the water, pouring it into the bucket once hot. As steam rose, I stripped Su Sheng down to his underwear and threw him into the bucket. Thinking back on it, the scene probably only lacked some salt to look like a monster-eating Tang monk. So when Su Sheng woke up, the first thing he said was, "You're so obsessed with meat you almost cooked a person?" I looked at Chui Chui, who was still adding firewood onto the pot, and was momentarily speechless. After boiling the water, Chui Chui volunteered to clean the cellar, leaving Su Sheng and me. He bare-chested, squatting in the bucket, and me squatting outside it, staring at each other. Su Sheng shivered as if a breeze had hit him, crossed his arms, and pulled himself a little deeper into the water. Today I learned that the madam is quite uninhibited. Great, he was blaming me for causing trouble. I threw the washcloth at him and turned to leave the room. Now I understood why Chui Chui put the bucket outside. If it was indoors, then I'd be the one freezing outside in the courtyard. I saved him from the airtight cellar, risked getting a sty washing him, and yet I'm the one who ends up out in the cold. What kind of justice is that?
Good job, Kui Kui.
I forced down 3 cups of water to calm myself. But honestly, Su Sheng really had a good physique. Chest, waist, legs all perfectly shaped, clear-cut abs, a classic, looks slim with clothes, muscular without type. However, once Su Sheng dressed and came out, the beauty of his figure was almost completely overshadowed by his mismatched outfit. This place was a cold palace. Just staying warm was a luxury. There was an extra fabric to make clothes for unnecessary men. To make working easier, Chui Chui and I had cut the wide sleeves of our palace robes into narrow ones and shortened the skirts to calf length. Su Sheng was considerably taller than both of us. We wore skirts that ended around our calves, but on him, they looked like a teacher's skirt going past the knees. Caught off guard, I sprayed a mouthful of water straight at Su Sheng. His face immediately darkened. To prevent him from getting even angrier and hitting me, I quickly added, "Hey, monster, show yourself at once." After finally finishing cleaning the cellar, Chui Chui heard my words and slipped outside laughing again. How did I get such a disloyal little friend? Su Sheng quickly shut the door. What monster? Madam, I didn't see any. I looked at Su Sheng's expression, jumped off the chair, and ran. I just remembered your clothes aren't dry yet. Su Sheng grabbed my arm and pulled me back around the waist. You better tell me where the monster actually is. I have to explain the position Su Sheng and I were in just now. He was originally blocking the front door, while I ran toward the side window. His legs are longer, so he just stepped aside a bit. It looked like I was running right into his arms. Honestly, I had no intention of taking advantage of him. The young man lowered his head, and his breath blew near my ear. Besides, I have some accounts to settle with you. I didn't like hearing that. It wasn't my fault the cellar had poor air quality. Who was I hurting by growing mushrooms? I sat Su Sheng down properly at the table and gave him a lecture on air composition, emphasizing the importance of oxygen for human survival and how too much carbon dioxide is harmful. To summarize, you didn't faint in the cellar because of any monster. It's purely because the mushroom's respiration produced carbon dioxide, and poor ventilation caused the concentration to rise too high. You just suffered carbon dioxide poisoning. Su Sheng looked at me silently. I stared back confidently. If you don't mind, think about how to improve the cellar's air circulation. Maybe dig an exhaust hole or something. It'll make hiding there easier next time. Su Sheng took a deep breath, then exhaled heavily. Fine. To support him and his childhood sweetheart little junior sister, in such a pink bubble atmosphere full of giggles and mushiness, I forced myself to give him a biochemistry lesson. I really am self-disciplined. So, Chui Chui, waiting on the steps for the moon to rise, saw this. Su Sheng and I opened the door one after the other, grabbed hose, and headed straight to the courtyard to start remodeling the cellar. The little girl was completely stunned. Hard work brings happiness, But what does a young girl really know about that? Chui Chui wanted to come down and help, but I stopped her, telling her to stay outside and bring the soil in, and also to keep watch. Su Sheng obediently kept his head down, digging the cellar, and countless times tried to find an opportunity to talk to me, only to be swiftly and firmly shut down each time. In the end, I couldn't hold back anymore. I put down the hoe and decided to be straightforward with him. I know you probably didn't make it to the brothel that day. Su Sheng wanted to nod, then shake his head, and finally just pressed his lips shut, waiting for me to continue. I sighed quietly, lighting a candle for that unknown childhood sweetheart. The whole rescuing someone from the top-tier brothel's main bed scene was truly a bit too romantic. On the principle that maybe the guy could still be saved, I decided to give him some advice. But after this, try not to go to brothels anymore. Su Sheng responded with a simple, "Oh." I felt a little lost for words. I mean, their business wasn't even my concern, so why bother? Seeing me fall silent, Su Sheng stopped digging and looked at me. And I felt inexplicably downhearted. That's it. It's late at night, and it's not appropriate for you to be sleeping over here. Dig a little more, and then go back quickly. Don't keep people waiting or cause misunderstandings. I'm done with all this. It's not good for your future. Su Sheng seemed to seriously consider my advice, and then asked me in a strangely earnest way, "How do you know it's bad for my future?" I found that strange too. Isn't that obvious? A young man and woman, alone at night, with no work-related reason to stay. How else would you explain it to your crush other than just saying you're purely borrowing the place to sleep? Maybe my confused look made Su Sheng clear his throat and give me a piece of advice. I'll handle my own affairs. When the time is right, I'll tell you. Don't ask.
See?
He thinks I'm prying too much and it's troublesome. Fine. He's worried I'll spill the beans about his brothel visits, so he won't let me say more. Got it. I agreed very willingly. Su Sheng seemed relieved and dug even harder. Actually, it's not that bad. I'm mainly worried it might drag you into trouble. Worried the real owner might come knocking and this unclear divorced woman would get hurt, right? Su Sheng added. In short, if anyone asks you, just say you don't know anything, that I tricked you.
Me.
I really don't understand how some people these days can use the word scumbag with such righteous seriousness. After saying this, Su Sheng felt relieved, kicked me out to sleep, saying it'd be faster if he did the rest alone. I took it as him avoiding suspicion. What a mess. Su Sheng's mysterious attitude about leaving things almost like a final testament kept me awake, so I pulled Chui Chui into staying up with me. But Chui Chui totally dismissed my guesses about Su Sheng's brothel visits and ambiguous relationship with his childhood junior sister, and even bet her entire future wages that Su Sheng definitely had no crush on the junior sister. I don't know where this girl got such confidence. Chui Chui, look, although he can't suddenly leap up onto the rafters, the way he sneaks in and out of the palace like a rogue clearly shows he's walking the path of a martial wanderer. A sect needs a master and a junior sister, and a junior sister has to stick close to the most promising talent in the sect. Otherwise, how do you explain him disappearing halfway through the lantern market with me? Chui Chui yawned and decisively said, "Miss, you've clearly read too many novels and gotten silly, plus you're too bored lately. I suggest you rest well and think about going to dig up the Artemisia tomorrow for transplanting." Then she turned over and fell asleep, leaving me tossing and turning alone in bed. After finishing digging the cellar, Su Sheng ran off, but before leaving, he climbed through the window and stood beside my bed for a while. I guessed he thought I was asleep, but when he got closer, he saw my eyes wide open, bigger than his. The atmosphere instantly became awkward. I was the first to break the silence. Finished digging? Finished. Leaving? Leaving. No see-off. I'll bring you some beans next time. Okay. Short and to the point. The weather was getting warmer day by day, and Su Sheng resumed his habit of moving things for me every few days, vanishing from Zhang Guiyang's sight as well. The small vegetable garden at Yunxia Palace was thriving. I took the bamboo strips Zhang Guiyang smuggled me and built several trellises along the wall for the loofah vines to climb. Tired of eating radishes and cabbage, This year I had to change things up. I pried up the blue bricks in the back courtyard of Mingxia Palace and opened a pumpkin patch. I also dug out watermelon seeds I hid last year and planted them to see if a few watermelons would grow. Watermelons in the palace were pretty sweet. The variety must be good. I should be grateful that seedless watermelons weren't bred yet. Otherwise, I wouldn't know how to get seeds at all. Cui Cui happily followed me, helping plant seeds. When she learned we could eat watermelon this summer, she rushed back inside and brought out a jar of grape seeds she hadn't dared to throw away last year. For a moment, I really wanted to praise her for mastering the art of applying knowledge broadly. But Cui Cui, you don't know that grapes need trellises, right? Building the loofah trellis has already poked my hands full of spikes. Adding a more advanced grape trellis would be deadly. Besides, while the grape trellis would provide great shade underneath, it means no vegetables could be grown there. Currently, at Yunxia Palace, the front yard grows cabbage, radishes, and sweet potatoes. The sides grow peanuts, soybeans, and loofah. The back grows pumpkins, winter melons, and watermelons. The base of the walls is planted with mint and mugwort, and scattered in between are scallions, garlic, and wormwood. If I wanted to add a grape trellis, I'd probably have to tear up the small patch of blue bricks connecting the back hall and the main hall. Of course, it's not that I don't want grapes. It's just that grapes take a long time, at least 2 or 3 years from planting to harvest. After hearing my explanation, the spirited enthusiasm that Cooling had just shown visibly wilted. Is there really no way to grow grapes, miss? I looked at Cooling's hopeful eyes. Thinking of grape wine, I bit my lip and pried up a piece of green brick. Plant them. Plant them. Maybe one day we'll get to eat grapes. Zhang Gaiang chuckled softly behind me. If your highness likes grapes, I'll bring some to you every day in the summer. Ugh. Here comes another dog man standing with his arms crossed watching me work. Technically, Zhang Gaiang and Su Xing haven't met each other, so how did they both learn this bad habit so quickly? Li Yuan skillfully pulled Cooling aside to whisper something. It was just about how to raise rabbits, trying to get close to my little maid. I pretended to be blind to the two of them showing off their couple's affection right in front of me. Why do you have time to come today? Did the assassin get caught? I dusted the dirt off my hands, and Zhang Gaiang obediently drew water from the well for me to wash up. Out of the 3 jars Jingxing contributed, I only kept one for pickled vegetables. The other 2 I used to plant lotuses, simply because lotus roots and seeds are just too delicious. Compared to that, pickled cabbage seemed dull and boring. Even if it only lasts 1 season, I'm okay with that. Zhang Gaiang shook his head. Not yet. Why do you suddenly ask? Actually, I was just asking casually. Obviously, the assassin hasn't been caught. If they had, Su Xing wouldn't be so free to keep delivering things to me. Probably, he'd be going crazy trying to save someone by now. Are the Emperor's guards really this useless? An injured assassin has been on the loose since last year, attempted assassination twice, failed both times, and still hasn't been caught? Maybe that assassin's entire skill tree was invested in escaping. Zhang Gaiang clearly felt frustrated about the topic. It makes sense. If the assassin roams free, the guards are incompetent. The longer they fail to catch them, the more they get scolded. Knowing the Emperor's heartless nature, they could even get fired or sent off to be executed. I sighed along with Zhang Gaiang. Although I didn't really know what I was sighing for, from my perspective, I'd rather that warrior woman succeed soon so I can escape this misery. No matter how much vegetables I grow in Yunxia Palace, the sky here is only so big. I'd be foolish to think I could stay here forever. Especially after going out during the Lantern Festival, my heart is already flying out there. My predecessors who time-traveled opened hot pot shops, snack streets, and makeup stalls. Business booming. No matter how mediocre I am, I should be able to get by outside. I sighed with Zhang Gaiang just to humor him, then dragged him along to water the vegetable garden with me. The favored consort Li's child didn't survive, but Consort Yuan gave birth to a princess. Maybe to stave off my boredom, Zhang Gaiang gossiped about palace news while watering. I suddenly felt a little excited. Miscarriages are a technical skill in palace politics. Falling, poisoning, fumigating, framing, I know the whole process inside out. I wonder which mine Consort Li stepped on. But Zhang Guyang glanced back at me and quickly extinguished my curiosity. The imperial doctor said she just ate too well during pregnancy. The birth was difficult. The baby got stuck for a long time and suffocated.
Me.
Okay, I overthought it. No wonder I don't like chatting with straight men. They hook you in at the start but then drop a line that kills all desire to continue. Luckily, this is the era of arranged marriages. If this were where I come from, young sir, you'd be single for life. The emperor's hint is still the same. Whoever bears the crown prince will be made empress. I feel like the emperor's hopeless. Putting both the empress and crown prince's positions on a woman's belly? What if she raises a spoiled brat? Zhang Guyang's face finally turned serious. Your Highness, the emperor is planning to appoint an empress. I felt calm. No matter who he chooses, it won't be me, as if I wanted to compete. Let me know once he makes the decision. Jing Sheng, cooling, and I have all placed bets. Zhang Guyang looked at me helplessly. Don't you want to think about yourself? Once the emperor appoints the empress, the new empress probably won't tolerate you. I got a little angry. Although Zhang Guyang was right, wasn't this just rubbing salt in the wound? Do I have any way to stop my ex from remarrying? Or to get remarried to that lousy emperor? Don't make me laugh. The only thing I can think about is how to get out of here. My status makes it really difficult. Su Sheng can sneak me out once, but he has to get me back before dawn, intact and complete. Even a dead palace maid requires an investigation and registration. Losing a former empress without explanation would cause chaos. If I just leave, Zhang Guyang and the guards would be the first to suffer. They patrol the palace rules. If someone this important disappears, do they report it or not? I feel like staying here quietly is like being imprisoned, but Zhang Guyang still says I'm not thinking about myself. I didn't bother explaining this to him, not wanting to waste his promising future. So I grumpily grabbed the water scoop and watered the garden myself, ignoring him. After a while, Zhang Guyang saw I was determined to stay silent, so he took Li Yuan and left, also because he was on duty and couldn't slack off too long. Cooling ran over and held my hand. Miss, if you keep watering like this, the cabbage will die. I sighed and sat down on the ground with Cooling. Cooling, if you get tired of staying here, I'll talk to Consort Chi to find a way to send you out. It's better for you to be with Li Yuan than stuck with me. That was the truth. It's me who's been discarded by the lousy emperor, not Cooling. The young girl's palace maid status is still poor. A palace maid is like a brick in the palace, moved wherever needed. Consort Chi should have no trouble transferring one. Cooling's eyes reddened at my words. Miss, don't abandon me. You have no heart.
Me.
Cooling clung to me, crying and yelling. Miss, when the emperor abandoned you, I stayed loyally by your side. Now you've made it. The whole courtyard's full of vegetables, but you don't want me anymore. Miss, you're so unfair. All right, I have to admit, Cooling has evolved from a soft-spoken, pure, ancient girl into a chatterbox. That's entirely my fault. Cui Cui said back when she first entered the palace. While alive, I belong to you, miss. When dead, I'm still yours. Don't think you can abandon me. Cui Cui will follow you even as a ghost. The words were heartfelt, but somehow they sounded a bit awkward. I didn't expect that one sentence would stir up a whole hornet's nest with Cui Cui. It took most of the morning to get her to swear a solemn oath that unless she chose to leave on her own, I wouldn't make any decisions about her future. Only then did the little girl's nagging finally stop. No kidding, my ears really hurt from all the buzzing. I was pretty worried. Honestly, I never thought that right after I complained about that scumbag emperor pinning the fate of the empire on a woman's womb, I myself would end up relying on that same woman's womb for my own life and future. But it's highly unlikely to jump straight from ninth concubine to empress. At best, it'd be a slow climb from concubine to consort, then eventually to empress. Consort Yuan just gave birth to a daughter, so she's unlikely to get pregnant again right away. Consort Li recently had a miscarriage, so that's also out. That leaves Consort Sun and Consort Chi. If Consort Chi gets promoted, she'd probably let me live, but Consort Sun is unpredictable. Zhang Guiyang hadn't mentioned either of those two being pregnant, so probably no news there. Counting the full 10 months of pregnancy plus preparation time, I figure I can barely hold out for another year, which means I have to find a way to get out of the palace completely within that year. There are two ways to fake death. The first is a death-mimicking drug, but I'm not a fan of this plan. To pull off faking death with a drug, two conditions have to be met. 1. I'd need to actually get this legendary drug that only appears in novels. 2. I'd have to be thrown out of the palace wrapped in a straw mat, because only then would someone rush to retrieve my poor, fainted body and administer the antidote in time. I'm willing to believe such a drug exists, but with my status, if I really died, it's highly unlikely the Emperor would have me tossed out wrapped in a straw mat. More likely, he'd get sentimental, shed a few tears over old feelings, restore me as a consort, then bury me with proper consort rights. At that point, no one in the harem would argue about my being deposed. After all, I'd be dead. Cry with the Emperor and get remembered as a kind-hearted figure. So the most likely scenario is that everyone in the palace suddenly starts singing my praises, then urges the Emperor to hold a grand funeral. The consort's funeral would be 7 days of lying in state, chanting sutras, sending me off to the consort's tomb, and by the time the tomb gate closes, I'd probably starve to death before even being buried. Plus, if that scumbag emperor ever got the urge to visit my tomb and found an empty coffin, that'd be a huge mess. So whether it's preparation, execution, or aftermath, faking death with a drug is not the best plan. Too troublesome and uncontrollable. I much prefer the second method. Lock the door, set the Yunxia Palace on fire. Prearrange 2 corpses to be tossed in so badly burned they're unrecognizable. As long as their age is right, no one can prove it's not me. After all, DNA tests aren't a thing here. If Su Sheng lends a hand and throws me out of the palace twice, and Zhang Guiyang's fire response is a little slow, or better yet, some emergency happens in another consort's palace and most of the guards are called away, then I'm all set. Later, I brought up the plan with Su Sheng. He didn't say it was impossible, just that we should wait for the right moment. Right now, the Empress' position isn't decided, and the palace is peaceful. A sudden fire would raise too many suspicions. Better to wait for palace chaos, when the odds of success are much higher. He had a good point. There's not much going on in the palace except holidays, and even then, minor holidays don't keep everyone busy enough to be unavailable. We have to wait until the new year. The problem is, there was an assassination attempt last New Year's, so security will be tighter this year. Not much hope there. Otherwise, it'd have to be some unexpected major event. The Empress Dowager is still quite healthy, so competing with her for longevity is a long shot. No way to count on her funeral. The biggest thing I can think of right now is the coronation of the new Empress. New Empress takes the throne. Old Empress dies. I honestly can't think of a better scenario. As the saying goes, men's 3 greatest pleasures are promotion, wealth, and wife's death. That scumbag emperor has nowhere left to rise in rank, no hope for wealth, so the only thing left is wife's death. And on that, I think I can help him out. I rested my chin in my hand, sighing. For the first time, I felt a little resentment toward my assassin sister. If she had succeeded last New Year's, my first hot pot restaurant might already be open. For some reason, as I said that, Su Sheng seemed a bit guilty. Not his fault, though. After finalizing the plan, I went back to my vegetable growing routine. It's not that I'm not eager to pack and leave. It's just that I really don't have anything to pack. Besides the farmhouse-style setup I built in Yunxia Palace through my own efforts, my only valuable possession is the bracelet I brought in. The money pouch Su Sheng gave me during the Lantern Festival was taken away by the servant when he sent me back to the palace. Didn't leave me a single coin. How could I have been so foolish to believe his line that spending it all was a skill? He never meant for me to spend it, it was just a token to keep up appearances. First he warned me to spend carefully and keep healthy, then said spending it all showed my skill. If I had spent the whole pouch on food and eaten it all, how big would my appetite have to be? Such a stingy and miserly man. I still don't know what his junior sister's crush sees in him. Summer is the season for abundant melons and fruits. I kept up last year's tradition of drying a whole roomful of peach slices and chui chui, and I finally fulfilled our lifelong dream of eating watermelon until we were full. The only regret is that the grapevines haven't fully grown yet, so I can't sit in the shade under them. Zhang Guyang saw me staring at the grapevine and kindly asked if I wanted him to put up a swing under the grape arbor. I almost choked on my water. Grape arbor plus swing. The ultimate combo. Good thing my surname isn't Pan. Otherwise, the Yunxia Palace might have needed to be pixelated. Of course, Su Sheng asked me the same question and got a firm, righteous refusal from me. I also kindly suggested that next time he wanted to put up a swing under the grape arbor, he'd better build it for his beloved instead. Su Sheng didn't argue. He just gave me an extra look. Instinctively, I added, "But you'd better check with your beloved first if she's okay with something that bold." After all, that's quite a daring suggestion. I wasn't sure if these wandering swordsmen and heroines could handle it. Su Sheng's expression turned weird. "Don't you already know whether my beloved would accept it?" Easy question, so I snapped back confidently. "How would I know if your beloved accepts it or not?" After that, both of us froze for a moment, then looked at each other suspiciously. I had no idea what Su Sheng was thinking because after spacing out for a long while, he just turned and ran off, and then disappeared for the whole summer. Luckily, food was abundant in summer. Jing Sheng also brought me 2 tents, finally solving the mosquito problem. Zhang Guyang somehow got hold of a discarded palace fan that some lady had broken and thrown out. He fiddled with it for ages but couldn't fix it, so gave up. I told him to drop it anyway. Fans need someone to keep turning them, after all. I missed electric fans. Maybe the summer heat scared off the assassins, because I didn't hear Zhang Guyang mention them again all summer. Instead, the harem gained a prince and 2 princesses. The prince's mother was a low-ranking palace maid. Whether it was some potion that lost its effect or some other mishap, she managed to carry the pregnancy to term smoothly. But she was clearly not as lucky as noble consort Li. She had a difficult labor, but chose to save the baby at great personal cost. According to Jing Sheng's gossip, she labored for 3 days before the emperor ordered a direct incision to take out the crown prince. I don't think giving birth is the right word. Since there was no cesarean back then, I'd say they took out the crown prince. The scumbag emperor originally promised that whoever gave birth to the crown prince would be made empress. But the crown prince's mother died a heroic death, and the emperor, showing his deep affection, still honored her by posthumously promoting her to Jiaoyi, a rank above 9th concubine, and burying her with the rights of a 9th concubine. Ugh, so touching. Why not just give her the title of empress posthumously? After all, she's dead. What harm could a title on a memorial tablet possibly do? When Jing Sheng gossiped about this, I just listened with a disgusted face. Zhang Guyang told me that the 4 consorts are now fiercely fighting over custody of the crown prince. The scumbag emperor remains indecisive. One day, he gifts noble consort Li a Rui scepter. The next day gives lady's son 2 bolts of satin, then sends leftovers from his own table to consort Qi, and tosses some exotic fruits from the western regions to consort Yuan. He tries to keep everyone appeased, but no one knows what he's really thinking. Zhang Guyang looked at me with inexplicable anxiety. I had no clue why. That is, until he ditched his post during Mid-Autumn Festival and came to drink with me. I knew that in my original time period, the pressure to marry was rampant, but I didn't expect the same pressure to reach all the way back to this ancient alternate dynasty. Poor Zhang Guyang, the guard, faced not only marriage pressure, but the threat of forced marriage. His elders had already petitioned the emperor and consorts at court. The girls he was supposed to choose from included daughters of old friends of his family, daughters of officials in the court, and relatives from the families of palace consorts. Consort, I don't want to marry any of them. Drunk, Zhang Guyang spoke with a quivering voice. I didn't understand why he was crying. This wasn't like forcing him into execution, just going to his bridal chamber. If I were shown portraits of so many handsome, wealthy, and unique young men my age, and my parents begged me to pick one as my husband, I'd probably wake up laughing from the dream. But reality is that some have choices and nitpick, while others have none and only daydream. I was extremely disgusted by Zhang Guiyang's boasting of not knowing how lucky he was. I earnestly advised him not to waste the affections of the lovely girls. Zhang Guiyang kept guzzling wine, clutching the jar tightly. I nagged him about which girl was more reliable to marry, from personality to family background, even analyzing star signs and blood types, but Zhang Guiyang just wouldn't budge. In the end, I gave up. You don't even have freedom to choose love here. Marriage and having kids all go through official matchmakers and formalities. You have to pick someone suitable before marriage. Why don't you list your conditions and secretly go check out those girls? Just rejecting them all without even looking is totally unreasonable. Zhang Guiyang, drunk and burping, replied, "Consort, I have someone I want to marry." I slapped my thigh. That's not fair. You know Li Yuan has his eye on Sui Tsui, and you still want to compete with him. Maybe Zhang Guiyang really was drunk and mistook me for another wine jar. Because after I said that, he dropped the jar and just held me tightly in his arms. I admit I gained quite a bit of weight this autumn, staying cooped up in a small courtyard with limited exercise. But you can't insult my belly fat like that. Consort, just give me some time. Before he finished, he suddenly stiffened and then collapsed limply. I lifted my head from his arms and saw Su Sheng standing behind him, looking grim. He's drunk, nonsense talk. I nodded and rolled up my sleeves to drag him to bed. But Su Sheng grabbed his ankle and tossed him against the wall. Reason? A little fresh air will help sober him up. Fair enough. After dragging him, Su Sheng took Zhang Guiyang's place and sat by me. Tell me what you want to hear, I'll say it for you. I looked at Su Sheng, then at Zhang Guiyang, who was still breathing evenly by the wall, and handed him a mooncake. Want some? Zhang Guiyang had come under the pretense of celebrating Mid-Autumn Festival with me, but ended up drinking all the wine without tasting a bite of mooncake. I originally thought that with so many mooncakes, even if we didn't finish them today, they would go bad by tomorrow. Unexpectedly, Su Sheng didn't get to eat any either. Before I could hand him a mooncake, he suddenly frowned, clutched his chest, and collapsed, leaving me standing there dumbfounded, holding a mooncake in midair, staring at nothing. Actually, those scenes on TV where blood spreads out under a collapsing person are somewhat exaggerated. If that much blood really flowed, that person probably wouldn't be saved anyway. Su Sheng held on until we reached Yunxia Palace before collapsing, so I guess it was either inflammation from an external injury causing a high fever and fainting, or he suffered the legendary internal injury. External injuries are easy to treat, clean the wound, and lower the fever. Of course, the main reason we took these measures was because I didn't have medicine here. Internal injuries are trickier, not because I'm cold-hearted, but I really don't know how to handle them. Still, the urgent task was to drag him down to the cellar to hide him. Tsui Tsui helped me lift him and asked why I didn't just put him on the bed. If I hadn't been holding Su Sheng's arms, I might have bopped Tsui Tsui on the head. Zhang Guiyang was still lying by the wall. Wouldn't I have to move him to the bed later? Otherwise, how would I explain when he woke up the next day? Oh, yesterday you drank, got drunk, went wild, and then just passed out by the wall? Who would believe that? I also don't know why Su Sheng dragged Zhang Guiyang so far away. Couldn't he just toss him inside? Carrying one grown man wasn't enough. I had to carry two. Was I celebrating Mid-Autumn Festival or working as a laborer? Sui Tsui and I struggled a lot before finally dragging Zhang Guiyang onto the bed and laying him down properly. Sui Tsui was so exhausted, she plopped down on the ground and gasped for breath before running outside for water. I wasn't much better. The reason I didn't follow her was because my hand was being held down. That playing dead big guy on the bed had somehow woken up. When I looked up, his eyes were wider than mine. This wine was really weak. If possible, I'd bring him 2 bottles of Maotai next time. If I don't get drunk, he sure will. Lady, why did I suddenly pass out while drinking? I really didn't want to answer that carelessly. Suddenly blacking out while drinking is something you only say to coax a newbie drinker. Even if Zhang Guiyang wasn't a heavy drinker, his clarity in arguing against marriage before passing out proved he wasn't the type to suddenly black out. Besides, Su Sheng's wooden club used to knock Zhang Guiyang out was still lying in the yard. No idea how Su Xing managed to knock him unconscious without drawing blood. Tsue brought me a glass of water, which gave me a sudden idea. It was Tsue who hit him. Tsue lit up instantly when named and nodded very naturally. I saw you getting drunk and being rude to Miss, so I hit him.
Perfect logic.
A drunken guard running to the cold palace and hugging the former empress? For that alone, a good beating is deserved, and I'd be justified wherever it blew up. Zhang Guyong looked at me deeply. Lady, you think Tsue was right too? Tsue rolled her eyes and took the fall decisively. How could I be wrong? Who told you to go crazy drunk? I have to say, Tsue showed great skill here as the chief maid of the Empress, emotional, layered, with full reasoning fitting the occasion. I naturally took the role of the good guy. All right, Tsue, go on now. Boil a few more pots of water and help Lord Zhang sober up. Tsue angrily put the teacup next to me, shot a fierce glare at Zhang Guyong, fully playing the loyal, protective maid role, then exited proudly. Zhang Guyong didn't let go of my hand once. Lady, you haven't answered my question yet. I blinked before realizing he meant whether hitting was justified. What was there to say? He got hit, was he supposed to hit back? Tsue was just as startled as you were. Besides, your family is already arranging your marriage. This behavior isn't appropriate. Zhang Guyong suddenly sat up, leaned over, and looked at me. Lady, since the Lantern Festival, I've already declined 8 marriage proposals this year. Lady, don't you know why? I knew but couldn't say. My biggest wish now was to stay as far away from the palace as possible and never cross paths again. Was I supposed to get entangled with a close imperial aide after leaving the palace? That'd be courting death, right? Besides, I was baffled by Zhang Guyong's taste. Sure, I was a breath of fresh air in the palace. There was no other lady like me among the consorts. But outside the palace, even just in the suburbs, there were countless good girls, from toddlers to 99ers, who fit the bill perfectly. If you marry me, do you expect me to turn your Zhang mansion into a vegetable garden? Even if I concede everything and your family lets me in, what if one day the Empress whimsically invites the officials' wives to the palace? Just with my face alone, my career would be over and a full family purge might follow. Want to try that deluxe package? Taking a woman dismissed by the emperor? That's not just pulling a tiger's whiskers, it's like pulling its teeth with your head stuck in its mouth. Seeking death, but not so eagerly. While my mind raced on how to stop Zhang Guyong from self-destructing, he was already painting bright prospects for my future. Lady, I've thought it through. If His Majesty sets an empress, there'll be a general amnesty, and a batch of palace maids will be released as a sign of favor. I'll arrange a fake household register for you, so you can sneak out disguised as a palace maid. I'll find 2 women similar in size to you, and push them into this well. By the time people realize no one's in Yunxia Palace, you'll have long left the palace. I've purchased a residence in the western part of the city. If you don't want to leave the capital alone, you and Tsue can stay there temporarily. Once the palace calms down, I'll resign from my post with His Majesty. Lady, how does that sound? Nice, you big dreamer. The latter half is tempting, but the first half sounds too unreliable. Forging an identity and adding a name as a palace maid. It sounds so easy said in 2 light phrases. But how many hands would have to pass through that? If one step goes wrong, all the effort would be wasted, and it could very well cost someone their life. Besides, palace maids usually have to reach a certain age before they're allowed to leave the palace. Even with the normal process, many are often blocked from leaving. Such a sudden, exceptional pardon to let someone out of the palace is basically like being offered as Tang monk's meat. Countless eyes are watching that list of names. You think you can just add a name casually? I bet the fake identity would be exposed long before I even got out of Yunxia Palace. Forget it. But the idea of jumping into a well as a way to die is worth considering. Quiet, unlikely to be noticed, and soaking in water for so long would eventually rot the body. When Xuxing wakes up, I have to discuss with him how feasible that plan really is. Zhang Guyong's gaze was full of deep feeling. It made me feel a little uneasy inside. Thanks a lot. But rejecting someone takes skill too. Zhang Guyang even talked to me about resigning from his official post. If I mentioned the obstacles his family places before him, it would only fuel his rebellious spirit even more. You say I can't break through my family's resistance? Fine, I'll give it a try. Such is the mindset of a stubborn youth. Without the harsh lessons of society, he really thinks the outside world is dazzling and charming. No matter how lively my little courtyard is, buried beneath the soil are the mundane daily needs of life: firewood, rice, oil, salt, sauce, vinegar, and tea. Zhang Guyang comes here every now and then, sees the cabbage sprouting new leaves, the rabbit soft and fluffy, the loofah vines climbing the trellis, and me and Suetsue each sitting on a small stool by the well, eating watermelon. But he doesn't see the days when I wake up before dawn to boil water, or when it rains heavily at night and I have to tend the vegetables, or the blood on my hands from thorns while building the loofah trellis, or the summer heat that makes me want to shave my head and run naked, or the winter cold that gives me frostbite on frostbite. It's not that I'm blaming his background, but chances are he's not prepared to abandon his origins and travel the world with me. Coming from a wealthy family isn't just about having a different mindset. It's about countless tiny, unnoticed details of a luxurious life. In simple terms, he and I are just not on the same path. So in the end, I could only say to Zhang Guyang, go back and behave yourself. Find a girl from a family of equal standing to marry. If you really can't forget, then look at the farming households in the suburbs, visit a few more, and you'll get bored of them. With each word I spoke, the light in Zhang Guyang's eyes dimmed bit by bit, just like a torch I once lit during my first winter at Yunxia Palace. Fresh from the fire, the small flame flickered warmly. But before I took a single step in the yard, the wind blew, and puff, it went out. Only a few scattered sparks remained in the cold, unmelting air until they finally vanished. Zhang Guyang looked at me steadily. Please think it over again, my lady. But whenever you decide to leave the palace, I will gladly sacrifice my life for you. Oh, come on. No need to sacrifice your life. Just turn a blind eye and don't put out the fire. Zhang Guyang didn't stay long at Yunxia Palace. After all, palace guards had to check in and out, and nobody could stay overnight without reason. Whether he could explain it or not, that crappy emperor wouldn't understand. After seeing Zhang Guyang off, I leaned against the door of Yunxia Palace and took a deep breath, rolled up my sleeves, and went to deal with the big trouble in the cellar. Sure enough, Suetsue had already boiled several basins of hot water and carried them to the cellar. She was squatting by Xuxing, waiting for me. I touched Xuxing's forehead. It was burning hot, as expected. Miss, what should we do? Won't Lord Zhang become suspicious? I told Suetsue to guard the door. Although Zhang Guyang probably wouldn't come again anytime soon after his heartbreak, you can never be sure. Suetsue obediently went to keep watch. I looked at Xuxing and felt a headache coming on. I never expected that within a year I'd have to undress him twice. But this time was better than last time. Last time, Xuxing vomited all over himself, so I had to undress him from head to toe. This time he collapsed clutching his chest, so theoretically, I only needed to undress his upper body. And that's exactly what I did. Xuxing's wound was quite deep. Bright red flesh curled up, revealing a large gash. The depth was definitely enough to require stitches. Well, I don't have needles here. He probably treated the wound himself before coming, but obviously the method was poor. He just wrapped it hastily with a rag of unknown age, blackened and gray in places, clearly unsanitary. Using such a filthy cloth to wrap a wound, if it doesn't get infected, what will? I ran out to get a blanket to cover Xuxing, then decisively tore the blanket cover between the quilt and the cotton jacket. After all, sewing a quilt cover is much easier than sewing a cotton jacket, which I wasn't willing to rip apart. Suetsue kept boiling water in the yard as I instructed. I tore the blanket cover into long strips and threw them all into the boiling water to sterilize, planning to dry them before wrapping Xuxing's wound. Meanwhile, Suetsue asked me a soul-searching question while stirring the pot. Miss, where are we going to get medicine? That was a very reasonable question. The purpose of wrapping the wound is, first, to stop the bleeding, second, to keep medicine on the wound longer, third, to maintain a proper temperature around the wound, and fourth, to immobilize it so it's not pulled too much. But Xuxing's wound wasn't bleeding anymore. He had a fever, and I needed to lower his temperature. His wound was on his chest. As long as he stayed still, it wouldn't get pulled. Since I don't have medicine, why bother wrapping the wound? The water in the pot was already boiling, and the rag wrapped in a messy, twisted way was bubbling along with it. I felt my heart was just like that rag, broken, twisted, and burned painfully by the boiling water. I was never well off to begin with, and this wrong judgment only made my already difficult life even worse. With tears held back, I used chopsticks to pick up 2 strips of cloth to clean Xuxing's wound. Why do my eyes always seem to be filled with tears? Because I love this land deeply? Bah, it's purely because I'm poor. Once I leave the palace and start making money, I'll throw away these quilt covers one set after another. Well, wasting is shameful, so maybe I won't throw them away after all. A villain who isn't extravagant and decadent isn't a proper villain. I probably just wasn't born for that. I held the boiled chopsticks with the cloth strips, poking and dabbing at Xuxing's body. It's not that I'm picky, but my hands aren't even as clean as the chopsticks. Besides, I have no alcohol for sterilization, and if I boiled my hands together with the chopsticks, I just couldn't bring myself to do it. Besides, don't underestimate the skill Chinese people have with chopsticks. Apart from some very fine details, everything else is clean enough. So, the first thing Xuxing said after waking up again was, "Last time, Your Highness cleaned me up, so can I use chopsticks to eat this time?" I thought back to the last time, and for a moment it actually made sense. Xuxing lifted his hand and wiped a drop of water from my face. It really was water. Of course, when you wash and wring out cloth strips, a little splash is inevitable. I thought it was normal, but obviously, Xuxing took it the wrong way. "It's just a wound, not life-threatening. Your Highness doesn't need to worry so much." I watched Xuxing twist his 2 water-soaked fingers together, really wanting to remind him to maybe lick them. Then he'd find he not only wouldn't taste the saltiness of tears, but might also taste the metallic blood and indescribable pus. Since Xuxing was awake, I was going to let him wipe himself, but this guy who had been so strong when beating Zhang Gaiang suddenly started pretending to be weak, one moment saying his arm hurt and he couldn't lift it, the next moment complaining of fatigue, dizziness, ear-ringing headaches, dry mouth, basically a total wreck, useless at everything. Out of human kindness, I gritted my teeth and didn't kick this shameless man out. Yes, I once imagined a scene where the male lead gets injured and the female lead carefully nurses him back to health, leading to romantic moments under the moonlight. But I never expected Xuxing to be this shameless. Halfway through cleaning his wound, he said he was thirsty and would surely die if he couldn't drink water. I had no choice but to go get him some after climbing out of the cellar. Then he said he was too weak to sit up, so I had to hold him up to feed him water. Finally, after feeding him and finishing the wound cleaning, just as I was about to rest my aching back, he started complaining he was cold. I added Chui's quilt on top of him and even dug out a cotton jacket to cover him. After all that was done, I was completely exhausted. To hell with the idea that caring for the sick strengthens bonds. I didn't sleep all night. My hair was a mess. Dark circles and bags hung low under my eyes. What kind of romance is that? Art is a refinement of life, they say. Imagine Liang Shanbua carrying sandbags at the dock all day, then coming home to fall in love with Zhu Tai who cleaned the house all day. What else would they talk about besides poverty? Xuxing was probably genuinely unwell. After all the fuss, he fell asleep again. I didn't dare move him, just sat beside him, dozing off. During this, Chui came by to ask if I needed help, but I sent her off to sleep. The girl still wants to marry Li Yuan someday. What kind of meaning is there in wiping a naked man's body? Xuxing's sleep was restless. Not delirious, but alternating between complaining of cold and heat. I wiped him down 3 times, changed his bedding twice, and eventually had to take off his pants. Not because I was trying to take advantage, but simply because I'm inexperienced when washing him. I got his underwear wet. I couldn't just watch him catch a chill. So when Su Sheng woke up the next day, he found himself wrapped in a blanket, completely naked underneath, with the ex-empress holding a basin of water, looking pitiful. Taking care of a sick, feverish man is truly no easy job. Su Sheng slept all day, but I hadn't closed my eyes even once, running back and forth to fetch water, feed him, wash him, and change his clothes, each task exhausting. Every time, I barely closed my eyes and felt like I was about to black out. Su Sheng started whining about discomfort again. Luckily, after 2 years in the cold palace countryside, I no longer had morning grouch. Otherwise, I might have beaten this nuisance who disturbed my sleep to death. Maybe it's just me, but I always felt like Su Sheng recalled something and firmly said, upon waking the third time, "Your Highness has already seen all of me. When will you take responsibility for me?" I was dumbfounded. This line is supposed to be a frequent cliché, usually said by a strong, handsome male lead after rescuing a female character from danger, with the female shyly responding. Of course, if it's a minor male character or an average-looking passerby, the usual line is the girl vowing eternal gratitude for the hero's great kindness. The essence is that it's the woman speaking to the man. I don't know what went wrong here, but the current scene was. The bedding was scattered on the floor, clothes piled in the corner, a completely naked man holding a blanket over his chest, exposing bare shoulders, shyly telling me, "Since you've already seen what you shouldn't and shouldn't have, just take full responsibility for your little servant." I felt like lighting a cigarette after the fact, with a look that basically said, "I've done everything, cry all you want, just live with me properly." What on earth is going on? It's all a mess. Chui Chui poked her head out from the cellar, originally wanting to ask if I needed help, but the moment she saw her mistress bullying the boy and the boy's tearful, put-upon expression, she let out a high-pitched shriek like a fangirl shipping a new couple. "Miss, keep going. Chui Chui knows nothing." She really knows nothing. If only I could tell her. Why run off? I really wanted to chase after Chui Chui and bring her back to clear my name, but Su Sheng, like Zhang Gaiang before him, grabbed my hand and wouldn't let go. "Your Highness, are you planning to start something with me and then abandon me?" I know Su Sheng has always been more daring than Zhang Gaiang, but I never thought he'd be this shameless. Abandon me after causing chaos? Like I really messed him up. Believe it or not, next year I'm planting cucumbers. With flowers and thorns on top, I'll mess you up good. Su Sheng, addicted to theatrics, covered his face and whimpered under the blanket. "Lady, I'm a pure and upright man from a good family. From now on, I belong to you." Yeah, right. Why don't you say you're a fresh, innocent man? Weren't you the one roaming brothels during the Lantern Festival? Usually, the female lead rescues the man, and when he wakes up, he either rises to fame with her or at least helps by chopping wood and hunting. He wouldn't so shamelessly demand to live off the female lead. I'm pretty sure the system that led me through this time travel is broken. I kindly saved you, yet you want to cling to me? That's shameless. Before I could even break free, Su Sheng suddenly mastered the art of pretending to be sick. When I tried to shake him off, he clutched his chest, insisting I had been too rough and pulled his wound open. So now it's about to split, and he needs me to clean it again. Honestly, I didn't believe him at first, but every time I tried to get out, Su Sheng would start acting up, complaining about aches everywhere and glaring at me with a look accusing me of being heartless and ungrateful. In the end, I don't even know how I fell asleep. After I fell asleep, Chui Chui must have come down again. She tidied the mess of basins and bedding in the cellar and brought fresh bandages, thoroughly disinfected by boiling and dried. Don't ask me how I know, just say I woke up to find Su Sheng holding me in his arms. I still don't get why. Even though Chui Chui brought down 2 sets of bedding, Su Sheng and I shared one bed. Especially since he had been complaining the day before about dizziness, weakness, and being so fragile he could break just by touching him, and now he let me rest my arm as a pillow all night? The strangest part, he wasn't even asleep. When I opened my eyes, he was right beside me, slightly turned on his side, and immediately greeted me as if waking up from a nap. Awake. I was instantly alert. What's going on here? Su Sheng gave me an innocent look. Last night, lady, you said you were cold halfway through your sleep, so you abandoned your quilt and crawled into mine.
Lie.
Keep lying. I sleep like a log, never tossing and turning. I stared at him. Su Sheng changed his story. Okay, actually, I felt cold in the middle of the night and you pitied me, so you warmed my bed for me. I was relentless. Speak plainly. Last night, I felt cold, saw you sleeping warmly, so I crawled into your bed. I rubbed my forehead, feeling a headache coming on. You stay here yourself, I'm going out. If Zhang Gaiang finds me sleeping in the cellar, you'll get dragged out too. Su Sheng tightened his grip and pulled me close. Lady, it's me sleeping beside you. How can you think of any other man? Enough already. Your chest is hurt, not your brain. How can you talk like this? I wriggled, trying to slip away. But Su Sheng's arms were like cast iron. I couldn't break free. All right, stop messing around. I need to figure out how to get you some medicine. I have to find him first. I don't know which nerve that hit, but Su Sheng snorted coldly and let go. I got up and ran outside to talk to Cui Cui about getting medicine. Anyway, I couldn't waste that betting. But asking Zhang Gaiang felt awkward, so I planned to ask Li Yuan instead. The main issue was the amount of medicine needed. Cutting my hand a little is easy, but that small wound isn't enough to use a whole bottle of medicine. If I'm going to do this, I need a bigger wound. I was leaning towards smashing my leg with a stone to fake an injury, but Cui Cui was dead set against it. She said if I dare to hit myself with a stone, she'd tell Li Yuan I was secretly hiding Su Sheng. I obediently swallowed my backup plan. Whatever, I'm not going to die anytime soon, and I still need to find a chance to get the medicine. I dragged Cui Cui along, thinking about how to improve Su Sheng's nutrition. Cui Cui didn't mind, whether it was killing rabbits or fetching eggs. But Su Sheng's wound kept getting worse, causing fevers again and again. After a few rounds, I was worried he'd get brain damage from the fever. Cui Cui wanted to get medicine through Jing Sheng, who worked at the pharmacy, but I stopped her. A high fever caused by wound infection isn't treated by cold medicine. I took Cui Cui to dig up sweet potatoes, claiming medicinal books said drying and grinding sweet potato leaves to apply on wounds helps remove bruises and stop bleeding. Thankfully, Cui Cui didn't doubt me and helped dry the leaves. I also boiled a big pot of sweet potatoes and went to the roof to dry sweet potato slices. I dried sweet potatoes for 3 days straight, and Su Sheng ran a fever for 3 days straight. When the whole roof was covered in sweet potato slices, Zhang Gaiang finally showed up. Originally, I wanted to wait for Li Yuan, but he seemed transferred to another camp and only came once every half month. That's fine, no hard feelings. Just because the deal fell through doesn't mean we can't get along. I stood up to greet him, then pretended my legs went numb from sitting too long and, losing my balance, fell off the roof. Zhang Gaiang tried to catch me, but he wasn't fast enough. Halfway there, I tumbled to the ground with a loud thud. My arm scraped badly, my legs sank into the mud, and I twisted my poor back. Cui Cui ran over, pale as a ghost. Miss, what happened? I tried to push myself up, but the pain was too much. I couldn't even move without gasping. Zhang Gaiang just scooped me up and rushed inside. But his way of carrying the injured probably wasn't trained. What didn't hurt much started to hurt terribly as he bounced me around. Before I fainted, I remembered one thing. Clutching Zhang Gaiang's arm, I warned him, "Don't bring me a doctor." I had barely survived in the cold palace, forgotten by everyone. If I called a doctor now, wouldn't all my hard work be for nothing? I actually didn't faint for long. Well, more precisely, during the 2 full hours I was unconscious, I actually woke up briefly several times. That was when Zhang Gaiang was fumbling to reset my bones and accidentally woke me up with the pain. Then, he messed it up. And to avoid leaving me with any aftereffects, he ended up dislocating my ankle. So I fainted from the pain again. Zhang Gaiang was sweating bullets, panicked, and hurried out to get medicine for me. Then Su Sheng crawled out of the cellar, skillfully reset the bone correctly, and woke me up. But to avoid Zhang Gaiang noticing anything wrong, my first demand upon waking wasn't for water, it was to have Su Sheng put my ankle back to the dislocated position. He thought for a moment and did as I asked. During the last time I lost consciousness, I was thinking. Other men come to talk about love, but the men here seem to be coming to claim my life. Zhang Guyang somehow got a huge stash of medicine from injury treatment, bruise removal, swelling reduction, to calming the nerves and reducing fever. Any medicine related to trauma that the pharmacy had, I suspect he bought it all, delivering it overnight to Yunxia Palace, complete with the bone-setting techniques he learned from the bone setter. Luckily, this time, he didn't mess up the bone reset. For a moment, I actually felt a sense of relief, like I had survived a disaster. And I made up my mind. Next time I fake a fall, I'll choose a lower place, like the edge of a well platform. Sue cried her eyes out, seeing off the reluctant Zhang Guyang, and kept promising she would definitely take good care of me. But as soon as the door closed, the previously sobbing little girl immediately revealed her true colors. "Miss, did you do it on purpose?" I admit it, I deliberately fell off the roof. But before I fell, I had already thought it through. The ground was muddy, and I even watered it to make the soil softer. Still, I really didn't expect that the roof, though not high, would hurt so much when I fell. I underestimated it. I shamelessly coaxed Sue, admitting a whole bunch of faults and promising compensation, only after which the little girl frowned and went to prepare medicine. Su Sheng, like a ghost, appeared from the cellar again, silently examining me from head to toe. Okay, I'll admit he was checking my wounds. Is this how you find medicine for me? Isn't that obvious? Otherwise, what excuse would I have to ask someone for medicine? Does Yunxia Palace secretly harbor a wild man? Or did all my rabbits jump off a building and need urgent care? But since he's the patient, I don't hold it against him. As long as there's medicine, we'll share it. Your wound is too deep and won't heal easily. Constant fever isn't a good thing. Su Sheng slapped the edge of the bed. My little heart jumped. Not for anything else, just this bed. It's not very sturdy. Fine, I promise you. Once your leg is healed, we'll leave. The one who answered Su Sheng's low voice was not me, crying tears of joy for possibly leaving the palace early, but the old wooden bed that was already creaky before finally gave way under the pressure, collapsing into pieces with a loud crash. I hugged the quilt, dragged my limping leg, and sat dazedly on the dusty wooden floorboards, staring blankly at Su Sheng, who was holding up the broken bed frame for me. Hero, have you finally mastered your skill of attacking a cow over the mountain? Su Sheng's face flushed red, then turned pale, then white again, before he finally fled, claiming he needed to go prepare medicine for me. Well, dig me out of this pile of ruins first, then run away. You injured your chest, but you can still run. I hurt my leg. I can fix a missing piece on the roof, but this bed is completely rotten. How can I fix it? The extra wood from the bed? I already chopped it for firewood, dude. After the serious injury from rolling off the roof, I dragged my broken body and, with Sue, spent the night crying on a simple floor mat. At that moment, I deeply missed that ultra-luxurious big bed the worthless emperor kicked me off before. The next day, when Zhang Guyang came, he was amazed at how well Sue and I had dismantled the room, but he was also at a loss for how to get a new bed. I had no hope for Zhang Guyang's handyman skills. He's the kind of useless person who can't even fix a wind wheel. Later, when I had time, I let Su Sheng take a look at that wind wheel. It took him less than 10 minutes from getting it to fixing it completely. People comparing themselves to others is infuriating. In the end, I just barely patched together a few bedboards on the floor and comforted myself by pretending it was a tatami mat. Zhang Guyang felt very ashamed about this and promised me with a boast that he would definitely get me a bed, even if it was a beauty's couch, so I wouldn't have to sleep on the floor in the cold winter. But before he could figure out how to transport bedboards, the worthless emperor was already heading to the palace for recuperation. So young, and already starting to spoil himself? I pity my ex-husband's constitution. Zhang Guyang didn't get a chance to come bid me farewell, but Li Yuan brought a large batch of medicine and supplements, including burn ointment and facial balm, and kept reminding Sue to watch me closely so I wouldn't climb on the roof again, then reluctantly left for his trip. Before leaving, Li Yuan also carefully explained to Tsue that it wasn't his own idea to come. Zhang Gaiang had specially asked him to make this trip, and especially to deliver a message. Then, against my will, he explained to me that Zhang Gaiang wanted to come himself, but was too busy due to family pushing for marriage and the sudden imperial orders, so he simply couldn't find time to come. Of course, the second half of that explanation was shouted at me because right after he said the first half, Tsue was already holding a broom. I don't know who taught that kid to be so clueless, if not now, then when? Insisting that coming wasn't even his own idea. So basically, if Zhang Gaiang didn't want you to deliver the message, you just wouldn't come at all. Tsue didn't hit him with the broom only because she still remembered old times. No sooner had the guard left than Su Sheng started picking up the non-essential things Zhang Gaiang brought and threw them into a corner. I severely reprimanded him for his wasteful behavior. It's okay if you don't like someone, but things are innocent like that box of ginseng. Zhang Gaiang called it by name. It couldn't have agreed. At worst, I'll just tell him not to send anything next time. Su Sheng puffed his chest and promised me that once we left the palace, he would give me double the amount and everything would be better than this. I sincerely thanked him for his determination and gently suggested he face reality. Given that he disappeared for months at a time, if I'm relying on him to bring me things, it's better to just figure out how to make some substitutes myself. Su Sheng seemed completely stunned by my attitude and didn't say a word for a long time. I suspected he wanted to slap something again, but was afraid of breaking it, so he held back. Once you leave the palace, I'll explain everything to you, okay? I decided to test the waters, including the Lantern Festival when you left me to go rescue your beloved junior sister? I pressed. Su Sheng sighed helplessly. I don't have a junior sister. Then was it a chance encounter with a heroic swordswoman, and you fell in love at first sight? There's no such swordswoman. Could it be a brave, skilled female assassin? I wouldn't like her. So there still is a heroic female assassin, right? Su Sheng rubbed his temples. Even if there is, she can't be my beloved. I was shocked. If none of these three fit, how can you be so picky?
He smiled at me.
I'm not picky. Your Majesty, you're more than enough. Looking back, my first reaction upon hearing that was, I'm doomed. I lost the bet with Tsue. My second was, is Su Sheng blind? Given my status, as politely put, the former empress and once the model mother figure of the realm, and more bluntly, a divorced woman who fell hard from grace and is practically impoverished with almost zero chance of remarriage due to my ex-husband's unique position, Su Sheng was not only blind but also bold. Oh, and I forgot, he's not the only bold one. Zhang Gaiang is even bolder, since he's the boss who can literally chop off heads. So after coming back to my senses, I asked Su Sheng earnestly, why? A fresh, young girl outside isn't more appealing? Why must you hang yourself on this crooked tree that offers nothing? This time Su Sheng looked at me like Tsue does, like I was an idiot and a slow-witted one at that. I'll tell your Majesty after you leave the palace. Then he added, you still have time. You can think it over slowly. And with that, he left again, this time politely saying goodbye before, openly and elegantly, climbing over the wall and disappearing. I watched his confident retreat with Tsue beside me, stomping angrily. How dare he accuse me of abandoning him when he's the one who left me? What did I say? I only asked why. Am I not allowed? Should I not ask? And he just ran off. Didn't even dare to answer? Coward fool. He's never allowed back in my Yunxia palace. Tsue whispered back. Well, he never really went through the front door anyway. Oh, right, that guy always sneaks over the walls.
Good job.
Right then and there, I declared a clean break with Su Sheng and forced Tsue to witness it. Tsue seriously refused and reminded me it was time to get ready for winter. With no clean clothes, unfluffed cotton, and an unorganized cellar, Su Sheng just packed up and left, leaving me to deal with the aftermath alone. The scumbag emperor didn't say how long he planned to stay in the retreat palace, but I prayed hard to the Bodhisattva that he'd at least survive until after the new year before coming back. After all, with the emperor away, palace inspections are less strict, so it's easier for me to sneak over to Mingji Palace to check on the rabbits. During the winter preparations, I started a daily scolding routine for Su Sheng. When harvesting cabbages, I yelled at him for lying around in my palace, wasting food and doing nothing. When drying quilts, I scolded him for being heartless, knowing I was short on clothes and food but still ruining my bedding. When burning firewood, I nagged him for being unfaithful, coming and going without notice, as if I didn't matter. Tsue probably couldn't stand my endless complaints and went off whenever she could to feed the rabbits, calling it preparing the New Year's meat for winter. With Zhang Gaiang out on official business, Li Yuan came by more often. Somehow, this kid found an excuse to deliver 2 huge baskets of charcoal to Mingji Palace. Tsue and I moved those baskets bit by bit like ants carrying a home, taking 3 or 4 days just for that. I originally planned to build a Kong bed inside, but considering how precious the firewood and charcoal were, it felt too extravagant, so I gave up. Instead, I settled for heating with a stove. I also tried to hint to Li Yuan whether Zhang Gaiang asked him to deliver things to Yinxia Palace, but the young man was tight-lipped, insisting it was purely out of gratitude and unrelated to anyone else. In the end, I gave up. I still don't know if Su Sheng's promise to leave the palace early is real or not. Men's words are lies and ghosts. I squatted in the growing winter chill, pulling up bean stalks. This year's beans grew quite well. I not only ate stir-fried, boiled, and marinated beans, but even had enough left over to make fermented black beans. They tasted delicious and stored well, except for the somewhat strong smell in the room where I kept them, otherwise perfect. To go with them, I even caught a fish from the lotus basin ahead of time, hung it under the eaves to dry, planning to steam it with salt for the new year. I had even thought I might invite Su Sheng to celebrate the new year with me, but that bastard confessed his feelings then ran off. I never said I would refuse him. What a coward. Tsue returned excitedly, carrying 2 already processed rabbits. Following her was the long-absent Zhang Gaiang. Look, see the difference? Zhang Gaiang at least tells you when he goes on business and checks in the moment he's back. Compare that to Su Sheng, comes and goes without a trace. This is Yinxia Palace, not some 5-star hotel. Long time no see. Your Majesty is still as… Zhang Gaiang paused, looked at the dry branches and leaves in my hands, then glanced at the pile of weeds by my feet, and found a softer way to say it. Seeing your Majesty safe puts my mind at ease. I found it odd too, stuck here day after day. How could I be anything but safe? Cui dragged 2 small folding stools out of the house and handed one to Zhang Gaiang to sit next to me, taking the other for herself. Then she started chopping the rabbit by the edge of the well. So, my peaceful and friendly conversation with Zhang Gaiang began in a particularly strange setting. Zhang Gaiang. The Emperor returned to the palace secretly. I can't stay here with you for long. Please forgive me, Your Majesty. Me? Oh, I understand. Even if the Emperor didn't return secretly, you still couldn't stay long with me. I'm used to it. Cui's knife fell sharply, chopping off one of the rabbit's legs. Zhang Gaiang. The Emperor was attacked again in the temporary palace. This is a secret, so please pretend you never heard it, Your Majesty. Me. Another assassination attempt? The Emperor's reputation isn't looking good. Maybe he should look inward. Maybe he's just too incompetent. Cui chopped continuously, splitting the rabbit into 2 halves. Zhang Gaiang. This time, the assassin actually sneaked into the palace, trying to seduce the Emperor. The Emperor was seriously injured, but luckily the assassin missed the mark, so his life is not in danger. Me. What a pity. Why did the assassin miss? Cui chopped off the rabbit's head with 1 stroke. Miss, when are we scheduling that spicy rabbit head dish you mentioned? I took a moment to reply. No Sichuan peppercorns. Let's just save up some braised rabbit to eat later.
Then it dawned on me.
You said seduce the Emperor? This time the visitor must still be a female assassin, right? Zhang Gaiang nodded helplessly. We suspect it's the same one as before, but this time she escaped too fast. We couldn't get a clear look at her face. I started to seriously doubt whether the assassin group in this era was just lazy. They kept harassing the same person over and over, Even the hardest working people don't work that hard. I looked at Zhang Guyang and asked a question that had been on my mind for a long time. Is the girl good looking? Or is our emperor just not picky? Zhang Guyang. It's not that I have strange priorities, but I honestly don't care. Whether the emperor lives or dies, I'm leaving. Cui finished cleaning one rabbit and started fetching water from the well to wash vegetables. Zhang Guyang cleared his throat awkwardly. In short, the palace patrols have been tighter lately. Your Majesty should avoid going out to prevent trouble. All right. I admit since the emperor's been away, I've gotten bolder. When I go see the rabbits, I always sneak off to pick wild vegetables too, sometimes a bit too far. But I'm careful, taking the secluded paths. Not that I choose them, there are no wild vegetables on the main roads. If Su Sheng doesn't come back soon, I'm even planning to sneak out to dig some bamboo shoots. That would improve the meals, and I could even plant some bamboo. Maybe next summer I'll have a cool bamboo mat to sleep on. Zhang Guyang sat a little longer, nagging me repeatedly not to go out, then apologized because due to the strict checks he couldn't bring me many supplies. I was busy mourning the bamboo shoots and bamboo mats that would never be. Cui was busy washing vegetables, rinsing rice, washing clothes, and scrubbing the floor by the well, never leaving the front yard. Zhang Guyang probably just happened to meet Cui and came to see me. After sitting a short while, he left. I watched Zhang Guyang leave, then called over the little maid, who had nothing to do. Cui, you need to think carefully. To be honest, I had wanted to talk about this with Cui for a while. But she had been out so often recently, and I was too busy sulking about Su Sheng disappearing, so I never found the chance. I've decided I'm definitely leaving the palace. You know my plan. I'll set fire to Yunxia Palace, fake my death, and never return to the capital. If you come with me, you won't be able to return to the capital either, and you definitely won't see Li Yuan again. The little maid lowered her head and muttered her agreement. I absolutely can't stay here, but you still have a chance. I'm the former empress. Once the new empress is installed, I'll be the first to be killed, and probably won't even get a chance to take poison or hang myself. The palace is full of opportunists who climb over others. I'd be an easy target to switch allegiance and become the new empress's meat shield. I'm more desirable than Tang Seng's flesh. When the time comes, they'll poison me, accuse me of regret and sorrow, keep me sick in the cold palace until I suddenly die. The scumbag emperor and his new wife will hypocritically shed a few tears. But Cui is different. Who wouldn't serve a high-ranking lady? The chief maid to the former empress, loyal and faithful. Just these two facts alone mean that once I'm gone, she'll be the most favored maid in the palace. Even if not given more power, she'll be rewarded publicly and become a model of loyalty. If you don't want to stand out anymore, Zhang Guyang should be able to find a way to transfer you from me to some remote corner. You just have to hold on a couple more years. Then you can leave the palace. Then your situation with Li Yuan will be easier to handle. Or you can wait until after I'm gone and then plead with Consort Qi. Once I'm gone, no one will bother you. Whether you want to leave the palace or stay, it will be easier. Cui grabbed my arm. Miss, I still want to follow you. I rubbed her head. Li Yuan won't give up his current position to run away with me. That wouldn't be good for him, and you don't want to see him suffer, right? Zhang Guyang won't get used to working in the fields with me every day either. It's not a compatible life for either of them, and forcing it would only erode their feelings. Actually, it would be better if Cui didn't follow me. She's a little maid who grew up in the capital. She doesn't know the outside world. I started painting a hopeful picture for Cui. Besides, if you stay with Li Yuan here, maybe in a few years he can get a posting elsewhere. Then I could secretly visit you. It's not like we won't see each other anymore, so why be so conflicted? If that really happened, I definitely wouldn't secretly meet Cui again. At most, I'd just check in on how she's doing. Otherwise, given Li Yuan and Zhang Guyang's relationship, if I dared show my face, he'd definitely send Zhang Guyang a message. Cui looked at me suspiciously. Miss, though I think what you say is all true, I still feel like you're tricking me. Me. I was baffled. Is my reputation really that bad? Sue firmly started arguing with me. If you get a posthumous title, miss, then to prove I'm a loyal servant, I'll have to bash my head against her coffin and die. Otherwise, my loyalty will be seen as fake and no one will believe it. Even if I don't die on the first try, they'll probably use a hammer to finish the job and make sure I die a martyr. Whether you're actually dead or not, I'll definitely be dead if I stay behind. So I've got to go with you. We're in the same boat now, and there's no getting off. And even if the new empress spares my life, she definitely won't trust me again. If she doesn't use me, then no one in the palace will dare to. There's no way anyone would arrange a marriage for me in the palace. As for being sent out and marrying Li Yuan, well, even if he's willing, his family would never accept a palace made left behind by the former empress. I'd be useless to them. I'd be better off waiting until Li Yuan is posted outside the capital, then sneak off to find him. If he still remembers our past and hasn't married, I'll marry him. But if by then he already has a wife, then it proves he's just the kind of heartless jerk you always say he is. And if that's the case, I won't feel like I lost anything. I was dumbfounded. When did this little girl pick up my whole bag of sophistry? She made so much sense. I felt an existential crisis coming on, like the student had outwitted the master. But she's been so thoroughly brainwashed by me that it'll be nearly impossible for her to get married in the future. At least judging by her current ambitions, being someone's concubine is absolutely out of the question. I tried probing her thoughts a bit. The little girl looked at me and said with righteous indignation, "Miss, don't say such unlucky things. I've served Her Majesty the Empress. If I ended up being someone's concubine, it would ruin her reputation. I don't know about others, but I definitely couldn't do that." I rubbed my forehead in pain. I'd better tell Su Sheng to prepare an extra body. I still didn't know where that damn bastard had gone or when he planned to leave. He could at least give me a heads up, right? But Zhang Guiyang wasn't wrong. Under constant harassment from the assassins, palace security had indeed tightened significantly. Even Jing Sheng couldn't stay in Mingji Palace anymore. The reason was that some palace attendants had reported that the palace was haunted. Strange, shrill noises often rang out at night. The guards thought assassins were hiding there and stormed the place for a full-scale search. And then they found a whole nest of fat, harmless, fluffy white rabbits that had chewed the palace lawn bald. According to gossip from Li Yuan, the squad captain, eager to earn merit, turned green in the face when he saw the rabbits shamelessly munching on white radishes. Zhang Guiyang had to pull a lot of strings to suppress the news that Jing Sheng had been secretly raising rabbits in Mingji Palace, something that might have been considered a crime if it got out. But he couldn't save the rabbits. They were all confiscated and sent to the imperial kitchens. Jing Sheng managed to smuggle out 3 cages of baby rabbits and sent them to me that very night, then reluctantly bid me farewell and went off to take up his new post at the imperial menagerie. His reason? Since he knew how to raise rabbits, it would be a waste of talent not to use him. What kind of crap reason is that? I worked so hard to train up that caretaker, and now the blood-sucking palace just snatched him away like it was nothing. I was furious. Without Jing Sheng's help, where was I supposed to get my daily supply of rice, oil, salt, sauce, and tea? No matter how resourceful I am, I can't extract salt from a palace well. On the day Jing Sheng left for his new post, I clutched my jars of salt and vinegar with tears in my eyes, counting and recounting my dwindling supplies like a grieving widow. I kept thinking about one question. How long will this last me? Zhang Guiyang had used the new year as an excuse to send lots of goods to Yunxia Palace, but I was still worried. After all, relying on outside help wasn't sustainable. Only what we grew ourselves in Yunxia Palace could last in the long run. In plain terms, self-sufficiency is the key to survival. I started planning to expand the bean planting area come spring. At the very least, I could make some soy sauce, right? On New Year's Eve, Su Sheng came back for a visit. When he arrived, Tsue and I were eating hot pot. Our justification was that it was the new year, so we had to eat something nice. The milky white bone broth was bubbling in the pot. The rich aroma of fatty meat drifted in the steam. The frozen meat, sliced thin and dipped briefly into the soup, came out tender and flavorful. Paired with big chunks of daikon that had been simmering in the broth, cabbage that floated just beneath the surface, mushrooms peeking through the soup, and meatballs I had chopped for over half an hour, dipped in the rabbit meat sauce I had prepared earlier. Whatever Su Sheng had intended to say, I had no idea. The moment he walked in, he glued himself to a stool and fought for food like his life depended on it. I discussed the possibility of jumping into a well with him. Su Sheng flatly refused. The reason was simple: one person jumping into a well could be chalked up to an accident. Two people jumping in? That's just brainless. Besides, Zhang Guiyang had already come up with that plan. If two bodies were pulled from the well, he'd definitely start overthinking. Once he started overthinking, he'd start investigating. Once he investigated, something would surely go wrong. And if something went wrong, he'd start unraveling the whole thing. I pictured myself living carefree outside the palace, only to have Zhang Guiyang suddenly show up one day, calling me, "Your Majesty," in a tone full of resentment. I shivered on the spot. It's freezing cold anyway. Might as well burn the place down, it's warmer at least. Tsue strongly insisted on being taken with us. Su Sheng agreed very readily, and even said we wouldn't need to worry about her body. He'd handle everything perfectly. I suspected this guy had planned to take Tsue along from the very beginning. This time, Su Sheng didn't mention sneaking out of the palace for the Lantern Festival again. In fact, I didn't even know what he was busy with lately. He was always coming and going from Yunxia Palace, and somehow got his hands on a eunuch's uniform. He wore it pretty convincingly, too. Of course, I didn't dare say that to his face. No man wants to be told he looks like a eunuch. Zhang Guiyang dropped by a few more times too. Besides bringing me supplies, he also told me something. I wasn't sure whether to consider it good news or not. Consort Chida was due to give birth around spring. According to several imperial physicians, she was most likely having a boy. I never expected that while Consort Yuanshu and Consort Li were fighting over things, Consort Chida would actually benefit from it. At first, I thought Consort Chida giving birth had nothing to do with me. But later, I realized I was wrong. I really was wrong. If I had known earlier that her childbirth was so closely connected to me, I definitely would have burned incense and prayed to the gods for her to pick a good day. In fact, the day she chose was quite good. The third day of the third lunar month, the Shangxi festival. Why do I say her day was good? Because I also chose a bright, beautiful spring day to roll up my sleeves and try making qingtuan green rice dumplings. Just when I had everything ready and was about to steam the qingtuan, Su Sheng suddenly threw a burlap sack over the wall. Then he threw in another one. And then, as if he had descended like a divine soldier, he jumped down from the wall and kicked over my big steaming pot.
My poor qingtuan.
Those plump dumplings stuffed with meat and spiced tofu. Just like that, one or two got covered in dust and rolled into the dirt. However, Su Sheng didn't quite understand my mourning over the food. He not only kicked over my steaming pot, but also pulled out the most burning stick from my firewood pile and then snatched the jar of oil I had carefully saved. By the time I realized what was happening, Su Sheng had already set a room on fire. Quick, change your clothes. Someone's giving birth today. Everyone in the palace has gone there to help. Tsue screamed and jumped up to pack her things. I grabbed her hand. Are you stupid? We're about to die. What luggage do you need? Just take the bracelets and leave. Tsue suddenly came to her senses and rushed into the room to grab the bracelets. I quickly changed into the palace maid's clothes Su Sheng brought, and Tsue helped me tie my hair into the common double buns worn by palace maids. Su Sheng had already arranged the room. Apparently, Consort Chida was having some difficulty giving birth because the Yunxia Palace had been burning for quite some time, and the palace servants and eunuchs came to put out the fire only after a long delay. The key problem was there were many spectators and few firefighters. Most just stood around with arms crossed, shouting about rescuing people but actually running around chaotically, not even holding a basin, and not helping put out the fire at all. Former empresses really do have poor popularity. Su Sheng took Tsue and me on a winding path through corners, crawling through dog holes, climbing over walls. It took over half an hour before I finally stood outside the capital's palace on the main street again. Tsue pulled on my sleeve, trembling. Miss, are we really out? I kept my head down and hurried forward, only stopping after I was among the crowd. Then I turned back to look at the palace. The red walls and green tiles blocked the palace sky. I didn't even see the black smoke that should have been rising from the burning Yunxia Palace. The tightly closed palace gates made the whole palace look especially solemn and quiet. I held Suetsue's hand behind my back, my voice trembling a little without me noticing. Suetsue, find a place and sell the bracelets. We'll take the money and leave. Suetsue looked at me, completely confused. Miss, I didn't bring the bracelets out. I felt like I'd been struck by lightning. The joy of escaping vanished instantly. I had fantasized countless times inside Yunxia Palace that once I got out, I would treat those bracelets as a sum of money, like a breakup fee from that scumbag emperor. Then I would use that seed money to rent a room or a store, open a hot pot restaurant, start flirting with rich, handsome men, become the boss's wife, and reach the peak of life. But what I didn't expect was that I got out, but the startup money didn't. Wasn't this a disaster? Suetsue, innocent, dealt another blow to my heart. Su Gongzi said, after the fire's out, Lord Zhang will definitely check the Yunxia Palace. If he can't find the bracelets, he'll become suspicious, and then things will get bad. So he told me to put the bracelets back. I think Su Gongzi is right. I wanted to slap Suetsue awake. Am I your lady, or is he your lord? Whose words do you listen to? Suetsue glanced at me, then at Su Sheng beside me, and without hesitation, betrayed me. What's the difference between listening to you or to the Lord? I gritted my teeth in anger. Su Sheng gently placed his hand on my shoulder, holding back my hand from slapping Suetsue's head. Then he slipped a bracelet onto my hand. I told you, whatever you have in the palace, I will give you twice as much. I keep my word. I never break promises. Still angry, I turned my head and glared at Su Sheng. You promise? Su Sheng took my hand and walked toward the city outskirts. I promise. From now on, every word counts. In my third year in the cold palace, I not only managed to eat my fill, but also successfully escaped, and even managed to remarry. Su Sheng somehow got me a travel pass, with my maiden name written on it.
Su Qinghuan.
When the guard checked the pass, a horse galloped past me. Luckily, Su Sheng pulled me aside, or I would have been knocked over. Is there an urgent message? Why are they running so fast? Su Sheng pulled me aside and glanced back at the rider, who was already far ahead. The guard flipped through Suetsue's pass and followed Su Sheng's gaze. It's not an urgent message. Must be some emergency. That person just passed by looks like a palace guard, holding the guard's badge. Only after leaving the city did Suetsue quietly come closer to me. Miss, that person just now seemed to be Lord Zhang. I glanced at Su Sheng, who was still haggling with the carriage driver, and silently gestured Suetsue to be quiet. Actually, many things don't need to be said. Su Sheng's side story. I am an assassin. Probably a pretty skilled one. But I think thanks to some writers' vivid imaginations, the public's idea of an assassin is kind of strange. Outsiders imagine an assassin as someone in black clothes, heroic and imposing, who can climb walls and jump rooftops anywhere, go invisible at will, cover their face so no one recognizes them, and can kill from afar with sword techniques. To that, I just want to say, they're probably overthinking it. Assassins are people too. It's not a bird that can jump off cliffs and survive. It's not a bat that hides under eaves unnoticed everywhere. Our boss looks like a simple, honest guy, but he can do everything. From inventing and modifying various mechanical traps to fixing tables and chairs, he can set up a fortune-telling stall outside, cook delicious meals inside, write exquisite literary works, and even ride a horse to take someone's head in battle. He's basically the perfect all-rounder for home life, travel, and showing off to outsiders. The first principle our boss instilled in us was that being an assassin is a hidden art. If you want to kill without being noticed, you have to blend perfectly with your surroundings, so everyone thinks your presence is completely natural. That way, the chance of being discovered becomes very low. Under the influence of our boss, who is skilled in both literature and martial arts, each of us mastered at least 3 different skills. For example, Using iron wire to pick locks, pickpocketing in busy markets, fixing and patching things, appraising antiques, composing poetry and painting, and so on. Usually, depending on the mission, we would learn whatever role we had to play and acquire relevant knowledge, spending at least a month blending in around the target. Then, we'd wait for the right moment to arrange the most suitable method of assassination according to the employer's request. But this time, the boss gave me the task of assassinating the emperor. Honestly, I didn't really understand why I was taking on such a thankless, difficult job. But the boss promised. If it succeeded, I'd get half the payment, plus 3 years of rest afterward with double monthly pay. For that raise, I agreed. The boss and I planned the infiltration of the palace in detail. Then he sold me into a brothel. Yes, sold me into a brothel as a woman. Before I left, the boss swore to me he'd redeem me within a month and guaranteed I wouldn't have to serve clients. I lived among a flock of singing and dancing women, spending every day hiding my real identity as a man and learning every trick of seducing men, including but not limited to playing instruments, chess, calligraphy, eyebrow shaping, applying makeup, and conversation skills for entertaining guests. The madam was kind to me, saying although I wasn't the prettiest girl she had bought, I was the most ambitious she had ever seen, and with time I would achieve great things. Somehow, I felt that was not exactly a compliment for a girl. The boss was ruthless. It took him 3 whole months to come pick me up, and he came disguised as a client. If he hadn't told me right away that the fake palace pass was ready and that he had found at least 3 ways to sneak me into the palace, I probably would have gladly fought him. The boss gave me 3 days' worth of food, escorted me to the palace walls, hesitated for a moment, patted my shoulder, and told me to survive and take my time. There was no rush from the employer. No kidding. If he pressured me, I wouldn't cooperate. Killing the emperor isn't like slaughtering a chicken. I'm not crazy enough to just barge into the throne hall with a knife. For half a year, I was an invisible presence in the palace. I mostly survived by stealing food from palace maids and eunuchs, occasionally sneaking into the kitchen to improve my meals, and sleeping wherever I could find an empty room, beds and beams included. After 6 months, I had memorized all the routes throughout the palace's halls and courtyards. I worked as a cleaning eunuch disguised as a garden-tending maid, emptied chamber pots, transported vegetables. Basically every role that allowed me to move freely in the palace. I tried it all. The boss gave me plenty of identities. I began planning the assassination. A few palace rooms in the southeast corner of the imperial garden were usually empty. When I wasn't wandering around, I would stay there. Then one day, people moved into Yunxia Palace. At first, I thought it was some concubine who had gotten into trouble and was sent there to lay low. But it turned out to be the empress herself. Oh no, more precisely, the former empress. She was calm and composed, but her little maid beside her cried as if she were the one who had been deposed. Very interesting. After the former empress arrived at Yunxia Palace, the entire harem took turns coming to see her. I had no choice but to move to Mingji Palace. Those women obviously came to watch the fallen empress as a joke, but ironically, she made them look like the joke. Especially when she demanded things from the 9 concubines. Their faces turned green with envy. In the end, they actually gave her what she wanted. I had to admit, I was impressed. Honestly, watching her was far more interesting than watching the rest of the emperor's harem. Every day was full of life. Soon, Yunxia Palace felt like it was alive again, although the vibe was a bit out of place for a palace. Next door in Mingji Palace, a young eunuch arrived who seemed to know the former empress. He often shared his rations to send supplies to Yunxia Palace, which made me genuinely worried. Why all this trouble? The former empress planted a bunch of radishes and cabbages in Yunxia Palace and eradicated the rats. I watched her and dreamed of braised pork, suddenly feeling the roast chicken in my hand wasn't so appetizing anymore. They say hunger makes people lose their minds, but I never expected a dignified empress to sneak out at midnight just to catch fish. At night, I dare not wander the palace casually. The guards patrolled strictly. Judging by how suspiciously the empress and her maid acted, they wouldn't make it 300 meters without getting caught. Whatever, considering how long I'd been watching her, I decided to help out a little. Just on the short trip when she and the maid went fishing, I distracted the guards 5 times, mimicked catcalls 3 times, and scared away roosting birds twice. But what really shocked me was that she actually used bed canopy hooks as fishing hooks. If those could catch fish, I'd be happy to perform a live swallowing of an 8-legged table right then and there. Even using a pot as a hook would be more reliable. The Empress and her maid sat by the pond most of the night. When they returned, her sleep talk was all about wanting a fish basket, fishing rod, and fishing net. I remember the Imperial kitchen had fish baskets. Well, good deeds all the way, I decided to catch a fish for her. She kept talking about braised fish and steamed fish at her sleep. It made me crave fish too. But she actually treated me like a deity. She sent me a bowl full of fish meat and made a wish that she wanted to kill the Emperor. That was really interesting. Though to her, the Emperor's life was only worth a jar of pickled vegetables. That's quite cheap. I started wondering how much the employer had paid the boss. In terms of pickled vegetable jars, it would probably fill the entire palace. Anyway, since I'm killing the Emperor anyway, I might as well help fulfill her wish. I think she even wished for chili pepper seeds. I figured I'd make a trip to the kitchen tomorrow and bring her some chili peppers to plant in the soil, give her a little surprise. But I probably have no talent for gardening. The peppers never sprouted. And I'd buried them in the richest soil, too. I think I'm getting addicted to watching how the Empress lives her days. At first, I slept wherever there was an empty palace. But recently I've been spending more time on the beams in Yunxia Palace. She planted a big circle of mugwort and mint around the main hall, saying it could repel mosquitoes, but honestly, it doesn't work very well. Then she had a sudden idea and convinced her little maid to sleep outside with her. I wanted to warn her it might rain tonight, but then I thought, she doesn't seem to fear thunder, so whatever. But no matter how much I planned, I never expected the palace buildings to be so fragile and that the Empress's luck would be so terrible she'd get struck by lightning on the roof. When the guards stormed in, I was crouched on the beam clutching my dagger. If things went south, I'd stab her and run. I figured since she's a former Empress, the guards wouldn't rush to capture me immediately. But where to stab? Not the legs, she wouldn't be able to walk. Not the arms, she couldn't work. Not the stomach. What if I accidentally killed her? After all, my training was all about one-hit kills. I never learned how to wound someone seriously, but not fatally. I squatted on the beam, agonizing over it, as she toured the transformed Yunxia Palace with the guards, finally handing each one a big cabbage. All right then, that's her style. Luckily, the guards were distracted by her, so none noticed me up on the beam. Otherwise, I really wouldn't have known where to strike. Ever since the guards found out someone was living in Yunxia Palace, they've been coming by often, especially that little leader named Zhang, who visits the most frequently. Today he brought some rice, tomorrow some flour, and he occasionally brings materials for palace repairs. If you're so capable, why don't you stay and help fix the roof yourself? Abandoning your post like that, be careful, I might anonymously report you. In the hottest part of summer, I always hear her babbling about watermelon and something called ice chicken spirit or something. I don't get it. Does freezing a chicken really make wishes come true? Should I try putting Zhang Guiyang's old hen in the ice cellar and see? Probably not a good idea. That egg-laying hen is her new favorite, treated like a precious treasure. She just stares at its rear end and smiles for no reason. But she really does have a lovely smile. I hope she smiles more often. The Emperor's hunting trips aren't really good assassination opportunities. Though the mountains look like good hiding spots, they're perfect for guards to surround you like dumplings and add in tigers, leopards, wolves, and snakes. If I got hurt, I wouldn't get far. Anyway, the boss said the mission isn't urgent. We can wait until New Year's. I won't admit I just wanted to ditch that Zhang guy so I could watch the Empress alone. But Zhang actually gave her gifts openly, a pair of white rabbits and 6 white fox pelts. What terrible gift-giving. White gets dirty the fastest. How's she supposed to wear that? Of course, the Empress disliked the gift. It would have been perfect if she'd refused it outright. It's just fox pelts. If she wants, I can skin some bear pelts later. Warmer and dirt-resistant. And Zhang Guiyang even dared to ask the Empress for a purse? Shameless. Today must have been one of those days where I'm just annoyed by him. The dried peaches the Empress gave Zhang were really good. I couldn't resist and stole a few while they were drying. She thought birds stole them and was heartbroken for days. I should have stopped myself. But what did she mean by my hands? I have a lot of calluses on my hands too. Does that mean we're a better match? During Mid-Autumn Festival, I sneaked out of the palace briefly to report my investigation progress to the boss. He was very pleased with my efforts and hinted that I could make a move at the New Year's palace banquet. More people means more chaos, and as long as there's chaos, I can escape easily. Before returning to the palace, I went to see Zhang III on a whim. He specializes in making fake household registrations. Though I could have just made up any name, for some reason when he asked me what name to use, I gave him the Empress's birth name, Su Qinghuan. I think I might be a little crazy. I knocked out a dancer and snuck into the performance troupe, blending in with the crowd without arousing suspicion. This year's dance was a creative one with veils covering faces. Perfect for me. But the assassination didn't go as planned. It wasn't that I slipped. It was that the Emperor's hands were just too fast. The moment I lunged and revealed my dagger, he grabbed the nearest consort Li and pulled her in front of him to block. If I'm not mistaken, he also tightly held consort Yuan Shu on his other side. He probably intended to toss Yuan Shu into my arms to hold me back from escaping. So shameless. No wonder the Emperor always has an empress or a favored consort by his side during meals. Turns out he was just prepping his human shield. Good thing it wasn't her sitting next to the dog emperor. Otherwise, there's no way I could have stabbed. Alright, I didn't even stab consort Li. Not out of mercy, no feelings for the Emperor either, but because I simply ran out of time. The moment I realized the Emperor wanted to dump Yuan Shu on me, I took off running without hesitation toward the dancer's exit as planned. What a joke. Yuan Shu is notorious in the harem for being a crybaby. If she latched onto me, would I even be able to escape? Within moments, the guards chasing me almost smashed the palace gates. When I came, I had hidden a full set of guard clothes in a corner of a small corridor outside the palace hall. When it was time to run, I grabbed them, then slipped into the fake rock in the Imperial Garden. After changing clothes, I quickly rolled up my dance outfit and hid it in my arms. Pretending to be in the middle of a palace search, I tossed the guard clothes under the wall by the roots, kicked the wall a couple of times to create the illusion that an assassin was trying to escape, then strutted right back to Yunxia Palace. When people asked along the way, I said I was one of the guards conducting the assassin search. In short, I was from a different unit than whoever questioned me. Anyway, I had the badge for every unit. But everyone was so busy and chaotic, and since I knew the palace layout well, no one really checked my badge. Since an assassin showed up at the palace during the New Year and no one was caught at the gates, it was routine to search every palace, especially the roof beams. They were a key focus. Luckily, I'd mostly been staying in Yunxia Palace recently, so other palace beams probably showed no trace of me. The cellar in Yunxia Palace was a perfect hiding spot. I'd actually rehearsed hiding there several times at night, buried in the cabbage piles. Unless you moved every cabbage, you'd never find me. But with how fiercely this Empress guards her food, it's unlikely anyone would move the carefully stacked cabbages. Zhang Guiyang was particularly nervous when searching Yunxia Palace, telling the Empress repeatedly that it was just routine and no offense was intended. He was suspicious of me being there, so what? He wasn't wrong. Originally, Zhang Guiyang wanted to move all the cabbages, but the Empress kept emphasizing how hard she'd worked to stack them, so Zhang Guiyang only moved about 7 or 8 cabbages as a gesture. When he saw more cabbages underneath, he gave up. That was close. If he had moved 2 more cabbages, he'd have found me. By then, I had already taken off the guard's outerwear. I hated wearing that guard skin. If he had found me, I wouldn't have been able to escape. Luckily, he didn't. But the Empress did. I never expected she would keep moving cabbages. After she moved just 2, my hand holding the dagger was exposed. At that moment, I was even more conflicted than when Zhang Guiyang rushed in that rainy night. I never thought I'd appear before her like this. To be exact, I never thought I'd appear before her at all. I'm an assassin. In a crowd, I must be completely unnoticed. Someone should forget about me after just one glance. But now, she had seen me. My hand reacted faster than my brain. By the time I realized it, the dagger was already pressed against her chest. It's unavoidable, professional instinct. But her first reaction was to start digging me out. There'd just been an assassin incident in the palace, and now suddenly there's an unidentified person here. Wouldn't she think twice? I watched as she threw cabbages everywhere trying to dig me out, then finally it clicked. Zhang Guiyang told her a female assassin had snuck into the dancers' group, but I was dressed as a man. I didn't expect dressing as a woman would come with this perk. She probably thought I was an assassin accomplice caught up in palace intrigue before even striking. She kept dropping hints, trying to find out who I was. I told her my name was Meng Yi, a name my boss gave me. Obviously, she didn't believe it and kept showering fake compliments on that name. It got annoying, so I told her my previous name. I was picked up by the boss. My birth name was Su Sheng, but no one's called me that for a long time. She seemed surprised to hear that. To be safe, I mentioned the fish basket and the fish I brought her before, just to prevent her from thinking I was working with the guards and telling Zhang Guiyang all about what I'm doing here. Her eyes lit up, even talking about great kindness and favors. All that over fish? Really? Seeing how much she praised me, I didn't scare her with the dagger. How bold she was, she even wanted me to show her how to put the dagger away. What's there to learn? I was probably just bored in the palace, so I showed her the dagger technique again and again. I wouldn't admit I was doing it just to hear her compliment me. I'm not some street performer. I just wanted to see how many different flattering phrases she could come up with. The boss said flattery is a linguistic art, and I'm a keen learner. Yeah, that's it. I was just trying to learn how to flatter. After I cleared things up with her, it became much easier to give her gifts. But I think what she wants most is probably to leave the palace. From the recent guard patrol's routes, it looks like the Emperor plans to leave the palace for the Lantern Festival. That day, palace guards won't patrol so strictly. Zhang Guiyang will go out with the Emperor, so he won't be coming to check on Yunxia Palace. As long as we're careful, I should be able to take her out. Anyway, I'm going to the Lantern Market to assassinate the Emperor. After finishing, bringing her back isn't impossible. At that time, the guards will be busy closing city gates and hunting me down. They wouldn't expect me to sneak back into the palace. I loitered in Yunxia Palace for a while, timing my appearances to avoid Zhang Guiyang, so he couldn't catch me. The palace expects me to die by jumping into the moat. Either the guards take the blame for catching me, or my boss arranges a substitute to take my fall. I prefer the latter. Having an organization is great. Not everything has to be my own responsibility. Sure enough, the Emperor plans to leave the palace for the Lantern Festival. I don't even need my boss to tell me. The whole harem is buzzing. The ladies are fighting tooth and nail for the honor of accompanying the Emperor out to celebrate. The little palace maids gossip will stand out, and the eunuchs have even set up betting pools. Apparently, Consort Yuan is the favorite with odds of 1 to 2, while Consort Qi is the least favored at 1 to 10. I don't know why they're so eager to be the Emperor's meat shield. Before Zhang Guiyang's shift on the Lantern Festival, he actually brought the Empress a rabbit lantern. It wasn't anything special, just some common trinket you could grab by the handful on the street, but she treated it like a treasure. I smashed it with a stone. She seemed a little upset. What's the big deal? Next time, I'll make her a phoenix lantern. That'll be 100 times better than that broken rabbit. Going out of the palace myself was easy enough, but bringing someone else along was a first for me. Several times we almost got caught by the patrols, and in a moment of panic I had to help her, though I think I handled it a bit roughly and ended up dropping her. I'll have to buy some medicinal oil for her when we get out. The Empress had probably been inside the palace too long because everything outside seemed new to her. She was checking out the stalls, while I kept an eye on the guards. She was figuring out what food to bring for Tsue, and I was thinking about the likely route the Emperor would take through the Lantern Market. I warned her not to bring anything back with her since Zhang Guiyang came so often. Any extra items from outside would surely catch his attention. But she actually thought I was poor? Where on earth did she get that idea? Me, the organization's top assassin, living indoors with all meals, clothing, and lodging provided, going out, all expenses covered by employers. I get 40% of the missions cut. All earnings go straight to my own pocket, plus a regular salary. In other words, my daily life boils down to two things: going on missions and saving money. If I were poor, that'd be nonsense. There's nowhere for me to spend money anyway. To prove I wasn't broke, I casually slapped a money pouch into her hand and told her she could see if she could spend it all. And I wasn't lying. If she could blow through it in one night, she'd have real talent. Inside were copper coins and some scattered silver pieces. In the lining, there was a 50,000 tael silver note jointly issued by 4 major banks, along with a fake household registration in her name. Assassinating in the bustling market isn't about sneaking around quietly. Getting caught or killed on the spot is way too likely. I'm hoping luck's on my side, and I can bring her back in one piece. If I can't bring her back, once she's spent all the loose silver, she should find the lining compartment in the pouch. Then she can leave the city herself. Even without me or Tsuetsue with her, she's capable enough to get by just fine on her own. I'm really curious what wish she'd make at the Lantern Festival. The bodyguard accompanying the emperor this time was Consort Cheetah, who wasn't very conspicuous. That was quite surprising to me. Could it be that the emperor himself is the biggest bettor in the palace gambling ring? I sneaked into a room, stole some women's clothes, only wore a cloak over the skirt, borrowed a dressing table to put on some lip balm and rouge. Didn't bother with powder since the lantern light was dim. The assassination still didn't go smoothly. Actually, I'm more suited for stealth kills, especially ones staged as accidents. Drawing a dagger in broad daylight isn't really my style. But the Emperor's close circle is impossible to penetrate, and setting up an accident is even harder. So I had to make do. Last time the Emperor used a woman as a human shield. This time a lantern's tassel blocked my view. If it weren't for the crowd scattering the guards a bit, I might not have escaped. Luckily, I got away quickly. The boss said my real strength isn't in setting up accidents, but in being highly alert to my environment. At the slightest sign something's wrong, I'm supposed to abandon the mission immediately. Isn't that obvious? If I'm dead, what's the point of a next time? If the target's alive, I can come back to kill him again. But if I'm dead, who'll kill him? Preserve yourself and the green hills will remain is my #1 life rule. I ran while shedding clothes and brought her back to the palace. Zhang Gaian definitely saw her, but I don't know if he noticed me. No traces of the outside world could be left behind. I searched her from head to toe before leaving: clothes, shoes, pouch, even shoe soles. She was spotless, but poor me hadn't finished wiping off the lip balm, and she caught that. I thought she'd guess I was disguised as a woman, but she actually thought I ditched her to go to a brothel and find a lover? What a joke. I go to brothels to observe and learn, not to be a client. The goal is to be sisters with the courtesans, not lovers. Honestly, whatever the top courtesan knows, I know too. And whatever she doesn't, I also know. She's not even as skilled as I am. I earn my money with my life. Why would I waste it on someone less capable than me? But now isn't the time to explain. It's better if she misunderstands for a while, so she doesn't show weakness around Zhang Gaiang. Zhang Gaiang is very cautious. Even if he hasn't found proof the Empress left the palace, he won't easily believe he was mistaken. I might have to lay low outside the palace for a while. Anyway, with him watching Yunxia Palace, nothing bad will happen. The boss told me to take it slow with the next assassination attempt. Killing the Emperor twice in 1 month would make even a fool more alert. Slowing down on assassinations is fine, but after resting and healing my injuries, I still have to go back inside. Zhang Gaiang is always hovering near her, which makes me very uneasy. Though I know the guy has the heart but no courage. Marrying a twice-divorced woman is already a stretch, let alone marrying a former empress. Does he still want to survive in the palace? But I'm still annoyed. Especially when I see him getting close to her, I have the impulse to just kick him flying. As soon as my injury healed, I rushed back to the palace. Surprisingly, Zhang Gaiang still hadn't dropped his suspicions. Luckily, I had dug another small hole in the cellar, just big enough for one person to hide. But once I hid inside, I felt uneasy, chest tightness and shortness of breath. Could it be my injury hadn't healed properly? Outside, Zhang Guiyang was dawdling, refusing to leave. The longer I stayed in the hole, the worse I felt. As an assassin, I never thought I'd one day be defeated by a hole I dug myself. How embarrassing. But there's always someone more embarrassed than you in this world. When I came to, I was sitting in a steaming wooden tub, wearing nothing but my underwear. Tsue was stoking the fire and sitting beside the tub, supporting my head. How is this possible? Even when I went into brothels, I'd never been stripped this bare. She must take responsibility for this. I trapped her in a room, and her excuse was that my fainting in the cellar wasn't her fault. It was the mushrooms in the cellar. So now I have to hold those mushrooms accountable? When I came to again, she was already digging a cellar with me. Yes, in the middle of the night, candle burning, a man and a woman alone in a confined space, and yet we were digging a cellar. Even a storybook wouldn't dare write that. The most important thing was, while digging, she kept nagging me about how a cellar needs proper ventilation, or else the plant's respiration releases a large amount of carbon dioxide, which could cause someone entering the cellar to suddenly faint. She also said since candles consume oxygen when burning, you can use a candle to test if there's too much carbon dioxide. After going around in a circle, she finally told me to avoid going to brothels too often because it's not good for me. Honestly, apart from the last bit about avoiding brothels, I didn't understand a single word of the rest. Plants can breathe? What the heck is carbon dioxide? Have I been too relaxed about myself lately? Is it that my knowledge hasn't been updated in time? Or did she just make all that up to trick me? I should probably ask the boss for some funding and visit a bookstore so that I won't embarrass myself in front of her before she even shows any weakness in front of Zhang Guiyang. But she seemed really bothered by me going to brothels? Well, those places aren't interesting after a while anyway. I'll explain it properly to her after this is all over. There's no way I'm going to tell her the truth, that I'm that female assassin. She yawned several times halfway through digging, so I sent her back to sleep, but she pretended to be asleep. When I checked on her before leaving, we accidentally locked eyes. So awkward. I brought her lots of beans and peanuts. She planted watermelons in Yunxia Palace and even grew a grapevine. Zhang Guiyang kept nagging her about the emperor's plan to establish a new empress, and every time he mentioned it, she got really upset. I noticed the other concubines in the palace liked swinging, so I asked if she wanted me to make one for her. She said swings are only made for someone's beloved. Where did that custom come from? I'd only ever heard about betrothal gifts involving wild geese, never swings. Besides, isn't the swing I make for her basically for her beloved? But she seemed to think my beloved was someone else. What the hell? I just wanted her to misunderstand that I was the one going to brothels, not that I was playing the field and loving whoever I met. Could I be like that dog emperor with his harem, sleeping with a different woman every day? But this situation needs to be handled quickly. Zhang Guiyang has been coming too often lately and pushed a few marriage proposals. Judging by his attitude, he might be thinking the same way I am. Am I going to let him get ahead of me? Just on the matter of taking her out of the palace, I definitely have the advantage over Zhang Guiyang. But things get trickier with the boss. In our line of work, you always keep your head tied to your belt, meaning you always have to be careful. Although there is a retirement system for assassins, from what I know, almost no one manages to retire alive. When I told the boss I wanted to quit, he didn't say much, just asked if I'd thought it through, then gave me a sudden new mission, telling me to confront things head-on. Fine, head-on it is. No more wasting time with setups and delays, letting Zhang Guiyang get the jump on me. This time, the mission wasn't hard, but after completing it, I was hunted relentlessly by revenge seekers. In the end, I was stabbed hard in the chest but barely managed to escape. The boss found me a doctor and, as soon as I woke up, told me since this was my farewell mission, all expenses, including the doctor's fees and medicine, were my responsibility. But maybe because I looked so pitiful, he said that if I tried to assassinate the emperor one more time, whether I succeed or not, he'd handle the aftermath of my death for free. I agreed immediately. The boss saved my life and gave me a second chance. Whether or not he helps me afterward, I have to complete all his demands until I officially quit. Besides, it's just one more assassination attempt without caring about success or failure. Win or lose, I'm giving it my all. Once my wounds healed a little, I forced myself to enter the palace. The boss thought I just wanted to finish the mission quickly and retire, telling me not to rush, and that healing wouldn't delay anything important. This kind of injury is nothing. Losing my wife to someone else, that's the real crisis. Luckily, I got there just in time. As soon as I entered Yunxia Palace, I saw Zhang Guyang groping her, telling her to wait for him. Wait for you, my foot. If there had been a brick nearby, I wouldn't have hesitated to bash his head with a stick. Who doesn't know how to sweet talk? I've studied plenty, male or female. I can talk my way through any situation without repeating myself for a whole year. But it seems my injury still isn't fully healed. Before I could even think of what to say first, I fainted again. So embarrassing, fainting twice in front of her. The assassin's dignity is completely ruined. Looks like I have to keep a close eye on her from now on. If she spreads these embarrassing stories about me all over the martial world, how am I going to survive? Unsurprisingly, when I woke up again, she was stripping me naked. Last time, I still had my underwear, but this time, not even that was spared. Oh well, at this point, I can't avoid responsibility. Some water splashed on her face, so I reached out to wipe it clean. Her skin was still very smooth. Much better to the touch than those flashy, over-the-top women covered in makeup. No wonder she's the one I chose. Thinking about how Zhang Guyang held her in his arms made me really annoyed. Where exactly did he hold her? While she was asleep, I had to hold her back myself. It actually felt pretty good having her wake up in my arms, especially when she heard me say she had to take responsibility for me. The green, ghost-like expression she made after hearing that just made me feel even better. At least she didn't reject me right away, right? Just for that, I'm better than Zhang Guyang. But if I'd known she'd look for medicine for me in that way, I definitely would have listened to the boss and waited until I was mostly healed before coming back. Outside, Zhang Guyang was sweating nervously, and inside the cellar, I clenched my palm until it bled. He was a guard himself, so how could he not know even basic bone setting? He dislocated my joint and set it crooked. I'm really impressed. If you don't know how to do it, just get lost quickly and don't waste my time trying to fix it. Finally, after Zhang Guyang left, she woke up and the first thing she said was to have me dislocated again because it would give Zhang Guyang a reason to suspect something. I admit she had a point, but if a dislocation drags on too long, it's really hard to heal properly. She hurriedly explained that as long as it was fixed within a day, it would be fine. Since it's already like this, she didn't mind waiting a little longer. At that moment, I hated my identity as an assassin for the first time. If I weren't an assassin, I would have stood by her side immediately and taken care of everything for her. Not like now. Everything has to be done secretly and covertly. Even treating her wounds can't be done openly. I originally planned to wait until the new year to carry out the assassination, but now it seems better to settle things as soon as possible. Zhang Guyang is going with the emperor to the summer palace, which could be an opportunity. I hurry to say goodbye to her. I also told her there's no childhood sweetheart little junior sister beside me, no chance encounter with a heroic woman, and I definitely wouldn't fall for a beautiful female assassin. I can't be talking love to myself in the mirror, right? She still holds a grudge about the female assassin issue. If I can come back, I will explain everything to her clearly after I leave the palace. This time, the emperor went to the Tangquan summer palace. My plan was to lie in wait by the hot springs and assassinate him there. I had already scouted the route. I could sneak along a small path to the courtyard where one of the imperial consorts stayed, then naturally disguise myself as a eunuch and pretend to be searching for the assassin while slipping out the front gate. But I really didn't expect that I wasn't the only assassin lying in wait by the hot springs. The emperor was holding a stunning beauty in his arms as he got out of the hot springs. Before I could charge out with my dagger, a rough man jumped down from a tree shouting, "Dog Emperor, may everyone strike him down." Nearby, a palace maid carrying water pulled a dagger from under a tea tray, and even the beautiful woman in the emperor's arms snapped off 2 gold bracelets on her wrist, clamping them together into a crude double-pointed killing weapon. I crouched in the bushes beside the small path, patted the pathetic little knife in my hand, symbolically threw 2 darts into the crowd and quickly retreated. They were attacking from 3 directions at once. They didn't care about one more stab from me. When I fled overnight, the entire summer palace was in chaos. I had a feeling the emperor was using himself as bait to lure out assassins this time, but even he probably didn't expect to catch so many. The mission was completely ruined. Originally, I wanted to find the boss one last time before entering the palace to say goodbye, but the organization's outpost in the capital had been completely relocated. When I arrived, I saw only an empty courtyard swept by a lonely autumn breeze through fallen leaves. Holding the stack of fake ID badges in my hand, I solemnly kowtowed 3 times at the gate of the courtyard. The boss didn't lie to me. He took care of all the aftermath involving Meng Yi. In the martial world, everyone said I was brutally killed by a dog-like palace guard, tortured beyond recognition, with no remains left. So when I went to Jean III to forge a fake travel pass, he looked at me like he saw a ghost and didn't even dare to accept my money. Okay, I admit, I did go at a bad hour, late at night, and to calm his fright, I shoved a bundle of joss paper into his hands as I left. Jean III was terrified. The emperor secretly returned to the main palace to recuperate, and security there was significantly tightened. I stayed on a beam in Mingji Palace for over 10 days, diligently massaging rabbits, which eventually attracted palace guards to search the palace. Zhang Guiyang's loyalty extended even to those around him. To protect Jingsheng, he put a lot of effort in finding people, pulling strings, and in the end it was ruled that the rabbits were not pets but food. Jingsheng had been quietly researching in the empty palace to provide fresh rabbit meat for His Majesty, using his modest monthly allowance for the emperor's benefit. Though the behavior was questionable, his loyalty to the emperor was evident as the sun and moon. So all the rabbits were transferred to the imperial kitchen, and Jingsheng was reassigned to the Imperial Animal Management Office. Eunuchs are different from palace maids. Even if given permission to leave the palace for rest, they must not leave the capital. If I want to take her away, Cui can come along, but Jingsheng cannot. She is no longer in Yunxia Palace. That little eunuch accompanied her this far and must find another place. It wouldn't do to accidentally burn down 2 palaces in a big fire. That would be totally unacceptable. On New Year's Eve, Zhang Guiyang was taken home under guard to celebrate the new year. It seemed like they planned to keep him confined at home until he married and settled down. This was the best news I had heard since entering the palace. The food she cooked was really delicious. Eating it, I nearly forgot to tell her we would set off in early spring. Consort Chi's expected delivery was calculated for early spring. When an imperial consort gives birth, the palace is busy for a while, and everyone's attention is focused on her. No one pays attention to Yunxia Palace. Even if Yunxia Palace catches fire, palace staff will wait until after Cheetah Consort gives birth before reporting the fire as an accident for the archives, because the palace is a place to report good news, not bad. If Cheetah Consort bears a son, she would become the future empress. Only fools would choose that timing to tell the emperor about a palace fire. So, no matter how you look at it, setting the fire on that day was the safest choice. I changed into eunuch clothes and closely monitored Consort Chi's belly every day. Meanwhile, I piled dry grass and firewood all over Yunxia Palace. The palace maids I left behind for her and Cui had already been prepared. They hid in Mingji Palace, just waiting for the signal that Cheetah Consort had gone into labor, so they could quietly smother the fire and carry her out. But I didn't need to tell her about these small things. Cheetah Consort went into labor on the 3rd day of the 3rd lunar month. Coincidentally, she had chosen that day herself, saying she wanted to make Qingtuan green rice balls. What Qingtuan? Once out of the palace, she'd never be able to make them again. I was busy setting fire to Yunxia Palace, creating the illusion that the former empress and her loyal maid had accidentally burned themselves alive inside the room, while she was busy changing clothes and telling Cui to pack her things. What luggage could she possibly have? Vegetables and fruits from this palace? Or the dismantled bed frame scattered around? Just a bracelet really, when we're out I'll give her 10 more. Besides, Zhang Guyang still knows everything about what's inside Yunxia Palace, right? If one bracelet goes missing, he'd definitely be suspicious. I told Cui Cui to put the bracelet back where it came from. Most of the palace staff were busy attending to Consort Cheetah, and only a few palace maids and eunuchs on duty in the imperial garden came to fight the fire. Few in number, fewer still actually fighting. Most just stood by, shouting for help. The imperial palace is a truly interesting place. When she was alive, these people treated her like she was dead. When she was about to die, these same people acted like she was alive. I led her and Cui Cui along the same route we had taken to leave the palace last time. The path was completely clear. After leaving the palace, I realized that little Tsue Tsue was quite clever herself. Not only did she wait until we were out to tell me she hadn't brought the bracelet, but she also called me Guy, son-in-law, again and again, making my heart bloom with joy. She wore a bitter face and lamented how after staying in the palace, she ended up completely empty-handed. Luckily, I had brought 2 bracelets with me as backup, one for each of us. From now on, whatever the palace has, I'd give her double, so she couldn't accuse me of not keeping my word or behaving like a proper gentleman. After the assassination attempt in the Imperial Garden, the assassin uproar settled down. The city gates returned to normal traffic, and the only little incident was Zhang Guyang suddenly racing on horseback toward the palace, looking frantic after hearing about the fire. We nearly ran face to face. I quickly pulled her to my side to shield her face. But it seemed Tsue Tsue saw it all. The little girl glanced at Zhang Guyang's rapidly disappearing figure, then back at me, who was pulling her to divert her attention, and suddenly smiled at me. Guy, where are we going now? Zhang Guyang's side story. I am the youngest son in the family of the Ministry of Rights Vice Minister. Also the odd one out. My eldest brother was literate at 3, writing poems at 5, and crowned the capital's prodigy by 8. My second brother mastered calculations and classics, and at 15 was specially summoned by the late emperor to join the Hanlin Academy as an editor, a 5th-rank official.
And me?
From childhood, I trained with spear and rod, hanging out with the neighboring general's kids, honing good martial skills, but I never cared for books. My father once suspected the midwife swapped me at birth, that the neighboring general was my real dad. To secure my future career, my father forced me into the Crown Prince's study companion team. Later, when the prince ascended the throne, out of old ties, I got assigned palace guard duty, barely ranking as a close minister of the emperor. His Majesty tasked me with patrolling palace prohibitions and promised to promote me once I gained experience. This should have been a steady path of promotion. If I hadn't insisted on dutifully inspecting the Yunxia Palace during that rainy night when it was struck by lightning, my life would have gone smoothly, rising steadily, marrying a suitable girl, having a family, and enjoying a peaceful old age. Everyone in the palace knew Yunxia Palace was inhabited, but everyone pretended it wasn't. As long as those inside didn't come out, no one outside would enter. After all, the palace's consorts Li, Sun, and Yuan jointly declared to let Yunxia Palace fend for itself. They only cared for their own domains. Palace staff always pay close attention to political winds. So the guards' patrol attitude toward the few empty palaces in the southeast corner of the Imperial Garden was always casual, just a cursory glance. I thought Yunxia Palace would be dilapidated, but upon entering, I found that wasn't the case at all. The blue bricks had been pried up, and neat patches of vegetables were planted on the exposed earth. The former empress, living there, didn't look destitute as imagined, but rather spirited. Amidst rolling thunder and pouring rain, this legendary forgotten empress led me through the entire Yunxia Palace, emphasizing how dangerous, unstable buildings could be for palace security, and then slipped each of us a cabbage? I've lived 20 years, never received a gift like that before. Not gold, not jade, just an ordinary cabbage, sold for 10 copper coins per 3 jin, with raindrops still on its leaves. I waited for her to speak. Most palace requests boil down to meeting the emperor and gaining favor. She should be the one who needs favor the most. She actually did speak up. She asked me to bring her some wooden planks so she could repair the palace. Even if she asked me to fix the palace, All she requested was some wood? Fine, I'd bring her wood. I had my men take turns delivering supplies. Nails one day, glue the next, and I was curious how she would fix the roof. And she really did. When Li Yuan told me, I almost twisted my ankle falling into the Tay pool. Not only did Li Yuan tell me, my men all swore on their chests the Empress was determined to fix the roof herself, and if I didn't believe it, I should go see for myself. Fine, I went. Sure enough, she was lying in the courtyard, hammering wooden boards with great purpose, apparently planning to nail a ladder first. For a moment, I was speechless. This should have been the work of the Imperial Household Department. Even if not eunuchs, palace maids would roll up their sleeves. Even though she had been demoted to a commoner, this wasn't her job. After all, she once held the Phoenix Seal. Now she was holed up in this tiny Yunxia palace, which, if spoken nicely, was self-reliance, but frankly, everyone in the palace was just waiting for her to starve to death. I began increasing patrols around Yunxia Palace under the guise of tightening palace security. Then I watched the Empress plant, fertilize, water, and build fires with skilled hands. No wonder she hadn't starved despite no food deliveries for so long. With these survival skills, starving would be unbelievable. Li Yuan kept running errands to Yunxia Palace under the pretext that the Empress once helped him. He dragged me along too, saying good brothers should stick together. When did the Empress help him? I had no idea. Li Yuan was the youngest son of General Li's family, someone I grew up with naked as a jaybird. I knew all his tricks. Was it just because the little palace made next to the Empress was quite pretty? Let him like her. If the Empress didn't make it, I could still help him scoop up the maid. If he can't be a principal wife, at least a concubine is possible. But the Empress didn't treat me like an outsider. She always snuck little gifts to me when she came back. One day a vegetable knife, the next day a bag of rock sugar for cooking. I got used to it. Every time I entered the palace, I thought about bringing her a small gift. The Empress's roof repairs took almost half a month. Honestly, I was partly to blame. I told my men not to deliver all materials at once. Well, just those roof tiles took 7 or 8 days to gather. Luckily, the Empress didn't suspect a thing and even comforted me, saying sneaking supplies was hard and the guards risked a lot helping her. Given the pace, progress was already quite good. I was thinking about what to bring her as compensation. A few days ago, Li Yuan was chatting with Sui and mentioned that the Empress has been craving meat lately, but doesn't want to eat leftovers from the other palaces. The usual market meats are just chicken, duck, fish, or goose, and bringing just a chunk of meat felt insincere. It would be gone in one meal. After some thought, bringing a little chick seemed easiest. If raised, it could lay eggs later. I specially rearranged my schedule and smuggled a little chick into the palace. To avoid being seen running to Yunxia Palace repeatedly, I made a big circuit around the palace before finally heading to the southeast corner. But that poor chick, unlucky as it was, I accidentally smothered it to death. The Empress looked at me like I was an idiot. This was the first time I'd ever given a gift to a woman outside my elders, and I gave her a dead chicken. What she said afterward, I honestly don't remember, because I instinctively stuffed the dead chick back into my arms and ran wildly out of Yunxia Palace. When Li Yuan heard about this, he laughed so hard his belly hurt. It took me 2 whole months before I dared to step back into Yunxia Palace. This time, I came prepared. I grabbed a live chicken from the kitchen, caught it by the wings, and brought it to the Empress. After all, I've served in the palace for a while. A chicken was still something I could get. The Empress looked at the hen with eyes shining as if stars were inside them. And I felt like I'd gone mad because at that moment, I wanted those stars to reflect in my own eyes. She was different from any other girl I'd met. Though not refined or cultured in the usual sense, just being around her made life feel full of vitality and energy. The youngest son of the Minister of Rights at 20 years old, was moved by giving a girl a hen. Later, the Empress said she wanted to dig a cellar in Yunxia Palace. That wasn't a hard task. Li Yuan mobilized his brothers, and in less than a month it was done. Sui gave each of us a little sachet filled with mugwort leaves that the Empress had dried herself. Smelled pretty good, but whoever stitched the sachets didn't do a great job. Well, that was just my opinion because Li Yuan thought the smell was just okay, but the sachet was like a gift from the heavenly maiden descending to earth. The Empress invited me to eat at Yunxia Palace to thank me for digging the cellar. Honestly, her cooking was really good. But the Emperor was going hunting in the Western Hills during autumn and took Li Yuan and me along, saying it had been a long time since we'd all gathered, so we should hunt together and try to feel what it was like when he was crown prince. I wondered if Consort Yuan would make things difficult for her in the harem. During the hunt, I indirectly asked His Majesty about appointing a new empress. Li Yuan was there, pricking up his ears. The Emperor laughed heartily, slapped my shoulder, and asked if anyone had recently come to me through the grapevine to ask about news, and told me to keep any money offered. After all, appointing the Empress wasn't urgent. I dared not ask more. I kept 2 white rabbits and traded a few fox pelts with Li Yuan, planning to send them to her. Rabbits are easy to raise, and the fox pelts could be used to make winter coats. She loved the fox pelts and rambled on about a story of waiting by a tree for rabbits to come. I felt like I was the foolish rabbit in that story, bumping my head against her tree stump. In the end, she accepted the pelts and gave me a small bag of dried peaches she made as a return gift. I wanted her to make me a sachet, but she scolded me for not appreciating Sue's handiwork and politely showed me out of Yunxia Palace. The Emperor started playing the treat everyone fairly game in the harem, and no one knew who he truly intended to make empress. I kept thinking about asking His Majesty what Yunxia Palace meant to him, but before I could, Li Yuan stopped me. None of the consorts mention Yunxia Palace to the Emperor. You know what that means, right? Asking about it? You must be brave or crazy. He slung an arm around my shoulder and nearly dragged me away from the southeast corner of the Imperial Garden. As the new year approached, the palace grew busier, and I had less time to visit Yunxia Palace, but I could still send things through others. Consort Li somehow heard I was checking on Consort Gu Yunxia's palace and sent me a message, praising me as a young talent. She mentioned that her niece was of suitable age and suggested she might speak to the Emperor about me if I was interested. I gave her a casual excuse and told her I wasn't a good match. I had been worried Consort Li might pressure my family, but during the New Year banquet, assassins infiltrated the palace. Consort Li, who had barely wrested control of the banquet from Consort Yuan, suddenly found herself burdened with a troublesome task and couldn't pay attention to her niece. The palace searched all night for the intruders and the various medicines smuggled in. I didn't have a chance to go to Yunxia Palace again until after the New Year. His Majesty privately told me he planned to sneak out for the Lantern Festival, taking only one person, and asked me not to clear the grounds but to protect him secretly with guards. Consort Yuan, having heard somehow that Consort Li intended to marry into my family, hurriedly found a girl from her own family to accompany me to the Lantern Market. With the 2 of them together, I was busy trying to find an excuse to send Consort Yuan's relative back while arranging guards to keep an eye on the Emperor's movements. In the midst of this chaos, I suddenly saw the Empress in the crowd. That was like seeing a ghost. How did she get out? I instinctively wanted to chase after her, but on my left, the young lady from Consort Yuan's family timidly tugged my sleeve and asked if I wanted to guess lantern riddles, and on my right, Li Yuan gripped my shoulder, asking if I saw something wrong. The crowd was thick, and by the time I looked again, the Empress had disappeared. His Majesty seemed to have bad luck this year. Even a trip to the Lantern Market drew assassins. With so many people around, catching the assassins was tough, but I did manage to stab one of them. We closed the city gates to search. He can't possibly fly or disappear, right? More than catching assassins, I was bothered that I'd seen the Empress at the Lantern Market. I used the excuse of escorting His Majesty back to the palace to have Li Yuan stay behind to search the city, while I immediately went to Yunxia Palace to confirm whether the Empress was there. However, the Empress was perfectly fine inside Yunxia Palace, without any sign of trouble. I searched all over the rooms but found no clue. Could it be that I really saw it wrong? I had stabbed the assassin, and there was blood here at the Empress's place. This definitely left no room for me not to overthink. But in the end, I was mistaken. Before the Empress could say anything, Tsue grabbed a broom from the corner. I honestly hadn't considered that blood could mean something other than injury. It could be from her period. Tsue chased me out, and I didn't dare to show up at Yunxia Palace for more than half a month. During that time, I privately apologized to His Majesty, who didn't blame me but told me to find the assassin soon, or else he would be anxious wherever he went.
He even promoted me.
Li Yuan, for some unknown reason, stubbornly refused His Majesty's decree to promote him and told the emperor to transfer him far away because he wanted to accumulate military merits at the barracks as soon as possible. When I asked him what he was planning, Li Yuan dodged the question and told me to keep a close eye on Tsue and not let anyone take advantage of her. So that was his plan. Accumulate enough military merits first, then ask His Majesty for a palace maid who had once served the Empress, but was now insignificant in the palace. That request probably wouldn't be denied. The guy sure knew how to scheme. He has a plan to get Tsue, but what about me? The deposed Empress isn't like a regular wife who can simply leave. Could I really take her out of Yunxia Palace and bring her home? I patrolled again near Yunxia Palace. I still couldn't control my legs. Even through the walls, I could hear her strong voice, as if she was playfully arguing with someone. But it didn't sound like Tsue. There seemed to be a third person in Yunxia Palace. I had planned to kick the door open right away, but then I thought about how I had already kicked down Yunxia Palace's main gate twice before, and it was a lot of trouble to have it repaired.
So I just pushed it open instead.
Inside, there was sudden silence. She was standing in the courtyard holding a broom, looking at me with a dazed expression, as if she hadn't expected me to come. Is the lady catching mice? Then I guess I'll catch that mouse for her. She was the first to jump and hug me. So nervous, huh? Looks like I have to find out who that person is. There's no way she could leave the palace silently by herself. Someone must be helping her. I hope she has nothing to do with that assassin. I searched Yunxia Palace inch by inch, not sparing even the beams. But I still found nothing. Yunxia Palace was empty and quiet, just the three of us. Could it really be that I'm overthinking this? I tightened the security around Yunxia Palace. My family started pressuring me to find a bride, and Consort Li had brought it up to His Majesty several times. But I didn't want to marry anyone. I liked the look in her eyes when she looked at the lush courtyard in Yunxia Palace, liked the soft thank you when she took the rabbit lantern from me, liked the way her cheeks puffed out as she ate watermelon. Consort Li got pregnant, but had a difficult labor. His Majesty ordered to save the mother at the expense of the child, which moved Consort Li to tears. His Majesty never intended to make Consort Li Empress. But he was indeed considering appointing a new Empress. Once that happened, the balance among the four consorts in the harem would be broken, and her position in the palace would become very awkward. No one would want her to remain alive in Yunxia Palace. I tried to mention this to her, but she didn't seem happy. Well, even if she knew, what could she do? Consort Yuan gave birth to a daughter and was so angry she hadn't eaten for 3 days, since His Majesty had said only a prince could be made empress. When that bait was thrown out, the whole harem almost exploded. Some consorts even begged the head of the guards to pass along secret recipes from outside the palace promising great rewards if they could bear a son. That was just wishful thinking. How could His Majesty entrust the Empress's position to an unknown child? One palace maid, either by some secret channel or extraordinary luck, avoided the abortion potion and successfully gave birth to the Emperor's eldest son. I don't know if the other consorts were furious, but His Majesty's face was dark that day. To put on a show, His Majesty moved that maid out of Chushio Palace, arranged a separate room for her delivery, and stayed outside the delivery room the entire time. After the midwife confirmed the child was a boy, His Majesty summoned me. I knew it was to have me deal with it cleanly. All the palace maids and medical women who assisted that maid's delivery were arrested and imprisoned on charges of harming the Emperor's son. I personally performed a cesarean section on that maid, then had His Majesty's personal eunuch spread the news that the position was breech. The maid had a difficult labor, and despite the doctor's desperate efforts, the baby had to be delivered surgically. His Majesty rewarded the maid's family handsomely, gave her a burial with the honors of a noble consort, and all palace maids and doctors who served her were buried alive with her. The Empress is the mother of the nation. How could she allow a mere palace maid to dream of such a thing? She was simply clueless. My family was pressing me harder to marry, and His Majesty was intent on having me choose a noble daughter, even hinting to my father openly in court that I was worthy of marrying an official daughter. But when I thought of the maid's final moments and of Yunxia Palace, I felt an inexplicable fear. Li Yuan might barely be able to get Tsue through military merits, but what could I offer to protect her? Besides, Li Yuan's condition to get Tsue was that she no longer served the Empress. There were only two ways for Tsue to stop serving the Empress. Either the girl found her own way out of Yunxia Palace, or there was no one left in the palace for her to serve. I swapped shifts to take the Mid-Autumn Festival night watch and went to Yunxia Palace again. But she had Tsue knock me unconscious. That, ironically, made me even more clear-headed. She couldn't stay in Yunxia Palace forever. There was no one in the palace who could accept her, and no place that could hold her. I want to take her away. Perhaps establishing the Empress would be a good opportunity. Usually, when the Empress is officially crowned, there is a general amnesty across the land, and some people in the palace are allowed to leave. I could arrange for her to have the identity of a palace maid, slip her name into the list of those leaving the palace, and then have someone secretly push her into a well, leave her there for 10 or 15 days before pulling her out. Everyone would believe the Empress was dead and stop investigating. There's a residence west of the city from my mother's dowry where she could stay temporarily. Once the situation calms down, I'll create a new identity for her, and she can return. What the palace wants is for the Empress to be declared dead. Even if she's alive, they'll forge ironclad proof of her death, and no one will look into it further. If she's willing, she can stay in that house west of the city. I can be honest with her. I'll devote my whole life sincerely to her. Even if I must marry someone else, she will always be the most important person in my heart. If she refuses, I can ask His Majesty to assign me an official post outside the palace. Then I can take her with me, and no one will bother us. But I didn't expect her to prefer staying inside the palace rather than leaving with me. She even advised me to find a suitable girl from a proper family to marry and live a good life.
Why?
She should no longer have feelings for His Majesty. So, why must she stay in the palace? Before I could figure it out, she jumped off the roof herself. The fall was brutal. She stubbornly refused to let a doctor examine her. I don't know how to set bones, and she bit down on a handkerchief to stop herself from screaming. Her face was pale with pain. Forget it. No matter what, I had to get her out of the palace first. As for what happens afterward, we can only discuss it once we're outside. My mother secretly arranged a marriage for me, a lady from the clan of Consort Cheetah. I had a huge fight with my mother, and as a result, I was confined at home for the entire new year. Li Yuan climbed over the wall to see me once and told me he would be stationed at the border with the army after the new year, for at least 2 or 3 years before returning to the capital. He urged me to watch over Yunxia Palace carefully and find a good way out for Tsue. I heard Consort Cheetah is pregnant with a prince. From what His Majesty let slip, it seems he intends to make her empress. My father personally entered the palace to ask for leave on my behalf, saying that I would be released once I got married. His Majesty was so pleased he even granted me marriage leave. With me gone from the palace, trouble started for Yunxia Palace. First, they arrested the little eunuch from Mingji Palace under the pretense of searching for the assassin, accusing him of keeping rabbits in the palace as a cover to collude with the assassin and plot against His Majesty. I couldn't help but laugh. Who uses rabbits for an assassination plot? After pulling some strings, we barely managed to save the eunuch, but he could no longer stay at Mingji Palace, and the rabbits were lost. I wonder how she must have cried. No more meat to eat again. My mother was busy preparing the wedding, matching birth dates, selecting lucky days. My father kept lecturing me that once married, I couldn't live so recklessly and had to be responsible to the lady. All I could think about was how to get the ban lifted, so I could hurry back to my post. Jing Sheng could no longer deliver things to her, and with both Li Yuan and me gone, What would she lack? But before I could come up with a plan, Yunxia Palace caught fire. My guards, knowing I often visited Yunxia Palace, hurried to send me a message. At that time, my mother was dragging me out to the suburbs for offerings and to visit the lady I was betrothed to. I almost lost my mind, grabbed a horse, and dashed straight toward the palace. Why did it happen so quickly? The empress wasn't officially appointed yet. Consort Chida and the empress used to get along well, even secretly looking after Yunxia Palace. His Majesty once told me casually that as long as she didn't cause trouble, he'd let her stay in Yunxia Palace and wouldn't harm her. Then why did Yunxia Palace catch fire? When I arrived, the entire palace was almost burned to the ground. The brother who sent me the message pulled me aside and pointed at the eunuchs and maids running back and forth trying to put out the fire. They only started fetching water when it was nearly burned out. The heat from the blaze was so intense it made my head spin. The bustling crowd seemed unrelated to me. She had lived here for 2 full years, and I'd stayed with her nearly as long. In the 3rd year, I finally resolved to take her away, but she used this way to tell me she couldn't wait any longer. The palace staff found 2 charred bodies in the ruins. I found a bracelet shattered into several pieces in the rubble. I recognized it. She said it was the only piece of jewelry left from her time as empress, something she planned to keep until the moment she most desperately needed to pawn it for money. The rabbit lantern I gave her was burned to ashes in the fire. His Majesty ordered she be buried with the honors of a noble consort. I sent a message to Li Yuan. He told me he planned to remain stationed at the border long term and wouldn't return to the capital anymore. Actually, not returning is probably for the best. My wedding was set for autumn. Before the ceremony, I saw the lady from afar once. As she said, she was graceful and virtuous, a perfect match for me. I often think, if I hadn't rushed into Yunxia Palace on that stormy night, maybe I wouldn't have had this unforgettable dream for the rest of my life. Wedding side story. My name is Su Qinghuan. As an unqualified time-traveling woman, I had survived more than 2 years in the cold palace. Finally, in the 3rd year, I found my destined male lead, and we escaped the palace together. Well, actually not quite. More precisely, he unilaterally used his male lead privilege to take me out of the palace. Judging from typical time travel novels, Su Sheng does fit the mold of the male lead. Good looks, great figure, impressive martial skills, no specific official duties, yet an inexplicably large amount of money beyond his workload. When we first left the palace, I worried about my future, while he insisted we decide where to settle down, pestering me relentlessly. Where was I supposed to live? I had been in the palace for over 2 years. I had no clue about the outside world. So Su Sheng, the rich guy, waved his hand grandly and took Tsue and me on a tour of the entire country. From the picturesque south to the mysterious southern border, from soft beaches to the northern frontier, if I couldn't think of it, he wouldn't fail to take us there. Tsue and I were both curious about how much money he had saved up. But he would just block me with what he said to me during the Lantern Festival. Anyway, if you can spend it all in this lifetime, then you're impressive. He just likes to brag. It's only because I'm kind-hearted that I carefully budget wherever we go, not spending recklessly. Otherwise, if I had just camped out at an antique stall for 10 or 15 days, I'd like to see where he'd get the confidence to say I don't know how to spend money. But from what I've observed, this guy must have done a lot of different jobs before. He can run a stall and call out to customers, knead dough and cook food, handle accounts and repair houses, plant crops and harvest wheat. At first, when I called him my brother, in every rural village we passed through, there were always people wanting to marry their daughters or sisters to him. Later, Su Sheng wised up. When staying at inns, he said I was his sister. When lodging at someone's house, he said I was his wife. That's more like it. Cui followed me everywhere. She never mentioned Li Yuan, and I didn't dare bring him up either. After traveling around for more than half a year, I decided to settle down in Hang City. Su Sheng immediately made the decision. He bought a small 2-courtyard house, 2 shops facing the street, and 20 acres of land outside the city. The property deeds were all handed to me, and then he eagerly asked if this was enough as a betrothal gift. I rummaged through the Sichuan peppercorns I brought back from southern border and flipped through the potatoes from the western regions, estimated the yield from the 20 acres, and reluctantly nodded. Before nodding, I added one question. Who exactly was that female assassin? This wasn't me just picking at a scab. It's that he was so frustrating. They say you only see a person's true nature when traveling together, and the more Su Sheng and I roamed, the more I realized the guy was a sly trickster. He always said once we left the palace, he would tell me everything. But in reality, every time I had to coax and plead just to get a little piece of the truth. Like that before meeting me, he was an assassin. Assassins get paid quite well. The stories about him killing without blinking were all made up to fool people. He only stopped killing because he had no work and no money, things like that. I spent countless nights crouching on rooftops to slowly squeeze those bits out of him. As for the female assassin who kept targeting the emperor, no matter how much I asked, he wouldn't reveal a thing. It pissed me off so much that I couldn't eat properly for days. Finally, I caught him begging me for mercy, and I told him, if it wasn't her, I wouldn't spend my life with him. Whoever wants to live with whoever. Su Sheng hesitated for a long while, even kicked Cui Cui out, before making up his mind. You really want to know? Really? Won't regret it after knowing? I don't know, but I'll regret not knowing. Are you sure you really want to know? You either say it or don't. If not, forget it. I hear the scholar next door looks pretty good. Su Sheng gritted his teeth. It's me. What? What the hell? The female assassin was him? Did I marry a hermaphrodite or a crossdresser? My suspicious gaze boldly roamed Su Sheng's lower half. Su Sheng's face went pale. I have no problem with it. The female assassin was me in disguise. I shook my head hard. I don't believe it. Impossible. Unless you can prove it. Su Sheng asked through gritted teeth how to prove it. I squinted and told him, just wait. I'll give you a surprise. So, after the neighbors finished celebrating the bridal chamber and Su Sheng returned from toasting, ready to lift the bridal veil and drink the nuptial wine, what he saw was me dressed neatly as the bride, and Cui Cui holding another set of a bridal phoenix coronet and wedding robes, all prepared and waiting. I smiled sweetly, beckoning him to change clothes, and warmly asked if he needed Cui Cui to help with makeup. Su Sheng mercilessly kicked Cui Cui out again. Last time at least it was just with words. This time, he grabbed her collar and physically tossed her out the door in one swift move. If I hadn't still been sitting there, I'm sure he would have kicked her. I leaned on the pillow watching Su Sheng skillfully strip off the groom's robe and change into the bride's outfit. Then he expertly applied powder, shaped his brows, added rouge, adorned the full set of jewelry, and pinned up his hair. It was smooth and flawless, like flowing clouds and water in one continuous motion. Cui Cui wasn't as quick as him. But when Su Sheng turned his face around, my smile completely vanished. They say a woman's wedding dress is the most beautiful moment of her life, but the problem was that this groom of mine was way prettier in the bridal dress than I was as the bride. How's a person supposed to live with that? The new bride, Su Sheng, strutted over to me, smiling even more smugly than I did. Our wedding night didn't have the expected excitement of lifting the veil or the sweet intimacy of the nuptial wine. At the moment Su Sheng came toward me dressed as a woman, my fury at being outdone transformed into one loud roar. I'm not going through with this marriage. Go hug that mirror yourself.
Cui Cui e Li Yuan extra.
I never thought I'd ever see Li Yuan again. Actually, before the young lady and I left the palace, I had already made up my mind. Li Yuan and I aren't compatible. Li is a somewhat special surname. If I'm not mistaken, the general who lives in Tongji Alley is surnamed Li. When the lady was still the empress, considering my identity, I might have been able to be a concubine for him. But now that the lady was stripped of her title and became a commoner, and I was a palace maid who served the former empress, the best ending for me was to die accompanying the lady in burial. No one in the palace would keep a maid so loyal to the former empress. But Li Yuan kept finding me, always painting grand plans, promising to take me out of the palace. So I just listened quietly. Even though the lady no longer remembered the past, I still liked the current lady better. She told me to live her own way. I've followed the lady since I was young. Whatever she is, I am. When she's happy, I'm happy. The lady absolutely would not become a concubine, so neither would I. As her personal maid, I must never let her spirit be broken. Li Yuan always talked about taking me away, but never mentioned what would happen to the lady. I didn't like hearing those things. The last time he came to see me was before New Year. He hurriedly said he planned to guard the border for a few years, earn some military merit, and then come back to plead with the emperor for me. Plead for what? Everyone in the palace, except Lord Jingsheng and young Master Su, wanted the lady dead. As for me, in their eyes, I was just an object tied to the lady. No one cared whether I lived or died. So, when the lady asked me what I planned to do, I didn't hesitate to choose to leave with her. The lady also painted me a dream, saying if she died, no one would care about me. Li Yuan said maybe then he'd figure out a way to take me out. In the art of painting dreams, the lady wasn't as good as I was. So I made her a promise too, that after leaving the palace, there was a chance I'd run into Li Yuan on some border post assignment, but staying in the palace meant only one fate, dying as a sacrifice. If she faked her death but I really died, that would be the ultimate loss. She couldn't argue with me, so she took me out together with her. The moment we left the palace, I knew for sure that my relationship with Li Yuan was truly over. Young Master Su took me and the lady all over the country before settling down in Hangzhou. The lady opened 2 shops, one selling hot pot, the other cosmetics, and I often dressed as a man to run the business. The shop workers all called me Shopkeeper Tang. I thought life like this was pretty good. Sometimes the lady and young Master Su would go out to have fun. The lady called it traveling, and even suggested I should go out and explore too. I wasn't interested in going out, so the lady kept finding tasks for me. Go to the city to collect payments one day, check on tenant farmers another day, offer incense at a temple outside the city, and maybe scope out the latest makeup trends while I was there. I wore men's clothes more and more. The lady even bought me 2 maidservants to help with chores. Later, when the lady got pregnant, young Master Su wouldn't let her go out so often. So the lady set her sights on me, telling me to join a trade caravan to collect raw hides. She said any profits I made were mine, any losses hers. Actually, I knew the lady just wanted me to get closer to the son of the neighboring leather shop owner. He was a good kid and treated me well. Sometimes I thought maybe living like this for the rest of my life would be fine, if only I hadn't run into Li Yuan at the border. I hadn't seen him before. I was busy haggling with a hide trader when suddenly someone grabbed my arm so hard I gasped. I turned around, stunned. Li Yuan had changed a lot, thinner, darker, the harsh winds of the border giving him a sharp, dangerous edge. His eyes looked at me like he'd seen a ghost. I looked at him as if I was staring at the living devil. I was still alive, so the lady must be too. Given his relationship with Zhang Darren, could such a huge matter really be kept from him? Not a chance. I would never admit it. That thought consumed my mind. Our conversation immediately took on a bizarre tone no normal person would understand. Is that you?
No.
You're not dead. I am dead. Why are you here? I'm not here. I knew I was doomed. Li Yuan gripped my arm tightly, staring at my face, grinding his teeth as he called me. Tsue Tsue. I seriously corrected him. My name is Tang Tsue. Li Yuan laughed bitterly, nodding and shaking his head at the same time. All right, you're fine. Then he dragged me away. The little shopkeeper from the hide store shouted behind us, "How can you just snatch someone on the street?" Li Yuan flicked his head toward the street, and a few soldiers quickly surrounded him, pulling him aside to have some tea. Li Yuan squeezed my arm painfully as he took me to a residence. Inside were a group of soldiers who whistled and cheered when they saw him bringing me along. One bold one even asked, "Master Li finally woke up?" Li Yuan kicked him hard, rolling him 3 times. He pulled me into a room and slammed the door shut behind us. What's going on? I stiffened my neck and refused to admit anything. Li Yuan, you've got the wrong person. Li Yuan laughed angrily and called me by my full name. Tang Tsue, you come out and still don't change your name. That's what's written in the registry. So, what if I don't change my name? Am I not allowed to share a name with someone else? Suetsue died in the Yunxia Palace with the former empress, so as long as I didn't admit it, he couldn't do anything to me. There was a faint rustling sound by the door, someone listening in and shoving around. Li Yuan glanced at me, took a deep breath, then went out and chased everyone away. What about that guy with you? He looks suspicious, definitely not a good person. I glared at him. He came with me to collect the hides, so what? I have to earn my own dowry somehow. Li Yuan furrowed his brow deeply. You'd better tell me the truth now, or I'll write to Zhang Gaiang immediately. As if I'm still that little palace made back then. Let him write the letter. I dare Zhang Gaiang not to come looking for my lady. I'm warning you. Release me and my friend right now, or I'll report you to the magistrate for abducting women. Li Yuan probably didn't expect me to talk back and froze for a moment, then suddenly laughed. Years apart, and the little maid's grown up. You're the little maid? Your whole family's the little maid. I'm not afraid of what he can do to me. Li Yuan rolled his eyes. You want to report me? I advise you to save your energy. This is my turf. Your friend looks sneaky, probably involved with foreigners. I'll have my brothers keep an eye on him. Since he's your friend, I won't go too far. You know what I mean? I was furious. You're slandering me. Li Yuan leaned in closer. I instinctively leaned back. Slandering? What about you? I was determined to earn military merit at the border. I got my family to agree to marry you, told you to wait in the palace for just 3 years, that I would come back.
And you?
Who gave you the idea to burn down Yunxia Palace? Who brought you out? Who arranged the aftermath, covering it with 2 corpses? He pressed down on the back of my hand. Zhang Gaiang pushed a marriage proposal for your lady for a whole year, planned to ask the emperor for a posting for himself. He went mad trying to fake your death and get you out. If found out, it wouldn't just be his head at risk, but his whole family's future. And you? You're so resourceful you. Found your own way out. I didn't know how to answer Li Yuan. Miss often said that she and Lord Zhang were not on the same path. Being forced together would only drive them further apart. I never understood why, but now seeing Li Yuan, I think I might finally get why Miss said that. Giving up family, abandoning relatives, forsaking one's future. Only to end up living the kind of daily life Miss and I have now, worrying about rice, oil, salt, soy sauce, and tea. 1 or 2 months might feel fresh, but after 1 year, 2 years, 3 or 4 years, wouldn't Lord Zhang really miss the life he had as a nobleman before? Forget about him. Even I sometimes find myself nostalgic for when Miss was still empress. They were supposed to be the kind of people who served their country dressed in fine clothes and riding swift horses. I looked at Li Yuan and repeated to him, word for word, what Miss had once told me about the past. Li Yuan stared at me, but didn't say a word. Maybe because I've grown bolder traveling south and north with Miss, I took a deep breath and spoke plainly to Li Yuan. Don't worry about who brought us out. There's a new empress in the palace now, and Miss can't go back anymore. Think about how many people would get involved if she did. Everything's fine now, isn't it? Li Yuan still didn't say a thing. I had no idea what he was thinking and could only sit with a worried heart and pretend to be mute with him. After a long pause, he seemed to come to a realization and exhaled deeply. I'll let you go back. You're right. Things are fine now. But you're also wrong, I'm not fine. I looked at him, confused. Back then, I thought you were dead. I didn't return for so many years because of you. My future in the capital was ruined, and no one wanted to marry me. Even now, I'm still a lifelong bachelor. How do you plan to make it up to me? I admit faking my death was wrong, but this kind of extortion was too much. Before I could play dumb, Li Yuan finished laying out his terms. If you want a peaceful life, I won't stop you. But if you block my marriage, I won't let you off either. Your Miss is yours, you are yours, and we each keep our own business. I won't tell Zhang Gaiang that your Miss is alive. After you return, you're not allowed to marry anyone. You can only marry after I've married my wife. That's fair, isn't it? It didn't sound unreasonable, but something about it felt off to me. Li Yuan then pulled out a piece of paper and scribbled some messy contract, forcing me to stamp it with my seal before letting me go. I didn't manage to collect any leather goods but was thrown into a trade caravan that took a winding route to Huzhou. I bought a big batch of brushes, ink, paper, and inkstones, marked up the prices on the way, and sold them off, making a total of 378 taels and 6 qian of silver. Then I followed another caravan by boat back to Hangzhou. The whole journey dragged on for more than half a year. But when I got home, I realized I had been tricked. The person who always insisted on staying out of our affairs was now sitting with my miss, chatting away happily. And they were smiling at me together. Later, Miss told me Li Yuan had come to formally propose. The moment I left, he resigned from his official post. While I ran around with the caravan, he followed me everywhere. At the end, he arranged the boat to bring me back to Hangzhou, riding ahead on horseback to enter the city first. Even the 300 taels I earned were forced deals. He pressured the shop owner to sell at a loss. I hadn't even bargained yet, and the owner was already taking a hit. My head was spinning. Hadn't he said he wouldn't let me get married? So what was this proposal all about? The future son-in-law said that since I had stayed loyally by Mrs. side all this time, he could teach me a makeup technique almost like changing faces. If I ever went to the capital, no one would recognize me. Miss said there was no rush and told me to think it over before responding. I went to find Li Yuan and asked what he really meant. He was just leaning against the courtyard gate, looking like a rogue, and said, "You made me lose my wife, and I haven't been able to marry all this time. Don't you owe me one? Besides, the contract says clearly you can't marry unless I marry first. I've thought it through. It's hard to find another wife now. Can't have you not marrying either. So, why don't we just settle for each other?" To hell with him. Turns out, the moment he saw me, he was already scheming. After all the worry and running around for half a year, he just stood by and watched. At that moment, I suddenly understood why Miss kept chasing the future son-in-law around in Yunxiao Palace. Anyone who found out they'd been working hard all this time, only to have someone nearby who could help but stayed silent, would want to beat that person up too. I picked up the long-neglected broom again and chased Li Yuan until he was running for cover. But considering he still hadn't married after all this time, I decided to go easy on him.